Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 901. Chapter 901, 901. Chapter 901, Starfire Gold Vein, Starfire Gold Essence. Jiang Jiyuan left with his sister Jiang Jiyu. On the way back, Jiang Jiyu's emotions had not completely calmed down. She had been frightened by Lin Moya's skeleton god warrior. Clearly just a first-tier super god, yet able to summon a skeleton god warrior with the combat power of a fifth-tier super god. A span of 4 whole levels. Lin Moya's warning still echoed in her ears. Although a fifth-tier super god was nothing to the Jiang family, Lin Moya himself made her feel fearful. Jiang Jiyuan looked at his sister's figure and sighed lightly. Now you understand, right? The principle our father often warned us about, that there are always people better than us. Don't always think that just because you are a descendant of the Jiang family, you are remarkable. In many places, the name of the Jiang family doesn't carry weight. Jiang Jiyu was still stubborn. I don't believe he dares to kill me. With the human emperor network, he can't escape. Jiang Jiyuan shook his head and smiled. You really don't understand anything. The Jiang family is not omnipotent, and neither is the human emperor network. There are many ways to kill someone while avoiding the human emperor network. And do you think that a first-tier super god, who can have second-level permissions and combat power not inferior to a fifth-tier super god, would not have a powerful backing? Jiang Jiyu was suddenly shocked. Brother, do you mean he also has a big family behind him? Jiang Jiyuan laughed again. Power is not only about family. We are just a god king family, and even if our entire family united, we wouldn't be a match for a single god lord. Even a god lord might not be able to cultivate such a person. A god lord doesn't need a family and can easily destroy the Jiang family alone. But can a god lord really cultivate someone like Lin Moya? Jiang Jiyuan expressed doubt. Jiang Jiyu's eyes flickered, and after a moment, she whispered, I understand. I will be more careful with my words in the future. Jiang Jiyuan gently patted her head, his voice filled with affection. Your potential is stronger than mine, and you can go further in the future. You might even have a chance to enter the divine city, so don't let your temperament block your path. Lin Moya watched the two disappear into the starry sky before turning his attention back to the ground. He should have noticed it too. Lin Moya's lips curled slightly. He had seen something earlier, and Jiang Jiyuan should have seen it too. But Jiang Jiyuan did not reveal it, nor would he tell Jiang Jiyu. This was considered a favor to Lin Moya. Lin Moya understood, and Jiang Jiyuan knew that Lin Moya understood. In the crack of the earth, the flames continued to erupt. The stars here had been burned by flames for thousands of years, accumulating an unknown amount of energy, and once it erupted, it wouldn't stop for a short time. The flames roared, shooting hundreds of meters into the sky, forming a huge pillar of fire. Especially in the place where the Starfire Gold was buried, there was a large cavity, and the flames were even more intense. Through the flames, Lin Moya saw an unusual glow. It was the glow brought by the Starfire Gold. Beneath the earth, a considerable amount of Starfire Gold was buried. There was a Starfire Gold vein here. Starfire Gold veins are real but not common. Lin Moya did not expect to encounter one by chance. The vein could be large or small. A small one might only have 10,000 pounds of Starfire Gold, while a large one could have 100,000 pounds. If there were indeed 100,000 pounds, it could be exchanged for 10,000 points. Even if it couldn't be used to upgrade permissions, it would still provide plenty of points for a while. Points are hard currency, needed for everything in the real world and the human emperor network. The more points, the better. Lin Moya leaped into the crack. The flames were nothing to him. The crack was not deep, and Lin Moya quickly reached the bottom by following the flames. It was a world of fire, with red flames everywhere. Among them were many blue starfires. The starfire sensed Lin Moya's life aura and immediately flew towards him, burning the flesh and damaging the soul. Blue flames appeared outside the soul world but were firmly blocked by the soul world. A third-grade peak soul had extremely strong defenses, easily blocking the damage from the starfire. Through the flames, Lin Moya saw some starfire gold. Some were scattered on the ground, while others were embedded in the rock walls on both sides, in considerable quantities. With a thought, Lin Moya sent out the skeletons to retrieve the starfire gold from the flames. Lin Moya then followed the underground crack deeper. According to the resources, Starfire Gold veins might produce Starfire Gold essence, a true god-level material worth more than 10 times the value of Starfire Gold. Lin Moya soon reached the bottom but did not find any Starfire Gold essence. By this time, the skeletons had collected all the Starfire Gold, about 10,000 pounds, enough for 1,000 points. It was already a good harvest. It seems there's no more. I shouldn't be greedy. Lin Moya was about to leave when he noticed several large marks on the rock wall. He recognized them as claw marks from starfire beasts. The 3 starfire beasts that had jumped out earlier were there because of the presence of starfire gold underground. The claw marks indicated that the starfire beasts had attacked the rock wall, likely trying to break through it. Starfire beasts are companion beasts of starfire gold and have a trait of seeking more starfire gold. Starfire beasts have no intelligence, only instinct. This suggested that there might be more starfire gold behind the rock wall. Lin Moya tested the rock wall and found it extremely hard, almost metallic. The skeleton god warrior tried with an axe, but the rock wall didn't budge. Lin Moya summoned the skeleton god generals to break the wall. The skeleton god generals wielded their giant swords, slashing at the rock wall. The power of a 5th-tier super god was immense, shaking the entire underground world and the already shattered star. The skeleton god generals tirelessly attacked, and the solid rock wall gradually cracked and began to collapse. With a tremor that shook the entire star, the rock wall finally crumbled, and a burst of flames erupted. The flames were extremely hot, instantly raising the temperature. Lin Moyo entered the flames and passed through the cavity to another space. The space was still small but filled with an astonishing amount of starfire gold. Where there is starfire gold, there are starfire beasts. Lin Moya's arrival awakened the starfire beasts resting there. In the flames, pairs of eyes lit up. Lin Moya didn't care about the ordinary starfire beasts. He saw a giant starfire beast. This starfire beast had the power of a 6th-tier super god. It was much stronger than the ordinary starfire beasts. Beside it was a piece of starfire gold essence glowing blue. Starfire gold essence. Lin Moya was delighted to have found the starfire gold essence. Before the starfire beasts could attack, the skeleton god generals charged like wolves. A massacre ensued. The ordinary starfire beasts, with only 3rd to 4th-tier super god strength, were no match for the skeleton god generals and were quickly slaughtered. The skeleton god generals then surrounded the strongest starfire beast and began to attack. Although a 6th-tier super god was troublesome, it was not invincible. The space was small, and the 1,000 skeleton god generals filled it, leaving the 6th-tier starfire beast no room to escape. Its attacks were powerful, with flames and giant claws, each strike invoking the laws of fire. Even a 6th-tier super god could only fight it to a draw. But against the relentless assault of the skeleton god generals, it eventually died in frustration. Chapter 902. Chapter 902, 902. Chapter 902, Life Aura in the Stellar Corpse. The skeletons began to collect the starfire gold in the space. Lin Moyo obtained a total of 70,000 pounds of starfire gold, including the 10,000 pounds collected earlier. 70,000 pounds equates to 7,000 points. For now, there would be no shortage. The most crucial find was a piece of starfire gold essence, a true god-level material. There wasn't much starfire gold essence, only a fist-sized piece. Starfire gold essence is heavier than ordinary starfire gold. Such a piece weighs about 100 pounds. 100 pounds of starfire gold essence is enough to exchange for several hundred points. The skeletons swept through the space, leaving nothing behind. After checking, there were no new discoveries. Leaving the mine, Lin Moya searched around the shattered star but found nothing more, so he flew towards the interior of the star system. The closer he got to the center of the star system, the more fragmented stars he saw, scattered in various sizes. This was a broken star system, completely destroyed. Even the stars had been blown up. As he went deeper, he began to see traces of people. Many were searching for starfire gold to complete their tasks. Lin Moya saw many people fighting starfire beasts. Generally, encountering a starfire beast meant finding starfire gold. Lin Moyo only glanced from a distance and did not intervene. Intervening could easily cause misunderstandings, making others think he was there to steal the starfire gold. The closer he got to the center of the star system, the hotter it became. The star once existed at the center of the star system, and after it exploded, it burned the entire star system. The place where it once was is now the most intensely burning area. The highest temperatures and the strongest laws remained there. Lin Moya saw a mass of flames. The flames were enormous, like a planet. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he cast a detection spell. Stellar Essence Fire. The corpse left behind after a star's death, which can be used to comprehend the laws of fire. Stellar Essence Fire, the corpse left behind after a star's death. Lin Moyo muttered to himself, realizing it was similar to a world core. A world core comes from a small world that was destroyed before entering a larger world. It forms a world core. After entering a larger world and being baptized by its laws, a small world becomes a life star. Some small worlds even form life star systems. If destroyed at that point, they wouldn't form a world core. Looking at the Stellar Essence Fire, Lin Moyo felt a sense of reality about the cruelty of the larger world. Around the Stellar Essence Fire were many cultivators. Most were super gods, and there were even a few true gods. They were circling the Stellar Essence Fire, comprehending its laws. Lin Moyo also observed the Stellar Essence Fire, feeling its pulsations. He vaguely sensed something. Deep within the Stellar Essence Fire, there seemed to be a trace of life aura. The life aura was extremely weak, almost undetectable by ordinary people. But Lin Moyo, having dealt with undead creatures for years, comprehended the laws of undeath, and possessing a third-grade peak soul, could sense it. With curiosity, Lin Moyo flew towards the Stellar Essence Fire. Along the way, he carefully sensed the extremely weak life aura, confirming its existence. Lin Moyo got closer to the Stellar Essence Fire, now only 10,000 kilometers away, with temperatures exceeding 50,000 degrees. But this temperature was not enough to harm him. Lin Moyo continued to approach, getting closer and closer. The temperature rapidly increased, getting higher and higher. He passed by those comprehending the laws, even surpassing a few true gods. Now only 1,000 kilometers away from the Stellar Essence Fire, The temperature had soared to 200,000 degrees, 4 times higher. This temperature could harm Lin Moyu, but not significantly. White light flickered on Lin Moya's body, with the damage transfer spell and undying spirit spell working together. The damage from the stellar essence fire, derived from the laws of fire, could be weakened by 40,000 times. Even if the temperature doubled, he could withstand it. Suddenly, someone blocked Lin Moya's path. "Young man, you can't get any closer." The person blocking him was a true god. He looked middle-aged, with a slightly weathered expression. He did not hide his information. "Gu Yuanming, true god first rank." Lin Moya saluted him. "Senior, why can't I get any closer?" Lin Moya was now less than 500 kilometers from the stellar essence fire, very close. Gu Yuanming scrutinized Lin Moya. "The stellar essence fire, though just a corpse, still has immense power, enough to burn a true god. You, a mere super god first rank, have already done well to get here. Listen to me, don't get any closer, it's dangerous. Every year, many try to prove themselves and end up being consumed by the stellar essence fire. It's not worth it. The closer to the stellar essence fire, the higher the temperature." If he continued, the temperature would soar even more. On the surface of the stellar essence fire, temperatures could exceed 500,000 degrees, enough to burn a true god. If a super god touched it, they would surely die. Around the stellar essence fire, many super gods kept a distance of at least 5,000 kilometers. Only true gods dared to get within 1,000 kilometers. Lin Moya was already in danger, and a single pulse from the stellar essence fire could burn him. Gu Yuanming was kindly trying to dissuade Lin Moya. Moreover, Lin Moya, with only super god first rank strength, had already done well to get here. Gu Yuanming kindly advised, "Young man, listen to me, retreat, don't throw your life away." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Senior, don't worry, I have protective treasures, I won't be harmed." Gu Yuanming replied, "No matter how strong the treasure, it has its limits. The danger of the stellar essence fire is beyond your imagination." "Senior." Lin Moya was about to say more when someone interrupted. "If he wants to die, let him. Every year, there are hotheads like him. Gu Lao, how many can you persuade?" A deep, resonant voice spread across the area, reaching many ears. This statement caused a stir. "Yes, every year there are those who don't know their limits. Let him go if he wants to die." "Gu Lao, didn't the last person you persuaded blame you for meddling? And then he died." "Gu Lao is too kind-hearted. Some people are destined to die, and you can't stop them." Voices echoed, making the nearby starry sky lively. Among the hundreds comprehending the laws, some advised Lin Moya not to seek death, while others mocked, telling Gu Yuanming to stop persuading him. From their words, Lin Moya understood. Over the years, Gu Yuanming had tried to dissuade many from approaching, but many young people didn't listen and ended up dying in the flames. It seemed there was a ranking among super gods in the nearby star systems. The closer one could get to the stellar essence fire in the 000128 star system, the higher the ranking. This ranking was limited to those below super god third rank. Super god third rankers were all young. This pursuit of fame led many young people to die. Gu Yuanming was undoubtedly a kind person, but the life aura within the stellar essence fire intrigued Lin Moya. Even a detection spell identified it as a dead corpse, yet there was still life aura. Could a star have life? This strange feeling drove him to investigate. Lin Moya said to Gu Yuanming, "Senior Gu, I really won't be harmed." Gu Yuanming clearly didn't believe him. Even a true god would be severely injured. "You, a mere super god first rank, would surely die. Young man, you have a bright future, don't risk it for some empty fame." Boom! The stellar essence fire suddenly pulsed, shaking violently. Essence fire explosion, retreat quickly. Chapter 903. Chapter 903, 903. Chapter 903, Stellar Essence Fire, damaged supreme treasure. Accompanied by exclamations, countless people quickly retreated. Lin Moyu. After the star turned into a corpse, it became stellar essence fire. The stellar essence fire became very unstable, occasionally experiencing explosive combustion. Each explosive combustion varied in scale, sometimes affecting hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and at other times affecting tens of thousands of kilometers. During the explosive combustion of the stellar essence fire, a large amount of flames would erupt, with astonishing power, causing those nearby comprehending the laws to retreat. Gu Yuanming immediately grabbed Lin Moya to retreat. Unexpectedly, he reached out and grabbed nothing, as Lin Moya had already spread his undead wings, bypassing him, and flew towards the stellar essence fire. His face changed dramatically, but he did not dare to go over. He also did not want to collide with the stellar essence fire. At the moment of the stellar essence fire's explosion, Lin Moya felt that the life aura within it seemed to have strengthened a bit. He immediately spread his undead wings, bypassed Gu Yuanming, and rushed over. Gu Yuanming stomped his foot and no longer cared about Lin Moya, retreating backward. Someone said, "Gu Lao, you have already done your best. People like him are destined to die, and persuasion is useless." "Exactly, Gu Lao, you have persuaded so many people, but how many have listened to you? People as arrogant as him deserve to die." Gu Yuanming sighed helplessly. Saving one is better than none, after all, we are all humans. His gaze fell on Lin Moya, seeing him being engulfed by the explosive stellar essence fire. Feeling helpless, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. He was a true god with extremely strong eyesight. He clearly saw Lin Moya in the flames, his whole body glowing with white light, unharmed. "He's fine." Gu Yuanming was stunned. He knew the power of the stellar essence fire, even he would suffer if engulfed by it. He also mastered the laws of fire, with extremely strong resistance to fire damage. But Lin Moya was really fine. Lin Moya even accelerated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyo had flown hundreds of kilometers, entering the stellar essence fire, truly disappearing from his sight. The star was huge, far larger than a life star. Larger stars could even be equivalent to tens or millions of life stars, even though the star was dead and had become stellar essence fire, just a corpse. But in terms of volume alone, it was still not smaller than an ordinary life star. It had no physical body, only pure and intense flames, carrying the laws of fire, capable of harming true gods. Lin Moyo entered it, surrounded by the stellar essence fire. But the stellar essence fire, enough to harm true gods, could do nothing to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo, within the stellar essence fire, felt even more intense laws of fire, almost reaching the level of law manifestation. To many, the stellar essence fire was an excellent object for comprehending the laws of fire. It could rapidly enhance their mastery of the laws of fire. But they did not know that if they could enter the interior of the stellar essence fire, they could personally feel even more intense laws of fire. The speed of comprehending the laws of fire would far exceed that of the outside world. However, most people did not have this ability. Lin Moyo did not go to comprehend the laws of fire, he understood the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. Unless he had a long lifespan, he could, like Antares, comprehend some other laws as a pastime when bored. Now he was only interested in the life aura within the stellar essence fire, nurturing life and death, very similar to his own laws of undeath. Just in time for the explosive combustion of the stellar essence fire, the life aura within it strengthened, making Lin Moyo's perception clearer. The life aura became Lin Moyo's guiding light, preventing him from getting lost in the world of flames. Passing through layers of flames, Lin Moyo reached the center of the stellar essence fire. Here, the power of the laws of fire had increased many times compared to the outside, with damage almost reaching the level of a third-tier super god. The laws of fire not only burned the flesh but also attacked the soul. But with Lin Moyo's defense, the attack power of a third-tier super god was not enough to harm him. Here, the flames appeared blue, very similar to the starfire outside. At the center, Lin Moyo saw an object emitting a life aura. It was a small object, only the size of a fingernail, looking like a seed. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and he used a detection spell. Stellar seed damaged a strange substance nurtured in the center of a star, with a birth probability of less than 1 in 100,000. The strange substance has the effect of enhancing the fusion degree of planetary level spells, potentially upgrading them to stellar level. Due to the destruction of the star, the stellar seed is in a damaged state, with weak effects. Lin Moyo couldn't help but show a bit of shock. The extremely weak life aura in the stellar essence fire was actually a stellar seed that could enhance the fusion degree of spells. A damaged stellar seed, capable of enhancing the fusion degree of spells. Lin Moyo carefully picked up the fingernail-sized stellar seed, feeling the life aura more clearly. The life aura was extremely weak, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment, but it was also very tenacious, as if it had persisted for countless years. Very tenacious, as if showing Lin Moyo a picture. In the great world, there were countless stars. Some stars nurtured strange substances within them, and the stellar seed was one of them. With a probability of less than 1 in 100,000, it was extremely rare. But it still appeared. Originally, after countless years of nurturing, it could normally reach a complete state, becoming a truly complete stellar seed with magical powers. It would become a supreme treasure sought after by countless strong beings. But disaster struck, the star was shattered, and its nurturing was abruptly halted. It could no longer become complete, only lingering in the stellar essence fire. It was unwilling to perish like this, but unwillingness was useless. After countless years of persistence, it was finally reaching its end. Now, it could no longer exert much effect. Originally, it could potentially upgrade a planetary level spell to stellar level, turning decay into magic. But now, it might not even be able to increase the fusion degree by 10%, let alone upgrade a planetary level spell to stellar level, which was a fantasy. Lin Moyo sighed, what a pity. Such a low probability item was found by him, but it was damaged. Should he say he was lucky or unlucky? Better than nothing. Lin Moyo was about to use the stellar seed to slightly enhance his planetary level spell, but he suddenly paused, his eyes lit up, thinking of a possibility. Stellar nurturing, damaged seed, life aura. It hasn't truly died, it still has a trace of life. If I use the laws of undeath to re-nurture it, I wonder if it would work. Lin Moyo came up with a whimsical idea. The laws of undeath have two sides, life and death. Extreme life contains death, and extreme death contains strong life. It seemed to fit the current situation perfectly. The star was destroyed, and the nurtured seed was hit by the destruction. But in the destruction, it tenaciously left a trace of life. It perfectly matched the characteristics of the laws of undeath. Thinking of it, Lin Moyo decided to give it a try. Even if it failed, it wouldn't be a big loss. The laws of undeath swirled in his palm, the gray and white laws of undeath, gray representing death, white representing life. Lin Moyo pushed the laws of undeath to the extreme, leaving only the side of life. Then he surrounded the stellar seed with it. The stellar seed in his palm trembled violently, bursting out with astonishing blue light. At the same time, the stellar essence fire exploded again, with a larger range than before. Second explosion, retreat quickly. Retreat, retreat. The faces of the people on the periphery changed dramatically, retreating rapidly. Chapter 904. Chapter 904, 904. Chapter 904, Nurturing the Fire Seed, Lost Star River. The sound of the soul reverberated back and forth in the star system. Whether they were comprehending the laws or searching for starfire gold, everyone was retreating frantically. Lin. Some people did not retreat fast enough, and true gods like Gu Yuanming would help them escape. The second explosion of the stellar essence fire had a larger range than before. It almost covered an area of 300,000 kilometers. Some people retreated to a safe area, feeling like they had escaped death. Such a large-scale explosion is rare, right? Asked Gu Lao. He has been here the longest. Gu Yuanming frowned. I've never seen it before. Generally speaking, explosions can be divided into 3 levels. The smallest explosion covers only 10,000 kilometers, a larger one covers 50,000 kilometers, and the largest does not exceed 150,000 kilometers. But now, it's at least 300,000 kilometers, several times larger than the largest I've seen. Not only was the range several times larger, but the power also seemed greater. Even if a true god went in, they would be severely injured. Listening to Gu Yuanming's words, everyone was puzzled. Why is this happening? Why did a second explosion occur out of nowhere? It's really strange. It's clearly a dead star, so why can it still explode with such power? Gu Yuanming stared at the starry sky covered in flames, frowning, with Lin Moya's figure appearing in his mind. When Lin Moya was swallowed at the end, he didn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger. Even at the last moment, Lin Moya actively flew towards the center of the stellar essence fire. Could it be him? Gu Yuanming shook his head slightly, denying his own thoughts. Even he, the true god, did not dare to go deep into the center of the stellar essence fire, let alone Lin Moya, who was just a first-tier super god. At the center of the stellar essence fire, the fire seed was growing in Lin Moya's palm, bursting with even stronger vitality. Although it was still far from its peak period, it had already recovered a bit compared to before. Lin Moya's eyes were filled with joy. His idea was indeed feasible. Using the laws of undeath, he could indeed rejuvenate the stellar fire seed and nurture it again. If he could fully nurture it, he would have the opportunity to transform one of his planetary-level spells into a stellar-level spell. Apart from the first time, it was very difficult to upgrade the fusion degree of spells later on. Treasures that could enhance the fusion degree were extremely valuable in the great world. Lin Moya knew he was lucky this time, encountering such a low-probability event. After thinking for a while, he put the stellar fire seed into his soul world. The soul body released a mass of the laws of undeath, using the purest life force within the laws of undeath to nurture the stellar fire seed. A white gas mass appeared in the soul world, with only a tiny bit of gray. Life and death are two sides of the same coin, and the laws of undeath cannot completely eliminate the side of death. Lin Moya compressed the death energy in the laws as much as possible. The gas mass became the soil, and the stellar fire seed became a seedling, absorbing nutrients from the soil, rejuvenating and growing strong. After putting away the stellar fire seed, Lin Moya did not move. Through nurturing the stellar fire seed, he gained a deeper understanding of the laws of undeath. Lin Moya's soul body opened its eyes, and outside the soul world, a brilliant star river appeared. It was as dazzling as the Milky Way in the starry sky. The river was filled with gray and white energy, intertwining and inseparable. In this river, many tributaries branched out. The laws flowed within, and through one of the small tributaries, it connected to himself. Law Star River. Lin Moya muttered to himself, recalling what Antares had said. Each law has its own Law Star River. The Law Star River branches out into countless tributaries, each representing a practitioner who comprehends that law. Whether human or other races, it is the same. The Law Star River belongs to the Great World and the runes of the Great World. And these tributaries belong to the practitioners. What practitioners need to do is to control their own tributaries, starting from 1%, until they reach 100%. Finally, they enter the true Law Star River and begin to control the real Law Star River. Lin Moya was now like a small fish in the tributary, swimming towards the true Law Star River of undeath. Wherever he passed, it was the law he had already controlled. Previously, Lin Moya had swum through 2% of the distance. Now, he leaped forward again, surpassing another 2%. His control over the laws of undeath increased significantly, from 2% to 4%, doubling. His soul level increased significantly, directly surpassing the first-tier super god and reaching the third-tier super god. The talent tree swayed continuously, with a large amount of soul power pouring in, almost instantly replenishing Lin Moya's soul power, directly reaching the third-tier super god. Lin Moya's control over the laws also reached a new level. The gas mass nurturing the stellar fire seed became stronger, the nutrients more abundant, and the fire seed recovered even faster. With the level increase, all spells became stronger. The Undead Legion also reached the third-tier super god, with actual combat power yet to be known. But Lin Moya was confident that if he encountered a 7th-tier super god again, he would not be helpless and could definitely beat them to death. With the combination of Undead Gaze and Time Curse, he could completely kill a 4th-tier super god in seconds. As the Undead Legion strengthened, Lin Moya's defense also improved further. Unfortunately, the spells could still only bear 1% of the laws, preventing the full potential of the spells from being realized. This trip was highly rewarding, not only obtaining the stellar fire seed but also significantly enhancing his strength. Lin Moya was satisfied. The explosion gradually ended, the flames disappeared, and the starry sky returned to normal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. We can continue to comprehend the laws. Gu Yuanming did not see Lin Moya's figure inside. What a pity. In his eyes, Lin Moya was so young, with a future full of hope. But suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw someone flying out of the stellar essence fire. Lin Moya was unscathed, not only unscathed but also significantly stronger than before. His cultivation had actually risen from the first-tier super god to the third-tier super god. This was an incredible feat, and Gu Yuanming could not understand it. Not only him, but others also could not understand. How could he be unharmed? This is impossible, even I would die if I went in. Not only unharmed, but his cultivation also increased by 2 levels. Did he encounter some fortuitous event inside? Chapter 905. Chapter 905, 905. Chapter 905, such a polite senior. Everyone was curious and wanted to go up and ask Lin. Suddenly, they saw a tower-shaped device appear in front of Lin Moyo, and Lin Moyo dove into it. Then, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared without a trace. He left. A super god of the first rank already has a flying device. It seems this person's identity is not simple. Judging by the speed of this flying device, it should be at the true god level. This little guy must have a true god level elder behind him. Maybe he comes from a big family. People were very curious about Lin Moyo. Gu Yuanming remained silent, his heart in turmoil. He recognized the Gu Lei Tower and the Pearl God Fortress. This is the Godslaying Fortress, a military combat fortress. How did it appear here? Could it be that this little guy has a military background? No wonder he was so fearless just now. With the Godslaying Fortress, the stellar essence fire indeed couldn't harm him. The harvest from this trip was already rich enough, and Lin Moyo didn't want to stay in the star system any longer. The commotion just now was big enough. If he stayed, he might be surrounded and questioned. Driving the Godslaying Fortress, he flew towards the teleportation array outside the star system. He closed his eyes slightly, still pondering the Lost Star River he had just seen. The Lost Star River was dazzling and majestic. His undead law was just a small tributary of the Lost Star River. Only when he fully mastered this tributary could he truly enter the Lost Star River. In other words, what he currently mastered was just the basics. He was still far from being a true powerhouse. Super God, True God, God King, God Sovereign. The hierarchy in the great world was strict and well-defined. Each level brought earth-shattering changes in strength. Lin Moyo's goal was not just to become a God Sovereign, he knew he needed to work even harder. Returning to the teleportation array, he spent 1 point again and returned to the Vermilion Bird 98 to 1 life star. The task center was also crowded, seemingly even more popular than the Human Emperor network. In the real-world task center, space arrays were also used. From the outside, it didn't look big, but the internal space was vast. It was his first time coming to the real-world task center, and it wasn't much different from the one in the Human Emperor network. The Human Emperor network was a one-to-one virtual replica of the real world. Lin Moyo glanced around and noticed some differences. In the real-world task center, there were independent small rooms. Just like rooms in the outside world, you could enter the Human Emperor network to complete tasks directly from these rooms after accepting them. Additionally, there were more staff members in the task center. Some tasks required manual review. In the eastern area of the task center, there was a resting place. Many people were there drinking tea and sharing their task experiences. Although there were many people, the task center was not noisy at all, it was quite quiet. You could even clearly hear your own footsteps while walking. Lin Moyo felt like he was back in a library from his previous life, where everyone was busy with their own things without disturbing others. This feeling was very comfortable, and Lin Moyo liked it. He walked to the central counter of the task center, where a dozen staff members were responsible for handling various tasks. Someone was submitting a task, and Lin Moyo waited for a while before it was his turn. Lin Moyo observed the entire process of task submission, which was very simple. After watching it once, he basically understood. There were 8 staff members, each managing one of the 8 counters. Lin Moyo chose one and queued up. The reason was quite peculiar. The staff member's name was Lin Xiao. Her name differed from his by just one character. Lin Xiao was a young girl who looked to be in her 20s, with a delicate appearance and a sweet smile. Her level was not high by the standards of the small world, she was not even at level 90. But in the small world, she would already be considered a top genius. From the perspective of the great world, she was just ordinary. In the great world, anyone below a super god was considered an ordinary person. There were many cultivators in the great world, but there were even more ordinary people. Not everyone could become a super god. Strictly speaking, the vast majority of the human race were ordinary people. Just like in the Vermilion Bird 98 star system where he was now, there were 3 life stars. Most super gods were active on the 98 to 1 star, which had the most complete cultivation facilities. As for the 98 to 2 and 98 to 3 stars, they were mainly inhabited by ordinary people. Ordinary people had their own lives, clearly distinct from those of cultivators. However, there were intersections, such as the staff members in the task center and other places, who were selected from ordinary people with good potential. This allowed them to be exposed to the world of cultivators earlier. It also helped them adapt better in the future. Some big families even sent their younger members to participate in various jobs early on. Soon it was Lin Moyo's turn. He came to the counter, and a law descended from the sky, falling on him. The law had no malice, it was just to verify some information. This was the real world, not the Human Emperor network. The first step was to confirm identity. At the top of the task center, there was an array connected to the Human Emperor network. This allowed Lin Moyo's information to sync with the Human Emperor network. Lin Xiao saw Lin Moyo and, noticing they shared the same surname, seemed to smile even more sweetly. "Hello, Senior Lin. What task would you like to submit?" The task for Starfire Gold in the Vermilion Bird 000128 non-life star system. As Lin Moyo finished speaking, Lin Xiao had already synced and found the task for him. "I have found the task for you. You need to submit at least 10 pounds of Starfire Gold to complete it." Lin Moyo nodded and took out a fist-sized piece of Starfire Gold. The weight was just over 10 pounds. Lin Xiao used a detection spell to verify it, weighed it, and after confirming it was correct, performed some operations. Then she smiled brightly at Lin Moyo. Congratulations, senior, you have completed the task. You can now check your points, they should have been credited. Lin Moyo checked and indeed, the points had been credited. Points, 1,246. Before the task, he had 1,148 points. The round-trip teleportation cost 2 points, and the task earned him 100 points. Now his points had increased to 1,246. The points in parentheses, 1,250, represented the points earned through tasks. The points in parentheses were used to measure whether one could upgrade their permissions. They had nothing to do with the number of points possessed or consumed. Even if all the points were used up, it would not affect the upgrade of permissions. However, he was still far from the third-level permissions. Even if each task earned 100 points, he would need to complete dozens of tasks to reach the third-level permissions. Thank you. Lin Moyo thanked the young girl and turned to leave. Lin Xiao's smile became even brighter. Take care, senior. After Lin Moyo left, Lin Xiao murmured softly, such a polite senior. Chapter 906. Chapter 906, 906. Chapter 906, the trading center feels like a market. In fact, there are not many cultivators as polite as Lin Moyo. Politeness among cultivators is limited to interactions between cultivators. For ordinary people, especially super god-level cultivators, there is always a sense of superiority. However, Lin Moyo did not have this feeling at all. To be honest, his 4 beautiful wives were only just over level 70. Lin Moyo did not continue to take on new tasks but left the task center and headed to the trading center. The two were not far apart, less than 10 kilometers away. A straight road connected the task center and the trading center, located at opposite ends of the road. For a cultivator, 10 kilometers was a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. After verifying his identity, he entered the trading center. Upon entering, the space rapidly expanded before his eyes. Here, space arrays were also used to expand the space. The internal space was at least several thousand times larger than it appeared from the outside. Then, a huge wave of noise hit him. Come and see, top quality 10,000-year-old black iron, supreme super god level material, only 1 point per 10 pounds. Soul crystals, can be used to forge soul armor, only 50 points per piece. A treasure map, can explore unknown areas. There were many more people here compared to the task center, and it was bustling, completely different from what Lin Moyo had imagined a trading center to be. Looking at the trading center, Lin Moyo couldn't help but think of one word, market. It felt like a market here. People were setting up stalls, loudly hawking and selling their goods. The items were dazzling, with all kinds of things available. You could buy with points or barter. There were fixed prices, and you could also haggle. It felt like most of the cultivators in the 98 to 1 star were gathered here. Lin Moyo walked in, passing by various stalls, looking at the items on display. Most were materials, and there were some things Lin Moyo couldn't understand. But it didn't matter if he really wanted to know, he could use a detection spell. It looked chaotic, but there was order within the chaos. The outermost area belonged to super gods. The next layer belonged to true gods. If you continued inward, you would truly enter the trading center. Lin Moyo looked at the various goods, most of which he had never seen before. The resources of the great world were far richer than those of the small world. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Among several stalls, Lin Moyo saw Starfire Gold. Starfire Gold was not a rare material and was produced in many star systems. Lin Moyo found that the Starfire Gold sold at the stalls was divided into 9-pound portions, each priced at 1 point. And indeed, there were people buying it. If you sold Starfire Gold directly to the trading center, each 10-pound portion would also be priced at 1 point. If Lin Moyo wanted to earn more points, he could spend some time setting up a stall here to sell. But Lin Moyo valued his time and didn't want to waste it here. After walking around, he headed to the real trading center. The real trading center was located in the deepest part of the space, surrounded by a simple soundproof array. Upon entering, the world instantly became quiet, as if it had changed completely. The real trading center was arranged similarly to the task center, with individual cylindrical trading platforms. The trading platforms were connected to the Human Emperor network, allowing you to check prices and conduct transactions directly. After confirming a transaction, you could place your items into the trading platform. Similarly, if you wanted to buy something, the goods would be delivered directly through the trading platform. The trading platform served both as a transporter and a storage device, sufficient for ordinary transactions. If the items being purchased were valuable or the transaction volume was large, a staff member would come to assist. In the trading center, Lin Moyo also saw many staff members. They did not have fixed workstations and would go wherever they were needed. Many people were checking information at their respective trading platforms, looking for the items they needed. Outsiders couldn't tell whether they were buying or selling. All transactions were confidential. Lin Moyo randomly chose a trading platform, connected his consciousness to it, and the scene before him changed. Lin Moyo felt as if he was in the starry sky again. He knew that his consciousness had connected to the Human Emperor network, and everything he saw was a virtual creation of the network. Although virtual, it felt very real. In the starry sky, there were billions of items. There were materials, treasures, pills, cultivation methods, all kinds of strange and wonderful things, only limited by your imagination. Lin Moyo felt dazzled. The items were placed very chaotically, with no order at all. Lin Moya saw a long sword in front of him. The sword was very exquisite, and the starlight it emitted was mesmerizing. At a glance, he could tell that the sword was of very high quality. But when he tried to check it, he was told that he did not have the permission to view it. Not enough permissions, so why display it? Was it just to tantalize people? After checking a few more obviously extraordinary items, he found that he couldn't view any of them due to insufficient permissions. Lin Moya's consciousness rolled, only display items I have permission to purchase. With a swoosh, 99.99% of the items disappeared. The once crowded starry sky suddenly became empty. Lin Moya was speechless. So many good things, all just to tantalize people. But tantalizing was good, it motivated people to strive for higher permissions and greater strength. Want to get good things? Then improve your permissions and strength. His consciousness moved again, categorize. The remaining items were immediately categorized, neatly divided into materials, tools, pills, information, special items, and so on. Lin Moya only needed to focus his consciousness on a category to see the items he could purchase in that category. In the materials category, Lin Moya found Starfire Gold. All the information about Starfire Gold was displayed before him, including some specific uses of Starfire Gold. Jiang Jiyuan mentioned 5 uses of Starfire Gold, and 4 of them were listed here. As for the last one, which could temper the soul, it was not in the information. Perhaps it was a discovery unique to the Jiang family, so it wasn't included in the information. The price of Starfire Gold in the trading center was a bit high, with each 8-pound portion priced at 1 point. However, the trading center's buyback price was 1 point for each 10-pound portion. So, for each portion, you would net 2 pounds. Lin Moya could understand the trading center's behavior. If someone needed Starfire Gold and the quantity wasn't large, they would buy it from the stalls. 1 point for 9 pounds was cheaper than the trading center. Chapter 907. Chapter 907, 907. Chapter 907, still in the novice village. With second-level permissions, the materials available for purchase were indeed limited. Moreover, some materials. Lin Moya looked at the situation with some frustration. There were even shipping fees, and the shipping fees were quite expensive. For example, Lin Moya saw a material called Suanmu stone, priced at 1 point per portion. Each portion was 10 pounds. However, the shipping fee for each portion was as high as 10 points. The shipping fee was 10 times the price of the material itself. After checking, he understood why. Suanmu stone did not come from a nearby star system, nor even from the Vermilion Bird Star region, but from the Suanmu star region. Transporting the material from the Suanmu star region required a lot of energy. Naturally, it also required shipping fees. Lin Moya could completely understand this. Everything has a cost, and the trading center is not a welfare institution, it cannot do business at a loss. After looking through the materials, Lin Moya found nothing he needed. In fact, he didn't even know what he needed. Although he had completed 2 tasks, he still knew very little about the Great World. The wonders of the Great World had only revealed the tip of the iceberg to him. After looking through the materials, Lin Moya began to check the treasures and pills. After looking through them, he lost interest. It wasn't a problem of second-level permissions, the permissions were not enough, and the things he could buy were too few. Whether it was treasures or pills, they were all just super god-level items, which Lin Moya didn't care for. Information. Lin Moya muttered to himself, curious about what kind of information would be in the information category. In the Human Emperor Network, most information is public. With the appropriate permissions, you can view the corresponding information, but the information in the trading center was clearly all paid. How to use star power to enhance cultivation speed. The 10 major uses of human belief power. Analysis of the hidden weaknesses of various races. This information was not cheap, priced from 10 points to 100 points. Moreover, each person could only view the information they purchased and could not share it with others. A piece of information could be sold to many people, thus earning a lot of points. Compared to the hard work of doing tasks, finding materials, and making money in secret realms, this was much faster. Lin Moya truly realized that knowledge is priceless. Lin Moya also picked some information from it. Overview of the human race for 10 points. Secret methods of soul armor forging for 30 points. Various uses of belief power for 20 points. With a wave of his hand, he spent a total of 200 points to purchase 10 pieces of information. Among them was information about the human race and some information Lin Moya wanted to know. Among them, secret methods of soul armor forging and various uses of belief power made Lin Moya very curious. According to the introduction, soul armor is a very practical soul protection tool that can resist attacks on the soul and greatly enhance the defense of the soul. The soul is the foundation of everything, and any enhancement to soul defense is valuable. Belief power was also something Lin Moya wanted to know about. After entering the Great World, belief power still existed. Belief power ignored the limitations of space and the barriers of worlds still existing. This made Lin Moya once again appreciate the wonder of belief power. As one of the original powers of the human race, belief power far exceeded his imagination. After purchasing this information, Lin Moya found that he had an additional option in the Human Emperor Network, My Information Library. The information Lin Moya purchased was all in it. Lin Moya did not check it immediately but looked at the last option in the trading center. Special category. After focusing his consciousness, he found that there was nothing in it, knowing it was still because his permissions were too low. With second-level permissions, his activity range was only a spherical area formed by the surrounding 20 light-years. Relative to the Great World, it was just a very small area, and the things he could access were naturally not many. In other words, he was still in the novice village and had not yet gone out. After looking through everything, Lin Moya chose to sell. He wanted to sell all the Starfire gold he had obtained. A total of more than 70,000 pounds of Starfire gold could be sold for more than 7,000 points. If he sold it on the ground, he could sell it for about 8,000 points. But that would waste a lot of time, and Lin Moya felt that time was more precious than points, and there was another important reason: he was lazy. He directly packaged the Starfire gold and sold it to the trading center. However, the trading platform did not accept the Starfire gold. His consciousness returned to his body, and the trading platform automatically disconnected from him. Senior Lin. A clear voice sounded. Lin Moya found a staff member standing beside him, named Xiu Yan. The young man looked very energetic and handsome, about 25 or 26 years old. His level had already reached 92, which was considered good talent even in the great world. Lin Moya guessed that he might be a disciple from some family, coming to adapt in advance. Seeing that Lin Moya did not respond, Xiu Yan took the initiative to speak. Senior Lin, you just tried to sell materials, but because the transaction volume exceeded the trading platform's limit, it will be handled manually. Lin Moya could understand, after all, more than 70,000 pounds of Starfire gold was not a small volume. More than 7,000 points was indeed a considerable amount for a super god with only second-level permissions. Xiu Yan said, please follow me, Senior Lin. A dedicated trading room has been prepared. Lin Moya nodded, lead the way. On the way, Lin Moya asked, what kind of transactions require manual intervention? Xiu Yan explained, generally speaking, transactions exceeding 1,000 points may require manual intervention. After all, we are on the most ordinary low-level life star, and the permissions are not very high. Also, if seniors do not want to conduct transactions on the trading platform, they can request manual intervention, but such seniors are not many. Xiu Yan spoke very clearly and in detail. The two arrived at the trading room, which had 9 rooms lined up in a row. Each room was numbered from 1 to 9. Lin Moya followed Xiu Yan to room 3. The door of the trading room was closed, and it was impossible to sense if anyone was inside. Xiu Yan said, the trading master is already inside. Senior Lin, please enter. Lin Moya nodded and walked towards the trading room. As he approached, the door automatically opened. After he entered, the door automatically closed again. The trading room was not large, with a tea table inside. A person was sitting behind the tea table, the trading master. In one corner of the trading room, a small teleportation array was set up. Lin Moya immediately thought of the purpose of the teleportation array. After the transaction was completed, the teleportation array could be used to leave, and no one would know where you went. This also ensured the privacy of the trader. Hello, Senior Lin. I am the trading master, Lin Xiao. I will be serving you for this transaction. Chapter 908. Chapter 908, 908. Chapter 908. Since you're here, take a look. Lin Moya looked at the trading master Lin Xiao. Whether it was her demeanor, temperament, appearance, or the way she acted in the task center, she was 80% similar to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, just one character difference. Seeing that Lin Moya didn't speak, Lin Xiao was also very smart and didn't say much. Instead, she poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Moya. The fragrance of tea filled the trading room. Lin Xiao's clear voice sounded, Senior Lin, please have some tea. Lin Moya sat down, do you have a younger sister? Lin Xiao smiled brightly, Senior Lin has met Xiao. Lin Moya nodded, I just came back from the task center. Xiao is my younger sister. Lin Xiao didn't explain much, and Lin Moya didn't ask further. However, Lin Moya was already certain that people like them must be disciples from some family. Xiu Yan was the same. Each family has its own unique way of training disciples. Moreover, those who are pushed out to adapt early are likely to be highly talented. Lin Moya asked, how do we trade? Lin Xiao pointed to a palm-sized round plate on the table. Senior Lin just needs to take out the Starfire gold and place it on top. The round plate was engraved with an array, which had already been activated and was glowing faintly. Lin Xiao definitely knew the quantity of Starfire gold, yet she still said this, indicating that this round plate must be extraordinary. Lin Moya first took out a piece of Starfire gold weighing 1,000 pounds and placed it on the round plate. The array on the round plate immediately emitted a bright light, and the Starfire gold quickly shrank in the light. Lin Moya realized that the round plate must have a storage space inside. Lin Xiao said, Senior Lin, rest assured, this round plate was refined with a space array, and its internal space is very large. Lin Moya then took out all the Starfire gold and threw it in. The round plate shone brightly, as if it had infinite space, accepting everything Lin Moya threw at it. When Lin Moya had finished throwing all the Starfire gold, Lin Xiao said, the total is points. Senior Lin, are you satisfied? Lin Moya nodded, it's fine. Lin Xiao's face lit up with a bright smile. She tapped the round plate, and the array on it immediately stopped operating. Then the trade is complete. Her clear voice was decisive. Lin Moya simultaneously received the points. 8,446 points were his total points. One was the points he earned through tasks, which could be used to upgrade his permissions. When this number reached 10,000, his permissions could be upgraded to level 3. But with only 1,250 points, he was still far from 10,000. Each second-level task earned between 50 and 200 points, so he needed to complete many tasks. Lin Moya looked at Lin Xiao. I have a question I'd like to ask. Lin Xiao was very patient and smiled. Senior Lin, feel free to ask. As long as I know the answer, I will tell you everything. She was very humble, and Lin Moya knew that with his strength, he might not be much in front of Lin Xiao's family. But neither Lin Xiao nor her sister showed any arrogance. Clearly, they had very good family upbringing. Lin Moyo asked, I want to know if there is any way to quickly upgrade my permission level. Lin Xiao instinctively replied, by doing tasks. Lin Moya took a sip of tea. I know that. I mean, besides doing tasks. Lin Xiao shook her head. No, you can only do tasks. The Human Emperor Network is very strictly regulated. Lin Moya was slightly disappointed. It seemed there was no other way but to follow the rules. The Human Emperor Network covered the entire human world, making it very difficult to find loopholes. Lin Xiao softly said, actually, doing tasks is quite good. You can accumulate experience, improve your level, and the tasks in the Human Emperor Network are not dangerous. Lin Moya smiled, thank you, I understand. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something. Oh, there is another way that might work. Oh, tell me. Lin Moya's eyes lit up slightly. Lin Xiao hesitated a bit. Going to the front lines and killing aliens can also earn points. The points earned from killing aliens are the same as those from tasks and can be used to upgrade permissions. But going to the front lines is too dangerous, and with your current permissions, you can't go there yet. Second-level permissions only allowed activities within a 20 light-year radius, and the nearest border of the human region was light-years away. Of course, Lin Moya could choose to go there himself. But such a long distance, even with the Pearl God Fortress, would take a very long time. Lin Xiao's suggestion seemed to offer a solution but also didn't. Lin Xiao continued, actually, even if you went now, you wouldn't be allowed to go to the battlefield. I heard from my elders that you need to be at least at the true god level to join the army. Super gods don't even count as cannon fodder. Lin Moya thought of his previous guess, and now Lin Xiao's words confirmed it. The various rules within the human race, while restrictive, were actually protecting the younger generation. Super gods were restricted by permissions, unable to go to the front lines or join the army, and could only choose to do various tasks to upgrade their permissions. While doing tasks, their strength would also improve accordingly. Only when they reached the true god level would they qualify for the battlefield. And not all true gods would go to the battlefield. Most would choose to continue doing tasks and continue comprehending the laws to improve their strength. Although Lin Moya was confident in his strength, he was not arrogant. I was too impatient. Lin Moya laughed at his own ignorance. He couldn't bring the mindset from the small world to the great world. In the great world, without Antares, there were many who could kill him. A single mistake could lead to his death. The aura around Lin Moya gradually changed, becoming more peaceful. The last trace of impatience was erased. Lin Moya picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go. The tea is good. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Lin. Lin Xiao didn't know about the changes in Lin Moya's heart and still smiled brightly. Both sisters seemed to have smiling faces, making people feel better just by looking at them. Lin Moya left the trading center through the teleportation array in the trading room. In the distance, there was the sound of bustling activity. Lin Moya found himself in the city. Since entering the great world, he had always been thinking about how to improve his strength as quickly as possible. He never thought about looking around to see how humans lived in the great world, especially how ordinary people lived. Now he finally calmed down. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look. Chapter 909. Chapter 909, 909. Chapter 909, aligned with the goals of the human race's higher UPS. Lin Moyo entered the city, walking among the ordinary people. The clothes he wore were still from the small world, with a completely different style from the great world. However, the people of the great world didn't seem to find it strange. Lin Moya's appearance did not surprise anyone. Those ordinary people seemed accustomed to the existence of super gods. Moreover, many of them had set becoming a super god as their goal, striving to shed their ordinary status. In the great world, information was also restricted, but what should be open was not hidden. The city had all kinds of facilities, including schools, libraries, and more, lacking nothing. Ordinary people could study in schools, find jobs, and earn points. What Lin Moya found strange was that although ordinary people could not connect to the Human Emperor Network, they still used points. They had a special device that could connect to the Human Emperor Network, allowing them to store and retrieve points. Although they could not enter with their consciousness like super gods, it was enough for daily life. The Human Emperor Network was everywhere, but it defined different permissions for everyone. With different permissions, one could accomplish different things. Lin Moya felt the strong atmosphere of life and entered a tea house. He booked a private room, ordering the most expensive and best tea, which only cost 1 point. Lin Moya drank tea alone, slowly beginning to read the information he had purchased. He not only planned to read the information he had spent points on but also intended to carefully read other public information. Lin Moya sat in the tea house, drinking one cup after another. His consciousness connected to the Human Emperor Network, browsing through the information. Days and nights passed, and Lin Moya sat in the tea house for 2 full days and nights. During this time, he ordered another set of tea, spending another 1 point. For an ordinary person, 1 point was not a small amount. After 2 days, Lin Moya finally gained a general understanding of the great world. He was no longer as clueless as before. His heart had completely calmed down, no longer in a hurry, ready to proceed step by step. He had come to the great world and joined the human race, so he would act according to the rules of the human race. His entire being suddenly felt relaxed. The great world is not as simple as I thought. Not only are the levels distinct, but they are also strict. The 4 major star regions, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger. Within each star region, there are also levels. The numbering and naming of star systems are not random. The closer to the center of the star region, the more abundant the material resources, the more apparent the laws, and the higher the level of the star system. The Vermilion Bird 98 star system I'm in is just a low-level star system. In the 4 major star regions, from star system 1 to 10, they are considered high-level star systems. Star systems 11 to 50 are considered mid-level. And from star system 51 to 1000, they are low-level star systems. Those star systems beyond 1000 cannot even be considered low-level. Those star systems have extremely scarce cultivation resources, making it very difficult to cultivate to the super god level. Without exceptional talent, one shouldn't even think about it. Not only those unranked star systems but also the small worlds are like this. Therefore, those who could cultivate to the super god level in the small world would be highly valued. It would be like a golden phoenix emerging from a remote mountain village, and no one would know if this golden phoenix would soar or fall. Whether they could adapt to the great world became a question. No one could predict, and they could only take it one step at a time. However, Lin Moyo could see from the information that the higher-ups of the human race had a great thirst for top-tier experts. After reading the information, Lin Moyo finally gained a true understanding of the human race. This was a race that had experienced collapse and near destruction, only to rise again from the ruins. It was an extremely difficult journey. Lin Moyo had a foundation and knew what he should do in the future. His goals aligned with the needs of the human race, and there was no conflict between them. Lin Moyo put down his teacup, his gaze falling on the street outside the tea house. People came and went on the street, with many young people passing by. They wore the attire of the human race, long robes that looked harmonious. The aura of youth emanated from them. Lin Moyo thought about how at the age of 20 in his previous life, he was already fighting monsters and instances and demons on battlefields, experiencing one secret realm after another. The human race in the great world was too well protected. Leaving the tea house, Lin Moyo also left the city. He re-entered the area exclusive to cultivators. This area was off-limits to ordinary people, except for staff members and cultivators like himself, at least at the super god level. Lin Moyo pondered the matter of belief power in his heart. The information he had obtained so far only mentioned the most basic uses of belief power. It could enhance the comprehension of laws, improve the quality of the soul, elevate the level of the soul, and even imbue belief power into spells, thereby increasing their power. But there were no specific instructions on how to operate it. As one of the fundamental powers of the human race, belief power was highly advanced and lofty. Super gods could hardly access it, and even among true gods, few could access it. The information mentioned that to truly understand belief power, one might need to go to the divine city. As for forging, there were many methods. In general, they could be divided into 2 categories, law forging and soul forging. Law forging further included fire forging, water forging, wind forging, and various other methods. The entire forging process was diverse and extremely complex. Soul forging, on the other hand, was much simpler, using soul power to forge. The most troublesome aspect of soul forging was the need for a powerful soul as a foundation, which happened to be Lin Moyo's greatest advantage. His soul power was strong enough. Therefore, this method was most suitable for Lin Moyo. The method used to forge the coffin of slumber was soul forging, and the entire process lasted a full month without any shortage of soul power. Lin Moyo understood the method of forging soul armor, which could be forged using various methods, but the most effective was the soul forging method. After all, this was something for the soul, so using the soul forging method would naturally yield the best results. There were also many materials that could be used to forge soul armor, and the higher the grade of the material, the better the effect. Coincidentally, Lin Moyo had the required material, Starfire Gold Essence. Starfire Gold Essence was a true god-level material, and if used to forge soul armor, it could greatly enhance the soul's defense. Combined with Lin Moyo's innate soul quality, even if a god sovereign launched a soul attack, he could withstand it. No matter what he did, safety always came first. Lin Moyo went to the forging center, which had a massive forging room. Here, one could find any forging environment needed. Forging here could significantly increase the success rate. Similarly, the rental fee for forging here was not cheap. A rental fee of 10 points per day was enough to deter many people. Chapter 910. Chapter 910, 910. Chapter 910, You are unkind, I am unrighteous. Lin Moyo rented a room suitable for soul forging. The room was equipped with an array that could accelerate the recovery of soul power and eliminate interference from other laws. For a forging room that costs 10 points a day, this was already very good. In fact, Lin Moyo could have forged the soul armor elsewhere, but he wanted to experience the facilities that some cultivators in the great world used. Task center, trading center, forging center, and next, he would visit the pill center. Vermilion Bird 98 to 1 star might be the place where he would stay the longest in the future, so he needed to understand it well. The door of the forging room was closed, and it would not open until Lin Moyo came out voluntarily or his points were insufficient. No one would disturb him. Lin Moyo took out the Starfire Gold Essence, a true god-level material that shimmered with a captivating light. Starfire Gold contained the laws of fire, and so did Starfire Gold Essence. The laws of fire constantly tempered the Starfire Gold Essence, making its texture very magical. Now, Lin Moyo infused his soul power into it and began to melt it. From the moment he started forging, Lin Moyo entered a state of selflessness. Just like when he forged the coffin of slumber, Lin Moyo became focused, undisturbed by external factors. Vermilion Bird Star Region, Star 1. In a magnificent and exquisite palace, an energetic old man in a neat and clean robe had eyes that sparkled with brilliance. The terrifying pressure emanating from him was not intentional, but it was enough to distort the space around him. This was the space of the great world, incredibly solid. Yet, it still couldn't withstand his unintentional majesty. Let's see how those young people have been doing recently. With his command, his will surged like a torrent. A huge light screen appeared in front of him. The light screen displayed countless names, all of whom had become super gods in the past year. This included everyone who had come from small worlds and remote star systems. Lin Moya was among them. The Vermilion Bird Star region was vast, with thousands of life star systems and countless small worlds, with an endless population. Every year, the number of new super gods was uncountable, at least in the millions. The Human Emperor Network listed everyone without missing a single one. The old man's eyes were sharp. Not bad, there are quite a few this year. Sort by age, and only take the top 1,000. According to the old man's will, the Human Emperor Network instantly completed the ranking. Millions of names disappeared, leaving only 1,000. Lin Moya was ranked first. The old man saw Lin Moya's age and murmured, 28 years old, really young. Then he trembled all over, his eyes widening. What, 28 years old? How is this possible? Ranked by age, Lin Moya was first at 28 years old. The second ranked person was 72 years old. In previous years, being a super god at 72 was considered a genius. But now, Lin Moya's brilliance completely overshadowed him. 28 years old, not just a few years younger. The significance of this age was extraordinary. Even the old man, who had lived for countless years and seen many storms, was shocked. His voice became rough and deep. Check Lin Moya's potential evaluation. The Human Emperor Network immediately displayed Lin Moya's potential evaluation and the time it was given. Legendary. The old man couldn't help but exclaim again. This result was both within his expectations and shocking. After a few seconds of silence, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. Great, our human race has produced another peerless genius. He excitedly said, bring out all the information on Lin Moya. Too excited, he lost his usual composure and revealed his true nature. The Human Emperor Network obeyed the command and brought out all the information on Lin Moya. In the Human Emperor Network, there are different levels of permissions, and the old man had very high permissions. Although he couldn't see Lin Moya's assessment process in the War God Hall, he could see Lin Moya's information. Lin Moya's detailed information was presented before the old man, very comprehensive. Even the tasks Lin Moya had completed and the information he had purchased in recent days were all recorded. The old man carefully examined it, occasionally clicking his tongue in admiration. In just a few days, he has completed 2 tasks and reached the 3rd tier of Super God. He even completed the task in the Meteor Secret Realm, very impressive. And he sold so much Starfire Gold, it seems he found a Starfire Gold vein. The more the old man looked, the more amazed he became. Lin Moya not only grew at an astonishing rate but also had great luck. He completed the potential evaluation in the War God Hall on Star 98. Recently, the one on duty there is Old Luo. Damn, Old Luo must also know about Lin Moya. The War God Hall will definitely try to recruit him. We can't let them take him first. The old man suddenly became nervous. He was about to call someone to bring Lin Moya over. But after thinking for a moment, he stopped. His will connected to the Human Emperor Network again, directly contacting Old Luo, who was on duty in the War God Hall. Hey, Luo Kinkin, stop pretending to be dead, come out. The old Luo that Gu Qingxian mentioned, whose real name was Luo Kinkin, appeared in the Human Emperor Network. Through the network, the two saw each other across hundreds of thousands of light years. Luo Kinkin squinted his eyes. Zhu Lao-san, are you looking for death? Being called Zhu Lao-san by Luo Kinkin, the old man didn't mind at all. Luo Kinkin, I ask you, are you planning to recruit that kid named Lin Moya into the War God Hall? Luo Kinkin snorted. So what if I am? What business is it of yours? Zhu Lao-san shouted angrily, you're dreaming. I'm telling you, I have my eyes on this young man. Luo Kinkin laughed heartily. Just because you have your eyes on him, does that make him yours? I've already submitted his information to the Hallmaster. If you have the guts, go talk to the Hallmaster. Zhu Lao-san was momentarily speechless, his face turning red and white. Zhu Lao-san said coldly, fine, if you're unkind, I'll be unrighteous. I'll go tell the city lord. The city lord has been looking for a disciple these years, and I think Lin Moya was quite suitable. Luo Kinkin rolled his eyes at him, completely ignoring him. Go ahead and tell him, what does it have to do with me? Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. I still need to comprehend the laws of the stars. If you disturb me again, I'll come over and tear down your domain master's mansion. Luo Kinkin's temper flared, and his momentum was astonishing. Zhu Lao-san was startled, knowing that Luo Kinkin would really do it. He snorted, you War God Hall people always snatch talents every year. It was fine in the past, but this time it won't be so easy. Chapter 911. Chapter 911, 911. Chapter 911, Emergency Mission, The Curse on the Life Star. Zhu Lao-san reported the information about Lin Moya to the city lord. Lin. Soon, the city lord replied. The general idea was to observe further and see how Lin Moya performed in the future. Zhu Lao-san understood the city lord's caution. Many geniuses show strong initial performance but fade into mediocrity later on. The city lord's decision to take on a disciple was a significant matter and could not be rushed. However, the city lord also informed the hall master of the War God Hall, ensuring that they would not approach Lin Moya for the time being. Just like everyone else, Lin Moya was given the freedom to develop on his own. After receiving the message, Zhu Lao-san pondered for a moment and murmured, let's allow him to develop freely for now, but we can't let him be completely unsupervised. We still need to keep an eye on him. We can assign him some tasks to help him quickly improve his permissions. We must ensure that the people from the War God Hall do not come into contact with him. Zhu Lao-san issued several orders, and immediately, someone was sent to the Vermilion Bird 98 to 1-star system where Lin Moya was located. For 10 consecutive days, Lin Moya stayed in the forging room without moving an inch. 10 days later, the door of the forging room opened, and Lin Moya walked out. His energy and spirit were intact, showing no signs of the weakness that typically follows soul forging. Usually, after using soul power for forging, people feel weak and powerless due to the excessive consumption of soul power, requiring a significant amount of time to recover. However, Lin Moya showed no signs of fatigue, and his energy and spirit remained at their peak. Lin Moya was in a great mood, having successfully completed his first true forging. The soul armor was already forged and worn on his soul. The soul armor, made from Starfire Gold essence, was fiery red all over. Lin Moya's soul felt the warmth brought by the soul armor, feeling very comfortable. Starfire Gold essence, like Starfire Gold, also had the effect of enhancing the quality of the soul. Unfortunately, Lin Moya's soul quality was too high for this effect to manifest. With the soul armor, his soul defense was greatly enhanced. Now, even if a God King launched a soul attack on him, it might not be able to kill him. Let's go check out the pill center. With this thought, Lin Moya used the teleportation array to go to the pill center. The pill center was always enveloped in the scent of various medicinal herbs. The fragrance of the herbs was refreshing. However, Lin Moya knew nothing about pill forging, so after a brief tour, he left. With second-level permissions, the pills available for purchase were limited and not very effective. Most of them were healing pills, but Lin Moya had little need for them. After leaving the pill center, Lin Moya returned to the task center. He had his own plan. In the coming days, he would continuously complete tasks to improve his permissions and level. He aimed to upgrade his permissions to level 3 as quickly as possible. With third-level permissions, the range of teleportation would greatly increase, exceeding 100 light-years. This would be several dozen times more than his current range. At that time, he could take on more tasks, and the points rewarded for each task would also be higher. Back at the task center, Lin Moya began to browse the tasks. There were only so many tasks available for second-level permissions, and high-point tasks were even rarer. After browsing through them, Lin Moya selected a few material gathering tasks. The requirements and rewards were similar to those for finding Starfire Gold. One task was particularly unique, involving the search for a peculiar creature called the Stone Fragment Worm. Stone Fragment Worms usually lived in shattered stars. They almost never left the shattered stars where they were born. Leaving would mean death for them. The task required finding the Stone Fragment Worms, recording their coordinates, and uploading the information to the Human Emperor network. Someone would then come to collect the Stone Fragment Worms. This task also offered a reward of 100 points, which Lin Moya was eager to take on. Suddenly, a new task appeared in the task list, jumping to the top of all tasks. Emergency mission: investigate the anomaly on Vermilion Bird 105 to 3 Lifestar. The detailed information of the task would only be available after accepting it. Moreover, only 1,000 people were allowed to accept this task. Without hesitation, Lin Moya accepted the task immediately. He now understood that there were many types of tasks. The most common were regular tasks, like the 2 he had previously completed. In addition to these, there were special tasks and emergency tasks. Generally, emergency tasks offered the best rewards among the various types of tasks. Emergency tasks were often sudden events, directly issued by the Human Emperor network. After accepting the task, Lin Moya saw the detailed information. On Vermilion Bird 105 to 3 Lifestar, a large number of humans had died for unknown reasons, and many others had fallen ill with strange diseases. Cultivators were needed to investigate. The reward calculation for this task was different from other tasks. This task would involve 1,000 people, each conducting their own investigation. The rewards would vary based on the degree of task completion and contribution. The specific rewards would be calculated and distributed after the task was completed. The task only provided a reward range, from no reward to 1,000 points. After accepting the task, Lin Moya immediately headed to the nearest teleportation array. He was joined by at least 50 others who had also secured the task. This emergency task issued by the Human Emperor network was open to several nearby star systems, allowing all cultivators with second-level permissions to accept it. However, the number of participants was limited to 1,000. Those who managed to secure a spot were quick and sharp-eyed. The teleportation array operated quickly, sending them one by one to the 105-star system. The distance of 10 to 20 light-years required 2 points per teleportation. The cost doubled with the distance. Teleporting to a life star system had the advantage of directly reaching the destination. Unlike non-life star systems, where one could only teleport to the outskirts and then use flying devices to enter, Lin Moya directly teleported to Vermilion Bird 105 to 3 Lifestar. As soon as he left the teleportation array, he frowned. Such a strong aura of death. This is the power of a curse. Lin Moya was secretly shocked. This life star was actually surrounded by the power of a curse. Don't block the teleportation array, move aside. A voice called out, and Lin Moya immediately stepped aside. The teleportation array continued to light up, with more people teleporting over. More and more super gods arrived, and discussions filled the air. Why can't I sense any life aura on this life star? I feel a strong curse power. This kind of power shouldn't appear on a life star. Someone has cast a vicious curse on this life star. It's the work of aliens. Chapter 912. Chapter 912, 912. Chapter 912, can only alleviate, cannot cure. Everyone thought of the root cause: some aliens had cast a curse here. Lin. In the vast Vermilion Bird star region, the 105 star system is a low-level star system, especially the 105 to 3 life star, where most of the inhabitants are ordinary people. There are not many super gods. If powerful aliens arrive and are careful enough, they are indeed not easily discovered. Although the human emperor network is powerful, it is not omnipotent. There will always be blind spots in surveillance, and similar incidents happen from time to time. It must be aliens who came and cast the curse, but we don't know how many came. No matter how many, we must make sure they don't leave. This is the territory of the human race. How can we allow aliens to run wild? The super gods present were gnashing their teeth in hatred towards the aliens. They also understood that aliens who sneak in like this are not very strong. If they were too strong, they would definitely be discovered by the human emperor network. Moreover, the fact that the human emperor network issued this task indicates that it has already grasped the whereabouts and strength of the aliens. After everyone arrived, the task information changed. Vermilion Bird 105 to 3 star has been invaded by aliens and cursed. Task 1, find the aliens and eliminate them. Task 2, remove the curse power and restore the life star. Task 3, treat the human compatriots. After the task was issued, the 1,000 super gods split up and took action. Super gods moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they scattered in all directions. In an instant, there was no one left in front of the teleportation array. Lin Moya looked at the sky, suddenly frowned, and soared into the sky. In an instant, he broke through the clouds and reached above them. Bright sunlight shone down. The 105 star system is a very normal life star system. Like the 98 star system, it has a bright and hot star. But now, the light of the star was obscured by thick clouds. Lin Moya felt the warmth of the sunlight and the coldness of the dark clouds, his face becoming extremely gloomy. This is not a cloud at all, but a curse cloud. The entire star was shrouded in thick curse clouds. Without the light of the star fell into darkness, and the temperature dropped sharply. At the same time, the curse power caused massive casualties. Lin Moya had curse spells, including powerful poison curses, and had a deep understanding of curse power. He recognized the curse cloud at a glance. As long as the curse cloud was not removed, it would be extremely difficult for the star to recover. Since the aliens dared to sneak in, finding them would not be easy. The human emperor network did not specify where the aliens were. They might have already left the star. The curse cloud could not be resolved quickly either. Before that, Lin Moya decided to first treat the human compatriots on the star. Saving one is better than none, and he would try to reduce casualties as much as possible. Diving back into the clouds, Lin Moya identified the direction and flew towards the area with the strongest life aura. Lin Moya arrived above a city, and his face immediately became extremely ugly. Many people had died, and corpses were piled up like mountains. On the other side, the survivors affected by the curse were gathered together, receiving treatment. Each one looked listless and in very poor condition. Cultivators skilled in healing, regardless of their strength, were continuously treating people. There were also arrays in operation, providing treatment, but the effect was minimal. The newly arrived super gods were also at a loss. Most of the super gods who came were actually looking for the aliens. They wanted to solve the problem at its source. As for treating the injured, not everyone was skilled in it. After Lin Moya arrived, he waved his hand, stirring up a gust of wind. The laws of undeath roared out, in gray and white, giving the wind color. The white wind blew on the humans, bringing strong vitality. Everyone felt a boost in spirit, immediately feeling much better, and their faces became rosy. The gray wind carried the aura of death and blew into the thick curse clouds. The decaying laws of undeath could even decay curses. The curse clouds were immediately weakened, and even some light shone through, bringing a glimmer of brightness to the darkness. Thank you, sir, for saving us. Those who were treated thanked Lin Moya one after another. The super gods who came with him looked at Lin Moya in surprise. They didn't expect Lin Moya to be able to deal with the curse. For a moment, they were filled with curiosity about Lin Moya. The strength of a third-tier super god was not very high. Lin Moya's laws were very mysterious, something they had never seen before. Lin Moya sighed deeply. What he did was only a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. He couldn't completely remove the curse, only provide temporary relief. Amidst the gratitude of the people, Lin Moya showed no joy but instead flew towards another direction with a serious expression. Lin Moya moved extremely fast, covering the entire star in just half a day, treating all the survivors. Although he couldn't completely cure the curse, he at least stabilized their condition. The curse clouds also thinned significantly due to Lin Moya's actions. Next, I need to find the source and eliminate these pests. His words were filled with killing intent. At this moment, Lin Moya felt as if he had returned to the small world. Years of continuous battles and endless killing. He hated aliens the most. In the small world, it was the aliens who invaded. In the great world, it was still the same. In half a day, the 1,000 super gods who came with him had searched the entire life star inside and out but couldn't find any trace of the aliens. Some super gods were even affected by the curse, becoming weak. The curse had an accumulative effect. Over time, even super gods couldn't withstand it. The super gods who came were all at a loss. They cursed and felt extremely frustrated. This is really disgusting. I'd rather have a straightforward fight. Exactly, even fighting a true god would be better than this. Come on, a true god could crush you with one finger. Which race is this? It's so damn disgusting. Hey, where is he going? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Moya flew into the curse clouds alone, swallowed by the thick curse clouds. He doesn't think the aliens are hiding in the curse clouds, does he? We've already searched, the aliens are not in there. Besides, the curse power in the clouds is stronger. He's going to suffer. In this half-day, Lin Moyo had gained some fame. When everyone was at a loss, only Lin Moyo could alleviate the curse. But he still couldn't solve the problem at its root. Now that Lin Moyo had entered the curse clouds, no one believed he could find the aliens. They had already searched thoroughly, and the aliens were not in the curse clouds. Chapter 913. Chapter 913, 913. Chapter 913, The Blackfly Clan, damn it. Lin Moyo flew into the curse cloud. The surroundings became pitch black and incredibly quiet. The power of the curse, carrying traces of laws, began to spread towards him. It was like countless venomous snakes eyeing Lin Moyo. Unexpectedly, a thin layer of gray erupted from Lin Moyo's body, displaying the death aspect of the undying law on his exterior. These cursed venomous snakes, as if encountering a more toxic entity, fled in fear. Lin Moyo sensed the source of the curse. Through his understanding of the power of curses, he gradually found some clues. In this world, nothing exists without a trace. Everything can leave clues. Lin Moyo locked onto the source of the curse through the fluctuations of the curse's laws. 300 kilometers away. Lin Moyo's eyes sparkled as he shuttled through the curse cloud. In the blink of an eye, he covered the 300 kilometers. Lin Moyo flew out of the curse cloud and saw the source of the curse. A small grass. No, to be precise, it was a worm in the soil beneath the grass. It looked extremely ordinary, only the size of a pinky finger. The worm was pitch black, blending into the dark soil without light, using the grass as camouflage, making it almost invisible to the naked eye. Even a soul scan would subconsciously ignore it. The moment he locked onto it, Lin Moyo thought of a race he had seen in the data. The Blackfly Clan. This race itself does not have strong attack power but is skilled in curse techniques. Moreover, they have a characteristic: once killed by their curse, the life force will belong to them. The more beings killed by the curse, the stronger the beings killed by the curse, the stronger the Blackfly Clan becomes. The Blackfly Clan is despised by all major races, but they are too small, with the strongest in their clan being only at the God Sovereign level. For the strong races, they can be easily exterminated. Over time, no one paid attention to them anymore. Unexpectedly, they provoked the human race this time. Lin Moyo did not alert the enemy but returned to the curse cloud to continue searching for other black flies. To cover the entire life star with a curse cloud, one black fly was far from enough. Following the curse's aura, he quickly found the second black fly. Then the third, the fourth, one by one, all the black flies were found. There were a total of 108 black flies, working together to spew out the curse cloud, enveloping the entire star. These black flies were not strong, with the strongest being only at the 5th tier of the super god level. Moreover, the Blackfly clan, apart from curses, did not have strong combat power. Lin Moyo, who was not afraid of curses, could be said to be the nemesis of the Blackfly clan. After finding all the black flies, Lin Moyo planned to take action. One by one, skeleton god generals appeared in the curse cloud. While Lin Moyo was searching for the black flies, he had already left behind the skeleton god generals. Lin Moyo prepared a skeleton god general for each black fly, showing them great respect. He believed that under the siege of the skeleton god generals, they would have no chance to escape. Just as Lin Moyo was about to take action, he stopped. Something's not right, there should be one more. Lin Moyo had just read a lot of data. Among them were many introductions to various alien races. The Blackfly clan always has a leader when they act. Now, 108 black flies had been found, but their leader was missing. To kill the enemy, one must be thorough. If all these black flies were killed and the curse cloud dissipated, it would be difficult to find the leader again. Only now, through the connection of the curse laws, could the leader be found. Lin Moyo carefully searched again. He shuttled back and forth in the curse cloud. The other super gods were stunned, not knowing what Lin Moyo was doing. They only saw him shuttling back and forth in the curse cloud, over and over again. Some wanted to follow, but they found they couldn't keep up. Once Lin Moyo entered the curse cloud, they lost sight of him. After dozens of shuttles, Lin Moyo finally caught the last trace of aura. Following a faint trace of the law, Lin Moyo saw the leader of the black flies. It had already grown wings and was beginning to transform. Its strength had reached the 7th tier of the super god level. Once it unleashed a powerful curse, it could easily kill all the super gods who came along. Lin Moyo himself was not afraid of curses. The undying law was the nemesis of curses, and the power of curses fled faster than anything when encountering the undying law. Lin Moyo decided to eliminate all the black flies, including the winged leader, as quickly as possible. In the curse cloud, an army of skeleton god generals appeared. With a wave of Lin Moyo's hand, a giant undead eye over 100,000 meters wide opened in the sky. As the undead eye appeared, the long-prepared skeleton god generals charged out. They descended like lightning, instantly arriving in front of the black flies. The long swords in their hands locked onto the black flies, giving them no chance to escape. The current skeleton god generals could easily kill a 5th-tier super god and severely injure or even kill a 7th-tier super god. Dealing with the weakly defended black flies was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, extremely easy. As for the black fly leader, Lin Moyo personally took care of it. Undead gaze, time curse, undying law, skeleton god generals, all were used. The black fly died amidst screams. The super gods on the star were stunned. Why did so many skeletons suddenly appear from the curse cloud? And these skeletons were killing bugs on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they realized these bugs were all super god level. I remember now, it's the Blackfly clan. It's the Blackfly clan skilled in curses, no wonder. The Black Fly clan is not only skilled in curses but also in hiding. How did he find them? This guy named Lin Moya is really impressive. Are these skeletons his summoned creatures or puppets? Previously, when Lin Moya was shuttling back and forth, they found it amusing, thinking he couldn't find anything. But now, Lin Moya's actions had slapped them in the face. With the death of the black flies, the cursed cloud in the sky became rootless. Lin Moya stirred up a gust of wind, the undying law carrying the power of death and decay, blowing away the cursed cloud. The white wind brought vitality to the people. The condition of many humans quickly improved. The curse was dispelled, and under the white wind, life was restored. The skeletons returned, bringing back the bodies of the black flies. The bodies of the black flies were good materials for alchemy. They had been sold at the trading center before, and the price was not cheap. Even if he didn't sell them himself, he could throw them to the trading center to exchange for points. Following the principle that even a mosquito is meat, Lin Moya wouldn't let any go to waste. As the cursed cloud dissipated, sunlight once again bathed the land. The wind continued to blow, sweeping across the entire star. The life force within the undying law dispelled the curse and brought new life to the star. Chapter 914. Chapter 914, 914. Chapter 914, use all your abilities. As the wind blew, the immense vitality permeated the entire star. Lin, the miracle of life unfolded at this moment. Plants grew wildly. In just a few hours, they completed several years of growth. When the wind stopped, all the curses were completely dispelled. Except for the dead who could not be resurrected, the crisis on star 105-3 was completely resolved. At this moment, everyone received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Task completed, rewards will be calculated. Then, everyone received their respective rewards. The expressions on the faces of those who received the messages were strange, a mix of frustration, amusement, and helplessness. How many points did you get? I got 5 points. After deducting the travel expenses, I only earned 1 point. Haha, we did a bit better, we got 10 points. This task was really disgusting, the rewards are so low. Who told you to perform poorly? I got 20 points. I wonder how many points he got. Everyone was curious about how many points Lin Moya received. After all, the entire task was essentially completed by him alone. From the initial treatment to finding the black flies, killing the black flies, and then dispelling the curse, Lin Moya, a third-tier super god, displayed astonishing strength. No one felt any jealousy. Lin Moya's achievements were genuine, without any shortcuts. Jealousy only hinders progress. One of the teachings of the human race is not to be jealous of others. You can be dissatisfied, but you should strive to catch up. Jealousy is the most useless emotion and can be discarded. Lin Moya also received his task rewards. The moment he saw the notification, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Task 1, find and eliminate the aliens. Completion rate, 100%, reward, 500 points. Task 2, remove the curse power and restore the life star. Completion rate, 100%, reward, 300 points. Task 3, treat the human compatriots. Completion rate, 100%, reward, 200 points. All 3 tasks were perfectly completed, total completion rate, 100%, rewards doubled. Lin Moya instantly gained 2,000 points. His total points reached. This task alone earned him 2,000 points, and Lin Moya felt it was well worth it. If there were always such emergency tasks, how great would that be? A few more of these, and he could upgrade to third-level permissions. As he was thinking, another message suddenly popped up. Special task, go to the 000 non-life star system. Lin Moya checked and found that the 000 non-life star system was a full light year away. If he were to teleport, it would cost 150 points, and the key was that he couldn't even get there. At this moment, a prompt appeared in the special task. If you accept the special task, you will be directly teleported to the destination, ignoring the distance and permission level restrictions. Lin Moya was slightly stunned, realizing there was such a benefit. Special tasks are indeed special for a reason. However, special tasks are very rare and only triggered under certain conditions. Lin Moya didn't know what conditions triggered this special task, but he accepted it without hesitation. After accepting the task, a spacetime tunnel suddenly appeared in front of him, sucking Lin Moya in. After Lin Moya was sucked into the spacetime tunnel, far away on Vermilion Bird Star 01, Zhu Lao-san received the message simultaneously. Domain Master, as per your request, the special task has been assigned. Zhu Lao-san asked, did he accept it? A voice responded, he has accepted it and is heading to Vermilion Bird 000066 non-life planet. Zhu Lao-san laughed heartily, very good, keep monitoring him and report his every move to me. Yes, sir. After cutting off the communication, Zhu Lao-san laughed again. To come out of the stellar essence fire unscathed, his defense is comparable to a true god. After obtaining the Starfire Gold Vein, he should have also obtained Starfire Gold Essence. Then he bought the method to forge soul armor and used the soul forging method to create soul armor. This indicates his soul power is very abundant. Little guy, show me all your abilities. Lin Moya's every move was accurately predicted by Zhu Lao-san. Originally, everything Lin Moya did was completed under the watchful eyes of many. With Zhu Lao-san's status, a little investigation and some speculation could reveal most of the details. Lin Moya's performance was so outstanding that it exceeded his expectations. Passing through the Meteor Secret Realm as a first-tier super god proved Lin Moya's extraordinary observational skills and combat power far beyond his level. Coming out of the stellar essence fire unscathed and obtaining a large amount of Starfire Gold further proved his combat power and extremely strong defense. Finally, being able to forge soul armor using the soul forging method indicated his soul was also strong. Careful observation, attack power, defense power, soul power, all were strong. At the age of 28, with a legendary potential evaluation, Zhu Lao-san didn't know how to describe Lin Moyo anymore. Lin Moyo was simply a miracle. Zhu Lao-san wanted to record everything Lin Moyo did. Finally, he would report it to the city lord, and perhaps Lin Moyo could be chosen as a disciple. Vermilion Bird 000066 Non-Life Star System. Lin Moyo completed a 1,500-second teleportation, appearing outside the star system. He appeared very close to the teleportation array. After completing the task, he could leave through the teleportation array. After Lin Moyo finished teleporting, the task information was updated. Task name: Investigate the Vermilion Bird 000066 Non-Life Star System. Task description: The Vermilion Bird 000066 Non-Life Star System has experienced frequent stellar anomalies in the past month. Please conduct a detailed investigation. Task 1: Approach the star within 1,000 kilometers and observe the surface conditions. Task 2: Attempt to find out the cause of the stellar anomalies. Task 3: Attempt to resolve the anomalies. Upon task completion, rewards will be given based on the completion rate of each task. Lin Moyo accepted the task and immediately took out the God-slaying fortress, transforming into a flash of lightning and flying towards the star system. This task was essentially to investigate the anomalies in the star system's star. It would be best to find out the cause and even resolve the anomalies. After he left, a figure appeared in the void. He recorded everything Lin Moyo did, waiting to report to Zhu Lao-san. God-slaying fortress. Why does he have a military God-slaying fortress? Using the God-slaying fortress as a means of transportation is a bit wasteful. The figure spoke softly and then followed. He had no flying device, but his speed was not slower than the God-slaying fortress. Chapter 915. Chapter 915, 915. Chapter 915, The Heartbeat Sound from the Star. The God-slaying fortress transformed into lightning and flew into the star system at an astonishing speed. It stopped immediately after entering the star system, without going further. Lin Moyo left the God-slaying fortress and sensed the situation in the star system. Each star system has its own characteristics. Especially non-life star systems, their characteristics are more pronounced. If every life star system has commonalities, differing only in resource abundance and location, then each non-life star system has its own story. For example, the Vermilion Bird 000066 non-life star system where Lin Moyo currently was, might have been a prosperous life star system long ago, but for some reason, it became what it is today. The temperature is very high. Even though we are far from the star, the temperature shouldn't be this high. It seems the star is indeed abnormal. From a distance, the star looked like a small fireball, smaller than a fist, revealing nothing unusual. Only by getting closer could one see some clues. Lin Moyo re-entered the God-slaying fortress and flew towards the star. This non-life star system was much better than the Vermilion Bird 000128 non-life star system, at least the stars were not shattered. Large stars floated in the star system, continuously orbiting the star. Except for the absence of life, everything else seemed normal. As Lin Moyo approached the star, he suddenly saw darkness ahead, and a monster flew towards him. The monster was extremely fast and crashed heavily into the God-slaying fortress. The immense force actually stopped the God-slaying fortress. Lin Moyo reacted quickly, and with a thought, a God-slaying thunder was launched. Although the God-slaying fortress had not fully recovered, it could still injure a true god. As for anything below the 6th tier of super god, being hit by the God-slaying fortress would mean losing at least half their life if not dying. The monster that pounced was close at hand. The God-slaying thunder struck it, and intense flames erupted from its body. The flames included blue fire, indicating extremely high temperatures. The monster screamed in pain, its expression twisted in agony. But it did not give up, continuing to frantically attack the God-slaying fortress. The monster possessed the laws of fire, and each strike caused a burst of flames. The God-slaying fortress was extremely sturdy, unaffected by the monster's attacks. After several attacks from the God-slaying fortress, the monster fell with reluctance. Lin Moyo observed that these monsters had combat power around the 4th tier of super god. With slightly stronger defense, they could reach the 6th tier of super god. The God-slaying fortress needed 3 hits to kill one. The monster was about 200 meters long, not very large in the starry sky. Lin Moyo's data did not include information about this star system, so he didn't know if these monsters originally lived in the star system or came from outside. Nor did he know if these monsters were the cause of the star's anomalies. As he got closer to the star, Lin Moyo saw many black spots on the star. Could the star's anomalies be caused by these black spots? Getting closer, Lin Moyo finally saw that these black spots were actually the monsters that had attacked him. They seemed to have noticed Lin Moyo and charged at him frantically. Now only tens of thousands of kilometers from the star, Lin Moyo put away the God-slaying fortress. He used a detection spell to check the monster's information. Fire-eating beast. Level, super god. Characteristics, fond of fire, highly immune to fire element laws, unafraid of high temperatures. Can devour star flames to enhance itself. After reading the information, Lin Moyo pointed a finger, and the originally scorching temperature dropped significantly. Above Lin Moyo, the undying world descended, filled with countless phantoms. Then a giant eye over 100,000 meters wide slowly opened. Silver flames burned in the eye, intertwined with gray and white energy. The laws carried by the undead gaze greatly enhanced its attack power. Wherever it looked, the fire-eating beast screamed in agony. Lin Moya pointed again, using the fusion spell, Time Curse. The triple curse, enhanced by the laws of time, exploded instantly. The monster's defense was indeed strong, but their soul power was limited. Under the dual attack of the undead gaze and time curse, they were instantly killed. Lin Moya acted as if it was a trivial matter, flying alone towards the star. After Lin Moya left, a figure that had been following him revealed itself. He stared at the place where the fire-eating beasts had died, muttering, "What kind of law is this? I've never seen it before." He thought for a moment and collected 2 fire-eating beast corpses. As he got closer to the star, Lin Moya felt the flames on the star's surface pulsating violently. Each pulse released immense heat. The star seemed very unstable, as if it could explode at any moment. When he was only 1,000 kilometers from the star, Lin Moya saw more fire-eating beasts. There were many more of them, at least 100,000, burrowing into the star, their bodies writhing frantically as if digging for something. Lin Moya noticed that they had no interest in his presence. Unlike the fire-eating beasts on the star's surface, these fire-eating beasts seemed deeply attracted to something, digging with intense focus. As they dug, the entire star rumbled, and unusual heat was emitted, causing the temperature of the entire star system to rise sharply. What is attracting them? Lin Moya knew he had completed Task 1, observing from within 1,000 kilometers of the star's surface. For Task 2, finding the cause of the star's anomalies, Lin Moya believed he had figured it out. It was likely caused by these fire-eating beasts, but why they were doing this remained unknown. Lin Moya approached further, getting very close to the star. The rolling flames were within reach. Boom! The moment he touched the flames, he heard a loud heartbeat. A heartbeat. Lin Moya was shocked. How could there be a heartbeat? He even wondered if he had misheard. But when he touched the flames again, the heartbeat sounded again, very clearly. Lin Moya tried reaching into the flames. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat was strong and rhythmic. With each heartbeat, Lin Moya had a thought. Go in, get it. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal suddenly roared, and Lin Moya's thought was instantly dispelled. Lin Moya felt a lingering fear. He had just had the urge to rush in recklessly. It felt like he was being bewitched. He finally understood why the fire-eating beasts were frantically digging into the star. They were likely attracted by the heartbeat. Lin Moya now understood what was happening. Chapter 916. Chapter 916, 916. Chapter 916, Heart of Flame, Enhancing the Body. Within the star, something must have been nurtured. Moreover, it had already been fully nurtured. It was this object that was fatally attracting the fire-eating beasts. Lin Moya could be certain that the monsters digging into the star were definitely not the first batch. There must have been fire-eating beasts that had entered the star before, but their fate was unknown. A star is not a solid celestial body, it is essentially a ball of fire. Its structure is very loose. These fire-eating beasts quickly dug a passage after a while, heading towards the interior of the star. The fire-eating beasts scrambled to be the first, not letting anyone else get ahead. Lin Moya, driven by curiosity, followed behind them. Soon, they reached the very center of the star. Lin Moya saw a heart that looked like a ruby. The heart was extremely large, and in front of it, Lin Moya looked like an ant. Each beat of the heart produced a deafening sound. The fire-eating beasts were attracted by the heartbeat and rushed towards it madly. As they approached, with each beat of the heart, the fire-eating beasts froze in place and then exploded into a mist of blood. With another beat of the heart, the blood mist turned into a dragon of fresh blood, which was absorbed by the heart, leaving nothing behind. In this space, there were no flames, and it was spotless and clean. Lin Moya looked at the heart, which continued to beat. Lin Moya did not know how many fire-eating beasts it had attracted, nor did he know what it was or if it posed a threat to him. At least for now, its heartbeat could not enchant him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moya cast a detection spell. Heart of Flame, a magical treasure nurtured by a star, capable of enhancing physical strength. The detection spell did not specify the exact method of use, but anything evaluated as a magical treasure by the detection spell must be of a high level. Just like the stellar fire seed in the stellar essence fire, it could enhance the fusion degree of spells. The probability of a star nurturing a treasure is less than 1 in 100,000, and I actually encountered it. Should I say that my luck is too good? Lin Moya felt a bit boastful, his face thick with pride. Now he had to consider how to collect the Heart of Flame. Based on the method he used to collect the ancient Thunder Tower before, he could leave his soul imprint on the Heart of Flame, and then he could successfully collect it. Lin Moya tried to approach the Heart of Flame. The Heart of Flame seemed to sense Lin Moya and began to beat faster. The sound of its beating echoed through the space. With each beat, the flames of the star also pulsed. Not only the flames, but Lin Moya also felt his own heart beating in rhythm with it. Its beating speed increased, and Lin Moya felt his own heartbeat speeding up as well. A feeling of discomfort surged in his heart. Then, a flash of white light appeared on his body, and Undying Spirit and Damage Transfer activated simultaneously. All discomfort vanished without a trace at that moment. The skeletons took on all the damage for Lin Moya. Lin Moya smoothly reached the Heart of Flame and placed his soul consciousness on it. His soul power surged, quickly completing the soul imprint. With a swoosh, the Heart of Flame drilled into his body, appearing in the position of his heart. The Heart of Flame turned into a stream of light and merged with his heart. Boom, boom, boom. After merging with the Heart of Flame, his heart's beating became extremely powerful. Each beat produced a booming sound. With each beat, fresh blood was pumped out, flowing through his entire body, gradually making him stronger. So this is how it's used. The Heart of Flame only needed to be collected, and it would merge with one's heart. Through the newly pumped blood, it would transform the body, making it stronger and more vigorous. Amazing. Even now, Lin Moyo could hardly believe it. What happened was something he had never imagined. The whole process was very smooth, except for the initial discomfort from the heartbeat. The soul imprinting was not difficult at all. Lin Moyo thought it must be because his soul quality was too high. At the peak of the 3rd grade, infinitely close to the 4th grade in soul quality. This was a soul quality comparable to a 9th-tier God King. Combined with Lin Moya's extremely pure soul power, it was only natural to subdue a heart of flame. Lin Moya left the star and reappeared outside. Everywhere he looked, there were fire-eating beasts. Tens of thousands of fire-eating beasts stared at him, eyes full of hostility. Lin Moyo understood that these fire-eating beasts were here for the Heart of Flame. Now that the Heart of Flame had merged with him, they naturally targeted him. Knowing the reason was one thing, facing the attack was another. Lin Moyo would not show mercy. These fire-eating beasts, only at the 3rd or 4th tier of the super god level, were nothing to Lin Moyo. With a thought, the undead army was deployed. The starry sky turned into a sea of skeletons. Death Knights charged, skeleton god warriors slashed madly. Skeleton god mages and god archers targeted the fire-eating beasts. Bone dragons swooped down from all directions, spewing terrifying dragon breath. No matter how strong the fire-eating beasts' resistance to fire was, their defense crumbled like tofu in the face of the dragon breath. The dragon breath's flames came from the undying world, not ordinary fire elements. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Moya didn't even need to lift a finger, and the fire-eating beasts were wiped out. The starry sky was filled with the corpses of fire-eating beasts. At this moment, a message came from the Human Emperor Network. Task completed. Task 1, completion rate 100%, reward 100 points. Task 2, completion rate 100%, reward 200 points. Task 3, completion rate 100%, reward 300 points. All tasks completed with a 100% completion rate, rewards doubled. Lin Moyo gained another 1,200 points. This task was highly rewarding, not only earning 1,200 points but also obtaining the Heart of Flame. The first burst of the Heart of Flame could bring great benefits to the body. Satisfied with the results, Lin Moya summoned the Godslaying Fortress and flew towards the teleportation array. After he left, with a slight spatial distortion, the shadow that had been monitoring Lin Moya reappeared. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. Such good luck, to encounter the Heart of Flame. Are those skeletons his summoned creatures? There seem to be quite a lot of them. And their strength is impressive, killing enemies of the same level as easily as drinking water. His soul power is very strong, subduing the Heart of Flame with ease, at least at the peak of the 2nd grade. He reported everything he saw and heard to Zhu Laosan. Chapter 917. Chapter 917, 917. Chapter 917, Permissions, both a limitation and a protection. The probability of a star nurturing a treasure is extremely low, less than 1 in 10,000. Lin. Moreover, even if a treasure is nurtured within a star, it is very difficult to discover. Those strong individuals are not likely to search each star's interior one by one. As the saying goes, treasures are found by those with faith and kept by those with virtue. Even if one searches, it is not guaranteed to be found. Lin Moyo obtaining a fully nurtured treasure is a sign of great fortune. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Zhu Laosan added another note to Lin Moya's strengths, exceptional luck. At Zhu Laosan's level, he naturally understood that luck is a part of strength. Many times, strength cannot compare to luck. Zhu Laosan had his subordinates continue to monitor Lin Moyo, wanting to see what else would happen to him. But from the current perspective, Lin Moyo was already perfect enough. Whether in temperament, strength, or luck, he was excellent. Lin Moyo returned to the teleportation array outside the star system. Without the free spacetime tunnel for the return trip, he could only use the teleportation array to return on his own. 150 points is not a small amount. Fortunately, he completed the task and earned 1,200 points as a reward. Otherwise, he might have ended up losing points. Of course, he could also choose not to return. But according to the permissions given by the Human Emperor Network, this place was not within his activity range. Here, he could not accept tasks, and many things would be restricted. The Human Emperor Network has established a very strict and comprehensive management system in both the virtual and real worlds. Permission levels are the same for everyone. On the surface, the higher the permission level, the greater the freedom. Actually, Lin Moya could understand that this is a form of protection. Higher permissions often also represent stronger strength. In the great world, without corresponding strength, wandering around would only lead to death. Just like those who risked their lives to enter the stellar essence fire for a meaningless ranking. With more people, all kinds of strange things will happen. So Lin Moya could understand the actions of the human race's higher-ups. This is a form of protection for many people and, in fact, a protection for the foundation of the human race. Returning to Vermilion Bird 98 to 1 star, Lin Moya went to the trading center. Only a few days had passed since his last visit, and the trading center was still bustling with activity. The stalls were neatly arranged, and the shouting continued. He saw some familiar faces from his last visit. In these few days, they had not moved from their spots, and even their goods had not changed, wasting a lot of time for a small profit margin. Although Lin Moya's heart had calmed down and he was no longer as anxious as before, he still did not want to waste time. He went directly to the innermost part of the trading center and found an empty trading platform. After checking, he found that the value of the Black Fly Clan corpses was not low. For those below the 6th tier of Super God, all Black Fly Clan corpses were priced at 10 points each. They looked very similar, almost identical. Starting from the 6th tier of Super God, the Black Fly clan undergoes a transformation. They grow wings, like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, greatly increasing in strength and value. A 6th tier Super God Black Fly can be sold for 100 points, and each higher tier adds another 100 points. Lin Moyo had killed a 7th tier Super God Black Fly, which could be sold for 200 points. Additionally, the 108 black flies below the 6th tier of Super God could be sold for 1080 points, totaling 1280 points. After Lin Moya chose to sell directly, the trading platform disconnected from him again. Senior Lin, we meet again. The trading center staff member, a young man named Xiaoyan, appeared with a standard smile. Lin Moyo also smiled slightly, going to the trading room again. Xiaoyan nodded. Senior Lin is right. Any transaction over 1000 points must be completed in the trading room. Lin Moya was not surprised. Alright, insufficient permissions are indeed a bit troublesome. Permissions affect many aspects, not just the activity area and the tasks that can be accepted, but also other aspects. Xiaoyan smiled. Senior's permission upgrade speed is already very fast. Lin Moya knew this was just a polite remark. In fact, most Super Gods upgrade their permissions to level 2 at the 3rd tier. Then, by the 6th tier of Super God, permissions are usually upgraded to level 3 or higher. The entire process could take many years, depending on the frequency and speed of task completion, as well as one's understanding of the laws. Of course, there are also those who achieve level 3 permissions at the 5th tier of Super God, but such people are rare. Overall, strength levels and permissions almost upgrade simultaneously. For Super God levels, the corresponding permissions are from level 1 to level 3. Even a genius like Gu Qingxian, who received an extreme potential evaluation and had a God Sovereign as her master, with no shortage of resources, also upgraded her levels and permissions together. As far as Lin Moya knew, Gu Qingxuan's strength was at the 9th tier of Super God, with level 3 permissions. When she reaches the true God level, her permissions will be upgraded to level 4. With level 4 permissions, her activity range will expand to the entire Vermilion Bird Star region. Additionally, level 4 permissions have a significant advantage. Tasks can be accepted and submitted at any time. There is no need to go to the task center every time. Arriving at the trading room, it was still room 03. Xiaoyan smiled. Senior Lin, please go in. The trading master is already waiting inside. Lin Moya nodded and entered the trading room. The door closed again, and Lin Moya saw Lin Xiao once more. Lin Xiao still had a bright and sweet smile. Senior Lin, we meet again. Yes. Lin Moya sat down at the tea table without hesitation. Lin Xiao naturally made tea and poured water for Lin Moya. Senior Lin, are you selling the Black Fly clan corpses this time? Lin Moya sipped his tea and said slowly, I completed an emergency task a few days ago. Lin Xiao's eyes curved into crescents. I heard from Xiao that many people rushed to accept the task, and the spots were quickly taken. Senior, you are very lucky. Did you get the Black Fly clan corpses from that task? Yes, the Black Fly clan infiltrated and caused many casualties among ordinary people. Fortunately, it was discovered early, preventing further escalation. Lin Xiao's eyes showed a hint of hatred. The Black Fly clan is too despicable, targeting ordinary people. But it's also strange how they managed to get in. As a fellow human, Lin Xiao also harbored hatred towards the alien races. Although Vermilion Bird 105-star system is on the edge, it is not the border. The Black Fly clan cannot just come and go as they please. Their silent infiltration this time was indeed strange. However, this was not something Lin Moya needed to worry about. The higher-ups of the human race would investigate. If there were any storms, the seniors of the human race would handle them, not someone like him. He was just a super god, not even considered cannon fodder. He should focus on cultivating and completing tasks. Chapter 918. Chapter 918, 918. Chapter 918, Confidence in Dealing with a 5th-tier super god. Lin Moya took out the corpses of the Black Fly clan. The corpses of the Black Fly clan were entirely black and only the size of a finger. After death, they curled up together, looking very inconspicuous. But they still emitted a cursed power. If an ordinary person picked them up, they would be plagued by bad luck and fall seriously ill. These are ominous objects. It should be said that the Black Fly clan has been accompanied by misfortune since its birth. Lin Moyo held the corpse of the Black Fly clan in his hand, ignoring the curse. Lin Xiao became nervous, her eyes slightly narrowing. Senior Lin, aren't you afraid of their curse? Lin Moya smiled and shook his head. I have read some information about the Black Fly clan. The Black Fly clan has the power of curses from birth. Moreover, their entire life can only use the power of curses. This is an ominous race, despised by all other races. If they weren't so small, they would have been exterminated by stronger races long ago. Lin Xiao had obviously also read about the Black Fly clan and agreed with Lin Moya's words. The strongest of the Black Fly clan is only at the God King level. They have never produced a being above the God King level, which is also the key to their survival until now. Lin Moya threw the corpse of the Black Fly clan into the trading platform, but everything has two sides. An ominous race despised by other races can be used by our human race for alchemy. Lin Moya thought of his undying law. Life contains death, and death contains life, like two sides of a coin. The wonders of the world are nothing more than this. He threw all the corpses of the Black Fly clan into the trading platform and exchanged them for 1,280 points. Lin Moya drank the tea in his cup in one gulp and then got up to leave. Lin Xiao watched the light of the teleportation array gradually dim and murmured, Senior Lin seems to have changed. Although she had only met him twice, there was a significant change between the first and the second time. The first time, Lin Moya still seemed a bit confused, easily identifiable as a newcomer. But this time, Lin Moya seemed like someone who had been in the Great World for many years. This kind of change happens to every cultivator who enters the Great World. It's just that the change in Lin Moya happened too quickly. In just a short time, Lin Moya had already adapted to life in the Great World. Leaving the trading room, Lin Moya returned to the task center. Having set his goals, he planned to take on various tasks continuously in the coming period. He aimed to increase his familiarity with the Great World through tasks while also improving his strength. Although there were many people in the task center, it was very quiet. Some people were looking for suitable tasks, while others were exchanging task experiences. But they all kept their voices low, not disturbing others. When Lin Moya entered, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. In the last emergency task, Lin Moya's performance was too outstanding, and many people remembered him. Especially in the final battle to exterminate the Blackfly clan, Lin Moya acted decisively, wiping out the entire Blackfly clan on the star. This demonstrated Lin Moya's strong combat power. On the surface, he appeared to be only a third-tier super god, but his true strength was far beyond that. Some people speculated about Lin Moya's strength afterward, believing that he had at least the combat power of a fifth-tier super god, making him a genius capable of challenging higher levels. Brother Lin. As soon as Lin Moya entered the task center, someone immediately approached him. Many people wanted to befriend a genius capable of challenging higher levels. Lin Moya stopped and looked at the person approaching. His name was Rinchang, and he had the strength of a fifth-tier super god. Under the coverage of the Human Emperor Network, some people who did not choose to hide their information could be easily identified. Lin Moya remembered this person. He had seen him during the emergency task on star 105-3. Renchang came up to Lin Moya and politely introduced himself. My name is Renchang, a member of the Ren family from the Vermilion Bird 98 star system. Lin Moya had never heard of the Ren family, so he assumed it was a cultivation family. Since the other party was very polite, Lin Moya responded courteously, Senior Ren, what can I do for you? Renchang laughed heartily, don't call me senior. We are all super gods, there's no need for such formalities. In the last task, we witnessed Brother Lin's strength. Dispelling curses, saving people, and killing the Blackfly clan, Brother Lin's performance was truly outstanding. That task was practically completed by Brother Lin alone. We were just there to watch. Faced with Rinchang's praise, Lin Moya modestly said, even without me, the task would have been completed eventually, just taking a bit more time. Lin Moya was humble and did not deny the contributions of Rinchang and others. Rinchang laughed, we all know that Brother Lin's strength is far beyond what it appears to be. With Brother Lin's strength, you can definitely take on some arena tasks. Lin Moya had indeed seen arena tasks but had not studied them in detail. Moreover, the rewards for arena tasks were random, with no specific numbers. So Lin Moya had not taken any at that time. Seeing Lin Moya's reaction, Rinchang understood the situation. Let's talk about it over there. Alright. Lin Moya did not refuse Rinchang's goodwill. He did not sense any malice from Rinchang. Perhaps Rinchang just wanted to make friends, or it could be his nature. The two found a table and sat down. Rinchang took out a bottle of wine and 2 cups. Lin Moya noticed that when Rinchang took out the wine, a ring on his finger flashed, and he felt a slight spatial fluctuation. Lin Moya was curious. The ring should be a storage ring, and he wondered how it differed from his storage space. Rinchang poured a cup for Lin Moya. The wine was clear and fragrant. Strangely, the aroma of the wine lingered only within their small area and did not spread out. Rinchang politely said, Brother Lin, try my wine. This is homemade by our Ren family and is quite famous in the nearby star systems. Lin Moya was not worried about the wine being poisoned and took a sip without hesitation. The aroma of the wine exploded in his mouth, and the wine was rich and full-bodied. It was indeed a good wine, much better than any he had tasted in the small world. The key was that the aroma of the wine cleared his mind, making him feel more alert. Lin Moya sincerely praised, good wine. Seeing Lin Moya's straightforwardness, Renchang's smile widened. If Brother Lin likes it, I'll give you some later. To be honest, Brother Lin, can you challenge higher levels? Yes. Lin Moya did not hide it. His actions on star 105-3 had already been seen by many, so there was no point in hiding it. Renchang asked, do you have confidence in dealing with a 5th-tier super god? Chapter 919. Chapter 919, 919. Chapter 919, Arena Task. Through Renchang's explanation, Lin Moya gradually understood what an arena task was. Lin, arena tasks are a type of regular task. After accepting the task, you can enter the arena in the Human Emperor Network to participate in challenge matches. Because the entire process takes place in the Human Emperor Network, there is no real danger to life, so you can fight with all your might. At the same time, arena tasks can be divided into ordinary challenges and higher-level challenges. Ordinary challenge tasks involve challenging opponents of similar strength. If you win, the task is considered complete, and you receive the corresponding reward. Higher-level challenges are a bit more complex, requiring you to challenge opponents stronger than yourself. This task is continuous, and the rewards can accumulate. As the number of challenges increases, the rewards also increase. Until you fail a challenge, the reward accumulation stops, and the task ends. According to Rinchang, ordinary challenges and arena tasks can be done once a month. Continuous challenges can be done once a year. After Rinchang finished explaining, the bottle of wine in his hand was already empty. Most of it was consumed by him personally. Wiping his mouth, Renchan, with a bit of post-drinking boldness, said in a louder voice than before, "With Brother Lin's strength, you can definitely complete several rounds of continuous challenges. The rewards are very generous. Even if you can't, this task can be done once a year, so not doing it would be a waste." It's said that as your permission level increases, you'll often interact with the Human Emperor arena, so getting used to it in advance isn't a bad idea. Regardless of Rinchan's intentions, Lin Moyo accepted his kindness. At least his tone was sincere, and Lin Moya didn't sense any ill intentions. "Thank you, Brother Rin," Lin Moya said politely. He still had much to learn about the great world, and having someone to clarify things for him was very helpful. Renchan waved his hand. "No need to be polite. If you have any questions, just ask me." Lin Moyo and Renchan exchanged contact information, and Renchan even invited Lin Moya to visit the Ren family. The Ren family wasn't far, located on star 98-1, so he could visit any time. However, cultivators are usually very busy, and unless they slack off, they don't have much free time. Lin Moya went to the task platform and found the arena task among the pile of tasks. The arena task was divided into two types: ordinary challenge tasks, which could be done once a month, and continuous challenge tasks, which could be done once every 3 months. The task timing is based on when each person completes the task. According to the task rules, at first and second level permissions, only one task can be executed at a time. Once he accepted the arena task, he couldn't accept other tasks until it was completed. Lin Moya thought for a moment and accepted the ordinary challenge task in the arena. After accepting the task, the detailed information of the task was revealed. 10 points. Matching opponent, please wait. This task would reward points regardless of win or loss. It could be seen as a free 10 points every month. Moreover, since the challenge takes place in the Human Emperor network, there is no danger. Unless someone is foolish, they wouldn't miss this task. In less than a minute, the task information was updated. Opponent matched. The challenge will begin in 5 minutes. Please find a suitable location, enter the Human Emperor network, and teleport to the Human Emperor arena. Lin Moya looked at the prompt, left the task platform, and spent 1 point to rent a task room. Although he could enter the Human Emperor network outside, he didn't want to be disturbed during the task. Renting a task room was more convenient, and it only cost 1 point, which was a small expense. Entering the Human Emperor network, he then teleported to the Human Emperor arena. The Human Emperor arena was bustling with noise. Here, not only could matches be held, but they could also be watched. Many cultivators were willing to spend points to watch matches here, learning a lot from other cultivators. Some people came purely for entertainment. Others had different purposes. In short, people came here for various reasons. This is the Human Emperor network, and although everything is as realistic as possible, some aspects are simpler than in the real world. For example, when entering the arena, people are automatically teleported to their respective seats upon entering the gate. When Lin Moyo entered the gate, he found himself on the arena platform in the next second. Around the arena were huge stands. They could accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously. But now, the stands were empty. Finally here. Don't bother looking, super god level matches don't interest those guys. When you reach the true god level, there will be an audience. A heavy voice sounded, and Lin Moyo looked towards the source, seeing his opponent. At the other end of the arena, a burly man was staring at him. The arena was large, circular, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. Lin Moyo and the man stood at opposite edges. The match hadn't started yet, so neither could truly enter the arena, and they could only stare at each other. Above the arena was a huge countdown timer. There were still 3 minutes left, meaning they had to wait for 3 more minutes. Lin Moyo looked at his opponent. Chu Xiong, Super God 3rd Tier. The Human Emperor network provided basic information about the opponent. The opponent could also see Lin Moya's information. Chu Xiong suddenly asked, "Kid, did you accept the task?" Lin Moya replied, "Didn't you?" Chu Xiong laughed, "Of course not. I'm just here to crush weaklings and earn some pocket money." Lin Moya frowned slightly, not quite understanding what he meant. Not here for the task, but to defeat him and earn some pocket money. What did that mean? Chu Xiong laughed loudly. "You don't get it, do you? It doesn't matter. Just know that you're going to lose, and it will be ugly. Now, I'll give you a choice. How do you want to lose? Or rather, how do you want to be beaten to death? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you choose." Chu Xiong seemed a bit arrogant, and Lin Moya looked at him without saying a word. He pondered his own questions, realizing that the Human Emperor arena might not be as simple as he thought. There might be many things he didn't understand. Chu Xiong's eyes had a strange look, with a hint of bloodthirstiness, seemingly cruel. Perhaps because killing in the Human Emperor network is not illegal and carries no consequences, his true nature was unleashed. Or maybe he was just pretending to scare people. Lin Moya couldn't tell and didn't care. He remained silent until the countdown ended and the match officially began. Chu Xiong, with a cruel smile, hadn't even moved when a flash of red light appeared before his eyes. Chapter 920. Chapter 920, 920. Chapter 920, Continuous Challenge Task. Chu Xiong didn't even know how he lost. Lin. He only saw a flash of red light, followed by intense pain. The next second, he was already teleported outside the Human Emperor arena. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he knew that the Human Emperor network wouldn't be wrong. He had lost, and he had lost completely. His head hurt, and he felt pain from his soul. The Human Emperor network is extremely realistic, even simulating soul pain vividly. It was a soul attack. Who is this kid? There aren't many humans who can use soul attacks. This is interesting. You brat, you broke my winning streak. Just wait until I meet you again, I'll make you pay. Lin Moya's attack methods piqued Chu Xion's interest. Chu Xion glanced at the human emperor arena and then turned to leave. His aura surged, quickly breaking through the super god level and reaching the true god level. His aura continued to rise until it reached the god king level before stopping. Chu Xion was a god king, and as he said, he wasn't there to do tasks but to bully weaker opponents. As a result, he failed to bully and was instead bullied by Lin Moya. This outcome made him gnash his teeth in anger. Lin Moya didn't know the internal workings of the human emperor arena. He only needed to know that his opponent was a third-tier super god. The moment the match started, he raised his hand and used the time curse. A triple soul attack, combined with a short burst of power, was enough to instantly kill an opponent of the same level. Task completed. Please return to your task center to submit the task. Lin Moya's consciousness exited the human emperor network and returned to the task center. He submitted the task and smoothly received 100 points. Completed ordinary challenge task, points plus 100. After seeing the notification, Lin Moya accepted another arena task, a continuous challenge task. Continuous challenge task, start by challenging an opponent of the same level. Each subsequent opponent will be stronger than the previous one. Each victory earns a reward. Rewards accumulate until the challenge ends, and you receive them all at once. Matching opponent, please wait. This time, the task reward wasn't specified. Lin Moya guessed that since it was a continuous challenge task, the rewards would change based on his performance. He returned to the task room, closed the door, and waited for the task to begin. A minute later, new task information appeared. Opponent matched, the challenge will begin in 5 minutes. Please find a suitable location, enter the Human Emperor network, and teleport to the Human Emperor arena. The prompt was identical to the previous one, except for the task information. Lin Moya almost thought it was the same task. Entering the Human Emperor network, he appeared outside the Human Emperor arena. He had just completed the first challenge task and hadn't left. Re-entering the Human Emperor arena, it was still an empty arena with no spectators in the stands. Super God level matches didn't attract much interest. People preferred to spend points watching higher level matches, which offered more learning opportunities. Just as Lin Moya withdrew his gaze, someone appeared in the stands. It's him. Lin Moya was slightly surprised to see Renchang in the stands. Renchang waved at Lin Moya, clearly there to watch his match. Sound couldn't travel between the arena and the stands, preventing external noise from affecting the challengers. Renchang could only wave to Lin Moya. Lin Moya understood his gesture and clenched his fist in response. At the other end of the arena, a figure appeared as the light flickered. It was a middle-aged man, slightly thin and not very strong-looking. Zhuang Bai, third-tier super god. Like Chu Xiong before, he was also a third-tier super god. However, Lin Moya felt that this person was stronger than Chu Xiong, likely at the peak of the third tier, just a step away from the fourth tier. Although the rules stated that the first opponent would be of the same level, there were differences in strength even within the same tier. The Human Emperor arena arranged for the strongest opponents within the same tier. Zhuang Bai looked at Lin Moya. You're unlucky to face me in the first match. Tell me, how do you want to die? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you choose your method of death. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. Chu Xiong had said something similar earlier. Were these two in cahoots? Zhuang Bai frowned. What are you laughing at? Lin Moya suppressed his laughter. Nothing, just that someone named Chu Xiong said the same thing earlier. So it was that fool Chu Xiong. What did you choose? Zhuang Bai knew Chu Xiong and wasn't surprised. Lin Moya shook his head. I didn't choose. Didn't choose? That guy is cruel. He must have tortured you before killing you. Lin Moya shook his head. He didn't get the chance. I killed him. What? Zhuang Bai was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. What did you say? You killed him? Chu Xiong was killed by you. Lin Moya frowned, feeling that Zhuang Bai was a bit off. Zhuang Bai laughed for a while before exclaiming, well done. That guy always bragged about his winning streak. He lost after just a dozen matches. Lin Moya, right? Well done. I think we can be friends. I'm from Vermilion Birdstar 10-1. If you ever come by, look me up. But today, we still have to fight. I'll try not to torture you and make your death quick. Lin Moya ignored him, feeling that Zhuang Bai was a bit abnormal and not worth engaging with. As the countdown ended, Zhuang Bai drew a long sword and charged at Lin Moya like a ghostly figure. Lin Moya pointed his finger, using the fusion spell, Time Curse. Red light enveloped the entire arena, covering every inch, leaving no escape. Zhuang Bai fell from his charge, hitting the ground and then disappearing. He died, just like that. One moment he was laughing and promising not to torture Lin Moya, the next he was dead. Renchang, the only spectator, was stunned. He knew some inside information about the arena matches and knew that Zhuang Bai was definitely not an ordinary third-tier super god. They weren't there to do tasks like Lin Moya but had suppressed their levels to guard the arena. Zhuang Bai's actual level was likely higher than the third tier, possibly a true god or even a god king. Even after suppressing their levels, their strength still surpassed others of the same tier. This is why few people can complete arena tasks. Without the ability to challenge higher levels, it's nearly impossible to succeed, especially for continuous challenge tasks. Yet, Lin Moya easily completed the first challenge, winning without any suspense. Chapter 921. Chapter 921, 921. Chapter 921, 3 consecutive wins without moving a step. For Lin Moyu, it didn't matter if his opponent was at the peak of the 3rd tier of Super God or even the 4th tier, he could kill them instantly without any suspense. When fighting at the same level, Lin Moyu had never feared anyone and could usually kill them instantly. Even when challenging opponents 1 or 2 levels higher, it was the same. First challenge victory. The second challenge will begin in 3 minutes, please wait. Current accumulated reward, 100 points. Winning one match earned him 100 points, the same as an ordinary challenge task. So how many points would he get for winning the second match? The second opponent would be stronger, so logically, the points should be higher. Lin Moyu was somewhat looking forward to it. Perhaps he could make a big profit here today. Soon, a new opponent appeared in his sight. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. Why is it still you? It was still Zhuang Bai, no change in opponent. The person hadn't changed, but the strength was different. This time, Zhuang Bai's strength had reached the 4th tier of Super God. Zhuang Bai sneered, why can't it be me? I was careless just now, but this time, watch how I crush you. Lin Moyu sighed, alright then. It was foreseeable that Zhuang Bai would fall for it again. However, Lin Moyu was also curious. It seemed that the opponents in the Human Emperor arena were not task participants. But it made sense. If task participants were to challenge each other, someone would end up with only 10 points. That would go against the original intention. The goal of the human race was to nurture, not internal competition. Of course, competition was also necessary, but not now. Currently, these people were just super gods, not even considered cannon fodder. Proper nurturing was the most important thing. The countdown ended, and Zhuang Bai's body burst into brilliant light as he charged again. His speed was faster than before, and the multicolored light on his body turned into armor. Lin Moyu pointed his finger twice. Fusion spell, time curse. Stellar level spell, undead gaze. Red light filled the air, and a giant undead eye appeared above the arena. Zhuang Bai grunted, thrown out of his rapid charge. With a miserable cry, he fell to the ground. A cold wind blew, and the undead eye locked onto him. Then his figure disappeared from the arena, and the Human Emperor Network determined that he had died again. Second challenge victory. The third challenge will begin in 3 minutes, please wait. Current accumulated reward, 300 points. Seeing the prompt, Lin Moyu smiled slightly, gaining 200 more points. 100 points for the first match, 200 for the second. I wonder if the third will be 400. If so, the task progress will be much faster. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with joy. His ability to challenge higher levels was not limited to just 2 tiers. If this continued, he could indeed make a big profit today. Ren Shan, the only spectator, was once again stunned, muttering, so easy. He had known that Lin Moyu could challenge higher levels, as he had easily killed the Black Fly clan, but he never expected Lin Moyu to be so strong. This was a higher level challenge, a 3rd tier super god fighting a 4th tier super god, yet he stood there without moving, casually pointing his finger to settle it. Watching the entire process, Ren Shan felt that Lin Moyu had become incredibly mysterious. He forced himself to calm down and continued watching. Moments later, the next opponent appeared again. Zhuang Bai returned, exuding the aura of a 5th tier super god. This time, his strength had reached the 5th tier of super god. Lin Moyu looked at him. I was right, he must have suppressed his strength. But even so, his control over the laws far surpasses those of the same level. If a battle occurs between those of the same level, the challenger must also have the ability to challenge higher levels, otherwise, it would be difficult to win. No wonder he was so confident, talking about crushing weaklings. Those who have just reached the super god level are indeed like rookies in his eyes. Unfortunately, he met me. Lin Moyu had analyzed the situation thoroughly. Zhuang Bai returned, somewhat exasperated, you brat, I won't fail this time. Prepare to die. Lin Moyu sighed, let's see. The battle began again. Zhuang Bai roared, his body bursting with brilliant light. The multicolored armor was similar to before but stronger. Zhuang Bai shouted, my 5-colored armor has soul defense from the 5th tier of super god. Your attacks won't work anymore. Lin Moyu remained silent, pointing his finger again. Stellar level spell, Bone Prison. 4-star spell linkage, Bone Spear, Bone Fang, Bone Prison, Bone Armor. Lin Moyu controlled the spells, using bone armor on himself and the other 3 on Zhuang Bai. A layer of white bone suddenly appeared on Zhuang Bai's body. With Lin Moyu's 3rd tier super god strength, using Bone Prison to control Zhuang Bai was no problem. Zhuang Bai was instantly paralyzed, unable to move. Then Bone Fang and Bone Spear erupted simultaneously. In an instant, they dealt a heavy blow to him. White light exploded, and the 5-colored armor shattered, his body almost torn apart. Ren Shan watched as countless holes appeared on Zhuang Bai's body, some large, some small, turning him into a beehive. Zhuang Bai's eyes widened, his body severely injured, causing intense pain. The Human Emperor Network not only simulated realistic visuals but also all sensory experiences. The sensations in the Human Emperor Network were the same as in reality. One attack didn't kill Zhuang Bai. His body burst with brilliant light again, his aura rising, and the white bones on his body began to crack. He was about to break free from the bone prison. At this moment, Lin Moyu pointed his finger several more times. The bone prison was instantly reinforced, and Zhuang Bai's body was torn to pieces in the white light. Ren Shan muttered, so strong, he didn't even move and settled it. 3 consecutive matches, and Lin Moyu hadn't moved a step. Zhuang Bai was killed in such a humiliating manner. But the third match was slightly better, at least there was a bit of resistance. Unlike the first 2 matches, where he was instantly killed. Third challenge victory. The fourth challenge will begin in 3 minutes, please wait. Current accumulated reward, 700 points. Seeing the task prompt, Lin Moya clenched his fist, eyes filled with joy. 400 points, great. Will the next match be 800 points? If this continues, winning 3 more matches will upgrade my permissions to level 3. If it went as Lin Moya thought, the next match would be, including the previous ones, he could earn a total of 6,300 points, enough to upgrade his permissions to level 3. With level 3 permissions, his activity area would expand, and he could accept more tasks. However, based on this calculation, an 8th tier super god wouldn't be easy to deal with. I'll know after the fight. Lin Moya's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Chapter 922. Chapter 922, 922. Chapter 922, this is too much, not even letting me finish my sentence. The purpose of the Human Emperor Arena is not simply to execute tasks. Lin Moya reflected on the previous 3 battles. Although he easily defeated his opponents, their arrogance was clearly evident. Whether this behavior was intentional or genuine was unclear. At the very least, it allowed him to clearly feel it. Through his various experiences, Lin Moya felt that the entire task system was not that simple. Each task seemed to have a deeper meaning. The function of the arena allows challengers to clearly recognize their own limits and the gap between themselves and their opponents. Even at the same level, one is not necessarily the strongest. Moreover, the opponent's arrogance and ruthless methods can ignite a competitive spirit. If one is discouraged even in the arena and becomes disheartened, such a person does not have the heart of a strong person and is not what the human race needs. A strong person must become more courageous in the face of setbacks and possess an indomitable spirit. Lin Moya felt that he had understood the purpose of the Human Emperor Arena. Another figure appeared, his new opponent. As expected, it was still the old acquaintance, Zhuang Bai. This time, Zhuang Bai was no longer as frantic as before. The ferocity in his expression had faded, and he seemed to have calmed down. This situation made Lin Moya feel that the opponent had become more difficult to deal with. Zhuang Bai looked at Lin Moya, his gaze becoming sharp. Lin, you are quite impressive. Not many people can win 3 consecutive matches. Lin Moya slightly bowed to Zhuang Bai. Senior, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go. Zhuang Bai waved his hand. I'm not praising you. I'm just stating a fact. Good is good, you don't need to be overly modest. And in the great world, if you are talented enough, then show it off. The elders in the clan value geniuses the most. Lin Moya's heart tightened slightly. What Zhuang Bai said seemed different from what Antares had told him. Zhuang Bai's words revealed a lot of information. These days, he personally felt that the human race seemed to spare no effort in nurturing geniuses. The more talented one is, the more attention they attract from the higher-ups. In other words, if something really happens, geniuses can receive protection. The more talented one is, the more they should showcase it. This statement is not wrong. Lin Moya sincerely bowed to Zhuang Bai. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Zhuang Bai waved his hand. Next, I will be serious. Lin Moya nodded. Senior, please go ahead. I won't hold back either. He thought to himself, Zhuang Bai didn't seem to hold back before either. No, he didn't even have a chance to hold back. He didn't even have a chance to make a move and was instantly killed. This time, his strength had recovered to the 6th tier of super god. Let's see how serious he can be. The countdown ended, and a sharp sword appeared in Zhuang Bai's hand again. It was still the same sword, glowing with 5 colors, with laws swirling on it, looking very powerful. This time, he didn't charge directly at Lin Moya but instead let out a light shout. His whole body also burst into 5-colored light, merging with the light of the sword. The 5-colored armor, as Zhuang Bai had mentioned before. His 5-colored armor not only protected himself but also resisted soul attacks. However, the defensive power it displayed at the 5th tier of super god was far inferior to the destructive power of Lin Moya's spells. At that time, the 5-colored armor was instantly shattered. Now, Zhuang Bai, with the strength of the 6th tier of super god, once again displayed the 5-colored armor, which was indeed much stronger than before. Each tier increase brings a significant boost in strength. The 5-colored armor was filled with dense laws, turning the armor into a solid entity. Zhuang Bai's originally not so strong physique became imposing under the support of the armor. Go! Zhuang Bai pointed, and the long sword shot out like lightning, heading straight for Lin Moya. Its speed was as fast as a blink. Before the sound reached, the sword was already in front of him. Lin Moya's pupils contracted slightly, not expecting the opponent to move so quickly. However, fast as it was, an attack from the 6th tier of super god was not something Lin Moya took seriously. He could even ignore it. As the sword approached, Lin Moya raised his hand and pointed at the tip of the sword. Ding! A light sound was heard, and the sword stopped advancing. Zhuang Bai's face changed dramatically. He never expected that his seemingly unstoppable sword would be stopped by Lin Moya's finger. Explode! With an angry shout, the sword exploded, the laws roared, and it turned into a 5-colored dragon, engulfing Lin Moya. Lin Moya ignored the 5-colored dragon, letting it swallow him completely. The bone armor shone brightly, and the 4-star spell linkage activated instantly. Bone Prison, Bone Fang, and Bone Spear simultaneously locked onto Zhuang Bai. When dealing with a single target, the effect of Bone Prison is greatly enhanced. With the addition of the 4-star spell linkage, even though Zhuang Bai had reached the 6th tier of super god, he was still affected. A layer of white appeared on the 5-colored armor, covered by bones. The 5-colored armor creaked, struggling against the Bone Prison. Lin Moya estimated that the Bone Prison could trap Zhuang Bai for at least 1 second. 1 second was enough to do many things. Bone Fang and Bone Spear erupted one after another, white light rising, and Zhuang Bai turned into a big light bulb again. The fangs and spears, with unparalleled penetration, struck Zhuang Bai's 5-colored armor. The five-colored armor shook violently, making clanging sounds, enduring tens of thousands of hits in an instant, as if it would shatter at any moment. Zhuang Bai's face changed dramatically. Lin Moya was unharmed under his Law Dragon. His attack was ineffective, but Lin Moya's attack made him feel terrified. What kind of monster is this? Zhuang Bai cursed in his heart, his aura rising again, instantly reaching the peak of the 6th tier of Super God. The already shaky five-colored armor exploded, along with the bone prison. The five-colored armor turned into 8 golden shields, firmly protecting Zhuang Bai. Spell, 8 shields. Zhuang Bai said, "You are really good, forcing me to use my 8 shields. In front of my 8 shields, all your attacks will." Before he could finish his sentence, white light flashed again in front of him. Bone Prison, Bone Fawn, and Bone Spear erupted simultaneously. "This is too much, not even letting me finish my sentence," Zhuang Bai cursed. Lin Moya waved his hand. "I didn't do anything." Lin Moya indeed didn't do anything. These were natural reactions produced by the spell linkage. Zhuang Bai's attack never stopped, constantly activating the bone armor, which in turn continuously attacked Zhuang Bai through the spell linkage. As long as Zhuang Bai's attack didn't stop, the spell linkage wouldn't stop, creating an infinite loop. Zhuang Bai was dumbfounded, muttering, "Multi-star spell." Lin Moya nodded, "Yes." Chapter 923. Chapter 923, 923. Chapter 923, for directions stirred, strong beings gather. Zhuang Bai was somewhat frustrated, realizing that Lin Moya hadn't even made a move. He had only relied on multi-star spells to make Zhuang Bai so miserable. This was unacceptable to Zhuang Bai. He had clearly used the strength of a 6th-tier super god, yet he still couldn't defeat a 3rd-tier super god. He roared, and the 8 shields began to spin rapidly, increasing their defense once again. The 8 shields shattered the bones in all the attacks. Zhuang Bai cast another spell, and countless sharp swords appeared out of thin air, raining down on Lin Moya like a storm. The swords were formed by laws and had astonishing power. Lin Moya stood in the rain of swords, unmoved. The bone armor continued to shine, driving the multi-star spells to attack continuously. Seeing his attack fail again, Zhuang Bai was extremely frustrated. "Can't you use something else?" Lin Moya originally wanted to see Zhuang Bai's methods, as the first 3 matches ended too quickly. He thought he could slow down the pace a bit in this match, but now it seemed that due to the level restriction, Zhuang Bai clearly couldn't exert his full strength. "As you wish." Lin Moya pointed lightly above Zhuang Bai's head. A gust of cold wind blew, and Zhuang Bai couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, followed by the roar of a dragon. "So cold, where did that dragon roar come from?" Zhuang Bai looked up at the sky in confusion and was immediately startled. "What the heck, where did that dragon come from?" A bone dragon, wrapped in flames and surrounded by the laws of undeath, descended from the sky. A breath of grey-white dragon fire spewed out, instantly enveloping Zhuang Bai. The 8 shields creaked under the dragon fire, on the verge of collapse. Since Lin Moya had made a move, he wouldn't hold back. 4-star spell, Bone Prison. This time, it wasn't an automatic counterattack triggered by spell linkage, but a spell actively cast by Lin Moya, imbued with laws. Its power was several times stronger than before. In the white light, Zhuang Bai's proud 8 shields shattered. His body was instantly torn to pieces by the dragon fire and the sharp spears. 4th challenge victory. The 5th challenge will begin in 3 minutes, please wait. Current accumulated reward, 1,500 points. As Lin Moya achieved his 4th victory, many high-ranking members of the human race received the information simultaneously. In the Human Emperor Network, if someone wins 4 consecutive matches in a continuous challenge task, it proves their ability to challenge higher levels. Being able to defeat opponents 3 tiers above themselves, such a person is undoubtedly a top-tier genius. The high-ranking members of the human race are eager to recruit geniuses. Just a few seconds later, the previously empty stands were suddenly filled with many people. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, surrounded by laws, and their presence was terrifying. It was clear that these were extraordinary figures. The immense pressure swept across the entire arena, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Renshang was startled, feeling like a small shrimp in front of these people. Even breathing became difficult. He curled up, not daring to speak or leave. The newcomers looked at each other, nodding in greeting, but didn't engage in much conversation. They were all from the Vermilion Bird Star region, held high positions, and knew each other well, so there was no need for formalities. Soon, another person appeared in the arena. As soon as he appeared, everyone saluted him. "Greetings, Domain Master." The Domain Master of the Vermilion Bird Star region, Zhu Tian. He was ranked 3rd in his family and was called Zhu Lao-san by Luo Qinkan. Zhu Tian nodded slightly, indicating that everyone need not be overly formal. His gaze fell on Renshang, who was trembling on the ground. Coincidentally, Zhu Tian appeared right next to Renshang. Renshang recognized Zhu Tian, the Domain Master of the Vermilion Bird Star region, an absolute authority in the region. How could he not know him? But his status was worlds apart from Zhu Tian's. Just one look from Zhu Tian made Renshang collapse to the ground, truly curling up like a shrimp. The others were already terrifying, but this one was even more so. And to make matters worse, he appeared right next to him. Renshang regretted coming to watch the match 1,000 times over. He felt incredibly unlucky. Renshang, who usually held a high position, couldn't bear the immense pressure. Zhu Tian glanced at Renshang and said in a deep voice, "Do you know him?" Renshang knew Zhu Tian was referring to Lin Moya and didn't dare to lie. "I just met him recently." Zhu Tian nodded. "Stand aside and watch." Renshang didn't dare to argue and immediately moved aside, continuing to curl up. Zhu Tian's gaze fell on Lin Moyo. As one of the people who knew Lin Moyo best, his eyes were filled with admiration. At this moment, many of the newcomers were checking Lin Moyo's information. They had high permissions, and normally, they could see a lot of Lin Moyo's information. But now, they could only see his name and current permissions. All other information was inaccessible. Each of them looked puzzled, as this had never happened before. Zhu Tian chuckled to himself, "You want to check the information of someone I've taken an interest in? Keep dreaming." He knew that some of these people were from the War God Hall. The War God Hall wanted to compete with him for talent, but he wouldn't give them the chance. He had hidden Lin Moyo's information, and only those with permissions equal to or higher than his could access it. But in the human race, those with permissions equal to his were few, and those with higher permissions were even rarer. The others seemed to realize something and looked at Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian remained calm, his eyes slightly narrowed, saying nothing. Lin Moyo noticed the sudden appearance of people in the stands but didn't mind. Since there were stands, it was natural for people to watch, nothing strange about it. He guessed that his increasingly strong opponents had attracted attention. In the arena, he couldn't hear any sound or feel the pressure from the stands. The stands in the arena seemed like two separate worlds. As the countdown reached halfway, Zhuangbai reappeared in the arena. He hadn't even had time to utter his new round of bold words when he saw the people in the stands. He was immediately startled. Lord Wang, Lord Zhang, Lord Nanfang. He silently recited their names, recognizing them as significant figures, at least the lords of high-level star systems. His reaction was much better than Ren Chang's, at least he didn't collapse in fear. Until he saw Domain Master Zhu Tian, nearly jumping in fright. Even the Domain Master is here. What is going on? Winning 4 consecutive matches isn't unprecedented. Zhu Tian's gaze fell on Zhuangbai, giving him a look. The look clearly meant to tell him to go all out and not hold back. Hold back? What is there to hold back? Zhuangbai cursed inwardly. He hadn't held back at all. In the first 3 matches, he didn't even have a chance to make a move. The 4th match was slightly better, but still not great. After 4 matches, Lin Moyo hadn't even moved a step. You monster, I'll fight you to the end. Chapter 924. Chapter 924, 924. Chapter 924, fighting like this, still not going all out. The 5th match, Super God 7th tier. Lin. This was 4 tiers higher than Lin Moyo. Although the stronger one is, the greater the difference a single tier makes. At the God Sovereign level, a difference of 1 tier can mean a world of difference. Even at the Super God level, a 4-tier gap is still very significant. A Super God 7th tier can easily crush a Super God 3rd tier. The countdown ended, the restrictions on the arena disappeared, and the battle began. Zhuangbai's body once again burst into 5-colored light, which then merged into a golden 8-sided shield armor. 8 huge golden shields surrounded him, exuding an even stronger aura than before. As soon as Zhuangbai activated his defense, Lin Moyo also made his move. A skeleton god general appeared, now over 10 meters tall, exuding a massive sense of oppression. With just 1 step, it crossed 1,000 meters and arrived in front of Zhuangbai. The white bone longsword in its hand slashed down. The undying law roared, and the sword energy, hundreds of meters long, seemed to cut through the sky. Zhuangbai's face changed dramatically, and he leaped to avoid it. At this moment, dark clouds churned in the sky, and a death dragon knight flew through the air. It was not the previous bone dragon but a more powerful death dragon knight. The dragon spewed dragon breath, covering most of the arena. Zhuangbai's 8-sided shield armor creaked under the dragon breath. The dragon breath was stronger than the previous bone dragons, and even though Zhuangbai's strength had increased to the 7th tier, he still felt immense pressure. How can it be so strong? Zhuangbai's face changed dramatically, and with a low shout, the 8-sided shield armor strengthened several times, stabilizing the situation. At this moment, the Death Dragon Knight charged, its massive body striking Zhuangbai like lightning. A loud crash sounded like a giant bell being struck, and Zhuangbai was sent flying. The skeleton god general swung its sword again, this time faster, the sword light dazzling and locking onto Zhuangbai. Zhuangbai's face changed again. This summoned creature can even use spells. The destruction strike could unleash 10 times the attack power of the skeleton god general itself. The sword energy approached, and Zhuangbai couldn't dodge, roaring in an attempt to block it. Suddenly, his head ached. The skeleton god general's soul fire flickered, its eyes glowing with a terrifying light. Soul bombardment, a continuous attack on the target's soul. Zhuangbai felt countless explosions in his soul, making him dizzy and unable to concentrate. This thing can even use soul attacks. What the hell is this? This guy is a summoner, no wonder he didn't move. Zhuangbai's head became muddled, his thoughts scattered, and he found it hard to think. Under the combined attacks of the Skeleton God General and the Death Dragon Knight, the 8-sided shield armor finally shattered. In the next second, the sword energy engulfed Zhuangbai, and the dragon breath descended, turning his body into blazing flames. 5th challenge victory. The 6th challenge will begin in 3 minutes, please wait. Current accumulated reward, 3,100 points. Lin Moya took a deep breath. This time, he chose to take the initiative, using the Skeleton God General and the Death Dragon Knight to completely suppress Zhuangbai. It caught Zhuangbai off guard, and despite his 7th tier strength, he couldn't even use half of it before being defeated. If Zhuangbai had reacted a bit faster, he might have lasted longer. After all, he was a super god 7th tier, not a small fry of the 2nd or 3rd tier. Lin Moya took a deep breath and quietly waited for the next battle. The spectators outside the arena, after watching, all had a gleam in their eyes. Finally, one of the big shots couldn't help but speak. I thought it would be an exciting battle, but it turned out to be one-sided. I think it's even more exciting this way. This little guy named Lin Moyo has a very precise grasp of the situation. These two summoned creatures are very strong. It seems his spells are at least stellar level, maybe even multi-star spells. Not only that, his soul is also very strong. Although we can't see the exact level, it's at least at the peak of the second grade. In their eyes, although Lin Moya didn't move and only used 2 spells, they had already analyzed a lot of information. These were old monsters who had lived for countless years and seen countless people and events. Lin Moya couldn't hear their discussions, but he felt their gazes were somewhat unsettling. They all stared at him intently, making him very uncomfortable. Especially the last one to appear, whose gaze made him feel even more uneasy. Zhu Tian squinted his eyes, feeling extremely pleased. The better Lin Moya performed, the happier he was. After all, Lin Moya was from his Vermilion Birdstar region. If he could be taken as a disciple by the city lord, the entire Vermilion Birdstar region would benefit. As far as he knew, the old guys from the other star regions were also looking for geniuses. He had searched before but hadn't found a suitable one. The city lord had high standards, and ordinary geniuses wouldn't do. There were plenty of geniuses in the divine city. Now that he had found Lin Moya, he wouldn't let him go. Lin Moya couldn't stand Zhu Tian's gaze, feeling a chill all over, and couldn't help but avoid it. Zhuangbai returned once again. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, Zhuangbai's figure appeared on the opposite side. At this moment, Zhuangbai's expression was as if he had eaten a rotten egg, looking extremely unpleasant. He had lost again, unable to defeat his super god 3rd tier with his 7th tier strength. And it happened in front of so many big shots, making him very frustrated. He spent a minute summarizing his gains and losses, determined to win this time. His strength had been suppressed to the 8th tier of super god, and he didn't believe he would lose again. Lin Moya saw that Zhuangbai was silent, becoming very quiet. He knew this guy was serious now. Losing several matches in a row had made him very uncomfortable. This time, he would likely go all out, determined to kill him. However, Lin Moya was also determined to win this match. Winning would earn him 3,200 points, bringing his total task points to 6,300. Combined with the points he had previously earned, it would be enough to upgrade his permissions to level 3. Lin Moya remembered that during his potential evaluation, he was helpless against a super god 7th tier puppet. At that time, he was a super god 1st tier, but now he had reached the 3rd tier. His combat power had greatly increased, and he was fully capable of fighting a super god 8th tier. In that case, let's fight with all our might. With less than 30 seconds until the match began, Zhuangbai suddenly spoke. This time, I will go all out. At the 8th tier of super god, I can use my spells. Lin Moya nodded. I will also go all out. Zhuangbai frowned. You weren't going all out before. Lin Moya shook his head. No. Hearing Lin Moya's honest answer, Zhuangbai almost spat out blood. Fighting like this, and still not going all out. What are you trying to do? Chapter 925. Chapter 925, 925. Chapter 925, Humble and Sincere Lin Moyo. Zhuangbai no longer wanted to talk to Lin Moyo. Lin. As the countdown ended, Zhuangbai's entire body burst into brilliant light. The 8-sided shield armor surrounded his body, and the long sword in his hand turned into a rain of swords, falling densely towards Lin Moyo. At the same time, a spear appeared in his hand. The aura on this spear was stronger than that of the sword. Lightning spear. Zhuangbai shouted, and the spear turned into golden lightning, shooting towards Lin Moyo. The spear turned into lightning, and even the rain of swords transformed into thunder and lightning, turning into countless bolts of lightning, striking towards Lin Moyo. Law of thunder and lightning. Lin Moyo recognized this law at a glance. It was an elemental law, so there was nothing to fear. However, this law seemed somewhat different, stronger than ordinary thunder and lightning laws. The few big shots in the stand showed satisfied expressions. It's the Destruction Thunder Spear of the Zhuang family from Vermilion Birdstar System 10. The kid is using it quite well. Unfortunately, this law can only fully exert its power at the true god level. Driven by the strength of a super god 8th tier, it's still lacking. Although it's lacking, it's enough. No one in the super god tier can stop it. Zhuangbai was very confident in his spell. After thrusting the spear, he followed the lightning, charging towards Lin Moyo. But in the next moment, he stopped, his eyes full of disbelief. In his line of sight, there were skeletons everywhere. Skeleton god generals, death dragon knights, filled the arena completely. Above and below, there were skeletons everywhere, at least tens of thousands, surrounding Zhuangbai. Only then did Zhuangbai realize that Lin Moyo was indeed very honest and hadn't lied at all. He really hadn't used his full strength earlier, only using one skeleton god general and one death dragon knight. But now, his thunder and lightning fell on the skeletons, causing significant damage to them. It can hurt them. Zhuangbai's heart just rose with a bit of hope, but it was immediately extinguished. The skeletons shone brightly, and the slight damage they had just received was completely healed. He then noticed that there were some strange-looking summoned creatures beside Lin Moyo. They held giant staffs, continuously casting spells, healing the skeletons' injuries. Zhuangbai's mouth twitched. This is a full set. Now, let alone killing Lin Moyo, he couldn't even get through. The skeletons moved slightly, blocking his view. Now he couldn't even see. In the next second, the skeletons began to attack. A flood of attacks overwhelmed Zhuangbai. The people in the stands were shocked. Even with their experience, they had never seen such a scene. From this moment on, Lin Moya's name was deeply rooted in their memories. There are so many summoned creatures. Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. His information is hidden, can't see it. It seems our human race is about to have another remarkable figure. Everyone sighed, knowing the outcome was decided. Zhuangbai was still desperately resisting. The combat power of a super god 8th tier was indeed a qualitative leap compared to the 7th tier. At the 7th tier, one skeleton god general and one death dragon knight were enough to kill Zhuangbai. But now, with tens of thousands of skeleton god generals and death dragon knights attacking him, Zhuangbai could still hold on for a while and even counterattack. But that was all. After nearly 20 minutes, Zhuangbai finally exhausted his strength and was defeated. 6th challenge victory. The 7th challenge will begin in 3 minutes, please wait. Current accumulated reward, 6,300 points. Seeing the points reward, Lin Moyo excitedly clenched his fists a few times. 6,300 points, his total points had exceeded 10,000. When the task ended, his permissions could be upgraded to level 3. A super god 3rd tier with level 3 permissions would shock many people. When he was a super god 1st tier and obtained level 2 permissions, many people couldn't understand it. Now it would likely be the same. In the next match, he would face Zhuangbai at the super god 9th tier. The 9th tier is another leap compared to the 8th tier. The key is that this leap would exceed the attack limit of the Undead Legion. Lin Moyo would have no way to deal with Zhuangbai. But similarly, it would be very difficult for Zhuangbai to deal with him. Super god level attacks could be completely ignored. Then let's grind it out. Anyway, I won't admit defeat. The challenge had no time limit, continuing until one side lost. This was different from the potential evaluation. Moreover, Zhuangbai's strength had its limits, which gave Lin Moyo an advantage. Lin Moyo planned to engage in a war of attrition with Zhuangbai, exhausting his strength completely. Zhu Tian watched Lin Moyo's performance with satisfaction. Lin Moyo was even better than he had imagined. At the same time, he could see that Lin Moyo was almost at his limit. He estimated that the next match would be very tough. Judging by this kid's expression, he should have a plan. I wonder how he will handle it. Zhuangbai returned with the aura of a super god 9th tier. This time, his face looked even worse than before. His eyes seemed to want to devour someone. His chest heaved violently, showing how upset he was. Lin Moyo felt a bit embarrassed. Anyone would feel uncomfortable after consecutive failures. Senior Zhuang, are you alright? Zhuangbai snorted, what do you think? Lin Moyo smiled slightly, Senior Zhuang, you should be more than just a true god, right? How do you know? Zhuangbai looked puzzled. The two were separated by countless light years, and in the human emperor network, Lin Moyo couldn't see his information. Lin Moyo smiled, I guessed. Lin Moyo did have some guesses, but more so, he made a judgment. Zhuangbai had mentioned that he lived in star system 10-1. That is a high-level star system, where the inhabitants are not weak. Super god-level beings are nothing there, and even true gods are just ordinary. To live there and be selected by the human emperor network as a challenger, his strength must not be weak. Considering Zhuangbai's age, Lin Moyo thought it was highly likely that Zhuangbai was a god king. If not a god king, he would at least be a 9th-tier true god. But judging by Zhuangbai's current response, Lin Moyo's guess should be correct. Lin Moyo bowed slightly to Zhuangbai, if I ever visit Star System 10, I will come to thank you, Senior Zhuang. Thank me? For what? Zhuangbai was even more puzzled. If it were an apology, he could understand. But thanks, for what? Lin Moyo replied, fighting with you, Senior Zhuang, has been very rewarding for me. Senior Zhuang has helped me understand the limits of my combat power, preventing me from becoming arrogant. So, I must thank you, Senior Zhuang. Lin Moyo spoke sincerely, with humility and clarity. Zhuangbai couldn't help but be drawn in, his mood improving significantly, and the frustration of consecutive defeats dissipating. It's nothing, it's my duty to guide juniors. I'm not as petty as that guy named Chu. Zhuangbai patted his chest and spoke generously. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief, this should be the last match. To be honest, Senior Zhuang, my defense is very strong. Below the true god level, it's almost impossible to hurt me. So this match. Chapter 926. Chapter 926, 926. Chapter 926, can they revive? I'm done. After being persuaded by Lin Moyo, Zhuangbai felt much better. Lin, I can see it too, junior brother Lin is almost at his limit. This should be our last battle. I won't hold back, I will give it my all. Junior brother Lin, you don't need to keep calling yourself a junior. I consider you a friend. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, thank you, Senior Zhuang. I will also give it my all in this battle. If I show any disrespect, please don't take it to heart. Lin Moyo had already achieved his goal at this point. He didn't want to make an enemy of Zhuangbai, so he said a few words to comfort him. Being a bit humble didn't cost him anything and could even earn him a friend. Zhuangbai wasn't a bad person, he was just emotionally unstable after consecutive defeats. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Some things are not beneficial to oneself and are unnecessary to do. At least Zhuangbai was well comforted by him. Lin Moyo felt that although people in the great world lived longer, they were not complicated. Among the people he had met so far, each one was a good person. The unity of the human race was not just talk, it was genuinely achieved. This feeling made Lin Moyo very comfortable. The countdown ended, and the battle began again. The undead army, composed of tens of thousands of skeleton god generals and death dragon knights, surrounded Zhuangbai once more, layer upon layer. As Zhuangbai had said, he would give it his all and not hold back. Zhuangbai unleashed the most powerful force of a super god. Thunder roared on the arena. Facing the massive undead army, Zhuangbai no longer attacked them all at once. He began to concentrate his power to break them one by one. At the 9th tier of super god, with a 10% mastery of the laws, the power of the laws reached a new level. Compared to the 8th tier of super god, it was much stronger. When his power was concentrated, he instantly killed a skeleton god general. A look of joy appeared on Zhuangbai's face. If he could kill one, he could kill a second. The laws gathered in his hand, forming a spear. Each strike carried terrifying power, and he began to sweep through the undead army madly. Lin Moya watched quietly, not making any extra moves. He had expected Zhuangbai to be able to kill the skeleton god generals, but how many could he kill? Each skeleton god general could be revived 5 times. If he summoned the Undying Lich, they could be revived 6 times. There were only 10,000 skeleton god generals and death dragon knights on the stage. Compared to his total number, it was not even a fraction. Even if he stood still and let Zhuangbai kill, it would take him days and nights to finish. Moreover, he could replenish them, and the replenishment speed was not slow. From the beginning of the battle, Lin Moya was already in an invincible position. That's why he said those words earlier, telling Zhuangbai not to mind. This battle would be very grueling. After Zhuangbai killed dozens of skeleton god generals, the big shots in the stands began to smile. It looks like Zhuangbai is going to win this round. Lin Moya's skeletons are indeed strong, but his strength is limited. The gap between the 3rd and 9th tiers of Super God is too great. Indeed, no matter how powerful the spells are, they have limits. They always depend on the user's strength. A Super God 3rd tier being able to fight a 9th tier like this is already a top tier genius. Lin Moya has every reason to be proud. Not just a top tier genius, I don't recall ever seeing such a person in my memory. Although these big shots now believed Lin Moya was going to lose, they still maintained a positive attitude towards him. They all acknowledged that Lin Moya was a top tier genius. Zhu Tian listened to their discussions, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A bunch of old fogies stuck in their ways, living for so many years in vain. Do they think Lin Moya will lose this battle? As the domain master of the Vermilion Bird Star region, Zhu Tian had lived long and seen many people and events. He saw confidence in Lin Moya's eyes, so he concluded that Lin Moya would not lose this battle. Although the current situation was not favorable, Lin Moya was clearly very confident in himself. And indeed, Lin Moya could not lose. Those seemingly killed skeleton god generals and death dragon knights were all collected by Lin Moya. Then he replaced them with new skeletons. After 3 minutes, the cooldown for the Undying Spirit spell ended, and they had 5 revival opportunities again. There was no need to summon a new undead army with just the existing ones. Zhuangbai couldn't kill them all. Zhuangbai seemed to realize this. He had been killing for half a day, but the number of skeletons didn't decrease. They neither increased nor decreased, and the previously killed bodies were gone. This made Zhuangbai feel something was wrong. Junior brother Lin, are your skeletons endless? Lin Moya didn't hide it, not endless, just too many. Zhuangbai asked, tell me a number, so I can give up. Lin Moya said, about 400,000. Zhuangbai's spear trembled, almost dropping to the ground. 400,000, it would take him forever to kill them all. But 400,000, if he persisted, it wasn't impossible to kill them all. Give up now? He was unwilling, so he continued to ask, what about the ones I killed earlier? Lin Moya still didn't hide it, they all revived. They can revive. Yes, they can revive. I'm done. Zhuangbai roared in anger, sat down abruptly, and refused to fight anymore. The 8-sided shield armor formed 8 shields, protecting him tightly. From his soul to his body, he was protected thoroughly. No matter how the skeleton god generals attacked, it was futile. Moreover, in this state, his energy consumption was very low and could be maintained for a long time. I'm done, I'm exhausted. Zhuangbai shouted loudly. Lin Moya had anticipated this outcome. Senior Zhuang, how about we call it a draw? Zhuangbai said, of course, it's a draw. I can't kill you, and you can't seem to kill me either. Lin Moya nodded, but how do we proceed? Zhuangbai waved his hand, leave it to me, I'm good at this. He closed his eyes, seemingly communicating with the Human Emperor Network. Half a minute later, a prompt appeared in the Human Emperor Network. Your opponent has requested a draw. Do you agree? Lin Moya agreed without hesitation. In the current situation, it could take days or even months without a clear winner. After agreeing, a new message appeared in the Human Emperor Network. By mutual agreement, the 7th battle ends in a draw. Your continuous challenge task ends here. Total reward, 6,300 points. Your record in the Human Emperor Arena will be preserved. We hope you remain undefeated. You will leave in 1 minute. Welcome back to the Human Emperor Arena anytime. Lin Moya breathed a long sigh of relief, put away all the undead, and bowed to Zhuangbai. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Zhuang. Zhuangbai waved his hand, no need for thanks. Junior brother Lin is a true genius. If you have time in the future, be sure to visit Vermilion Bird Star System 10-1. I'm from the Zhuang family, you can easily find me. I will definitely visit. Chapter 927. Chapter 927, 927. Chapter 927, Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea, Nether Spring Jade Water. Lin Moya left the Human Emperor Arena. Lin. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, Lin Moya checked his own information. Age, 28. Level, Super God 3rd tier. Soul, Peak 3rd grade. Potential evaluation, Legendary. Highest permission, Level 3. Comprehensive Strength, Super God 9th tier. Points, 10,850. Mastered Laws, Death Law, Life Law. Human Emperor Arena, 7 wins, 1 draw, 0 losses, win rate, 100%. His information had changed. Some information in the Human Emperor Network had been updated. and his improvements were recorded, especially during the emergency mission on Star 105-3, where he extensively used the life aspect of the Undying Law, which the Human Emperor Network mistakenly recognized as the Life Law. Lin Moya realized that the Human Emperor Network also had its limitations. His Undying Law was misidentified, and his talents were not fully recognized. At least in the Human Emperor Network, his comprehensive talents couldn't be fully utilized because the network didn't recognize them. Leaving the Human Emperor Network, he returned to the task room. Lin Moya pondered his gains this time while checking the changes brought by his level 3 permissions. In the starry sky, on a giant star, the small boat of the Night Wind God Sovereign was docked. The Night Wind God Sovereign was drinking tea on the boat, his gaze fixed on the star. On the star, Gu Qingxian was doing a task. The Night Wind God Sovereign, concerned for his disciple, couldn't replace her in doing the task but could watch over her to ensure her safety. Suddenly, he looked ahead, where the space twisted, and a spacetime tunnel appeared. Zhu Tian stepped out of the spacetime tunnel and appeared in front of the Night Wind God Sovereign. The Night Wind God Sovereign slightly cupped his hands. "Domain Master, what brings you here?" Zhu Tian laughed heartily. "I came to ask for a cup of tea." "Domain Master, you jest. With your taste, how could you fancy my humble tea?" Before the Night Wind God Sovereign could finish, his eyes were already fixed on Zhu Tian's hand. Zhu Tian was holding a transparent jade bottle, inside which 10 pieces of green tea leaves lay quietly. "Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea." The Night Wind God Sovereign's voice trembled slightly. Zhu Tian laughed heartily. "That's right, I brought the tea leaves. Will you drink?" "Only a fool wouldn't." The Night Wind God Sovereign waved his hand, and the tea set was renewed. Then he carefully took out a jade gourd, also transparent, containing water that was faintly green and glowed like jade. "Nether Spring Jade Water from the Soul Clan. I knew you had something good hidden." Zhu Tian laughed, looking as if he had seen through the Night Wind God Sovereign. The Night Wind God Sovereign chuckled. "I got it by chance and have kept it for 1,000 years, always lacking tea worthy of it. Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea and Nether Spring Jade Water, a perfect match." Zhu Tian tossed the tea leaves to the Night Wind God Sovereign. The Night Wind God Sovereign used the laws to drive the flames, first heating the tea set, then pouring in the Nether Spring Jade Water. The Nether Spring Jade Water was extremely cold, exuding a chill. Without the fire of the laws, it couldn't be boiled. After boiling the water, the Night Wind God Sovereign carefully took out a piece of Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea and placed it in the water. As soon as the two touched, an astonishing tea fragrance spread through the starry sky. It was as if a giant tea tree had appeared in the starry sky, towering and blocking the sun, moon, and stars, dazzlingly brilliant. The Night Wind God Sovereign looked longingly. "The Azure Sky Enlightenment Tree, an ancient divine tree. Unfortunately, I have no fate with it." Zhu Tian laughed heartily. "What, do you want to compete with the city lord for the divine tree?" The Night Wind God Sovereign immediately shook his head. "I haven't lived enough yet." He was about to return the Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea to Zhu Tian, but his eyes were full of reluctance. Zhu Tian waved his hand. "No need to return it. It's a gift." "What?" The Night Wind God Sovereign's hand trembled. "This is too precious." Though he said so, he quickly put away the Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea, not intending to take it out again. Zhu Tian, knowing his old friend too well, didn't mind at all. "I have something to ask you." The Night Wind God Sovereign carefully poured tea for the two, afraid to spill a drop. "Let's drink tea first, then talk." Zhu Tian nodded. "All right." He took a sip. The Nether Spring Jade Water paired with the Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea is indeed different. More than different, the Nether Spring Jade Water can enhance the effect of the Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea by at least 30%. The Night Wind God Sovereign drank the hot tea in one gulp, shivering all over, his eyes drooping. He entered a special state, with laws surging around him. The laws of a God Sovereign roared in the starry sky. The nearby starry sky trembled, and even the star itself shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Zhu Tian waved a law, quickly stabilizing the starry sky. He knew that the Night Wind God Sovereign had entered an epiphany state due to the Enlightenment Tea. This moment was crucial for him, and Zhu Tian naturally wouldn't disturb him. The first time drinking the Enlightenment Tea, almost everyone experiences this. He had been no exception. But now, after drinking it many times, the effect had weakened. Zhu Tian leisurely sipped his tea, not in a hurry. A graceful figure flew from the star and entered the boat. Gu Qingxian was about to speak when Zhu Tian's voice came to her ear. "Silence, don't disturb your master." Seeing Zhu Tian and then looking at the Night Wind God Sovereign, Gu Qingxian roughly guessed what was happening. She saluted Zhu Tian. "Greetings, Domain Master." Zhu Tian nodded. "I originally had something to ask your master, but now I'll ask you instead. Are you the one who brought Lin Moyo here?" Gu Qingxian nodded. "Yes, I brought junior brother Lin here with my master." Zhu Tian asked, "Tell me everything about Lin Moyo, in as much detail as possible." Facing Zhu Tian's inquiry, Gu Qingxian didn't dare to hide anything and recounted the entire process in detail. From her first encounter with Lin Moya to bringing him for the potential evaluation and the Night Wind God Sovereign's assessment of him, Gu Qingxian spoke carefully, and Zhu Tian listened attentively. "So, the small world Lin Moya came from is somewhat peculiar." Gu Qingxian nodded. "Yes, it is. My master should know more, but he didn't tell me. That day, my master asked me to retrieve a world core from the small world but said it didn't matter if I couldn't get it. I entered the small world but didn't truly enter it. Entering the small world but not truly entering it." This statement intrigued Zhu Tian. However, Gu Qingxian knew only this much, and the specifics might need to be asked of the Night Wind God Sovereign. But judging by Lin Moya's performance since coming to the Great World, he was indeed a genius with a very stable temperament. Gu Qingxian cautiously asked, did something happen to junior brother Lin? Zhu Tian shook his head, no, he's doing very well. Your master will wake up soon. I'll chat with him, and you can make us some tea. Gu Qingxian, feeling honored, quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 928. Chapter 928, 928. Chapter 928, The Past of the Small World. The aura around the Night Wind God Sovereign trembled violently as he awakened from his enlightenment. Lin, old man, how do you feel? Zhu Tian's face was full of smiles. He was well aware of the effects of the Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea. The Night Wind God Sovereign's eyes gradually became clear. It surpasses 100 years of my hard cultivation. The enlightenment lasted only 10 minutes, yet it surpassed 100 years of the Night Wind God Sovereign's cultivation. The effect of this tea was indeed astonishing. Zhu Tian laughed, only the first cup is useful, the effect will diminish with subsequent cups. The Night Wind God Sovereign snorted, you are a well-fed man who doesn't know the hunger of the starving. Speak, what do you want from me? Zhu Tian smiled, I have learned most things from Qingxian, but I still have some questions. The Night Wind God Sovereign readily agreed, for the sake of the Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea, I will tell you everything I know. Zhu Tian smiled, some questions about the small world where Lin Moyo came from. The Night Wind God Sovereign's face suddenly changed. Seeing this, Zhu Tian realized that something was amiss. The Night Wind God Sovereign's expression changed several times before he said calmly, Qingxian, pour the tea. Gu Qingxian immediately and skillfully poured tea for the two of them. Then the Night Wind God Sovereign gently tapped the table, and a law spread out, enveloping him and Zhu Tian. Their conversation would not be heard by anyone, not even Gu Qingxian, who was close by. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Zhu Tian's expression also became solemn. For the Night Wind God Sovereign to treat it so seriously, it must be something extraordinary. The Night Wind God Sovereign gently picked up his teacup, his voice contrasting with his calm demeanor. Do you know that about 4,000 years ago, people emerged from a small world? Zhu Tian's eye showed a hint of confusion. The Zhu domain is vast, with countless small worlds, and people emerge from them every day. How could he remember? But for the Night Wind God Sovereign to mention it, it must not be an ordinary event. Suddenly, Zhu Tian thought of something. Are you talking about that time? The Night Wind God Sovereign nodded. Yes, at that time, almost everyone from that small world came out and entered the Great World. Normally, when all living beings leave a small world, it either breaks out of its shell, undergoes the baptism of the Great World, and becomes a star, forming a star system. Or it falls into silence, dying in the womb. Living beings are the foundation of a small world. Once they disappear, whether they leave or die, the small world faces two outcomes. It either breaks out of its shell and integrates into the Great World. However, what happens to a small world without living beings after integrating into the Great World is uncertain. Or it loses its vitality, dying in the womb, without even the chance to break out of its shell. Zhu Tian had heard of that event before. Almost all the living beings from that small world came out, leaving almost none behind. But for someone of his level, such events were trivial, and he didn't continue to pay attention. The Night Wind God Sovereign said, that small world experienced a third change. It neither broke out of its shell nor died in the womb but instead nurtured a second wave of life. Zhu Tian frowned, how could that be? Such a development was completely different from what he knew and went against the rules of the Great World. The Night Wind God Sovereign said, when those people came out, they forcibly took the true spirit imprint from the origin of the small world, severely damaging its foundation. A small world with a damaged origin and no living beings should have died in the womb. But it somehow nurtured a second wave of life. Isn't that strange? Unless, Zhu Tian thought of a possibility and couldn't help but shiver. The Night Wind God Sovereign looked at Zhu Tian's shocked expression. You guessed right, an invincible strong being intervened. Zhu Tian gasped, invincible strong beings rarely intervene. Was it worth it for this small world? The Night Wind God Sovereign said, I also conducted some investigations. There is something in that small world. Something? What is it? Zhu Tian asked eagerly. For an invincible strong being to intervene, it must be something extraordinary and very important. The Night Wind God Sovereign did not answer directly but continued, later, I discovered that more than one invincible strong being was involved. At least 3, maybe more. After learning this, I didn't dare to investigate further, fearing that I might anger the invincible strong beings and bring about my own death. Zhu Tian's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Invincible strong beings, what kind of existence are they? Even he could only look up to them. Why would a small world attract so many invincible strong beings? It was puzzling. No wonder the Night Wind God Sovereign didn't dare to continue investigating. If it were him, he wouldn't dare either. The Night Wind God Sovereign looked at Zhu Tian's expression and smiled slightly. I stopped investigating and didn't dare to continue peering into that small world, only occasionally glancing at it. About 2,000 years ago, I discovered something interesting. The Wild Beast Clan, the Insect Clan, all sent people into that small world. Later, the Demon Clan, a branch of the Elemental Dragons from the Dragon Clan, and the Blood Clan also entered. In addition, a giant star tree seemed to have sent a split soul into it. Zhu Tian asked curiously, how did they get in? The Night Wind God Sovereign laughed, it seems you are really getting old, forgetting what I just told you. 4,000 years ago, when those people left the small world, they took the true spirit imprint, severely damaging the small world's origin. And their forced departure opened some incomplete spacetime tunnels between the small world and the Great World. This gave those guys an opportunity. Under the Night Wind God Sovereign's explanation, Zhu Tian understood. He realized why the old man in front of him went to receive Lin Moyo. It wasn't because Gu Qingxian invited him but because he wanted to go himself. Otherwise, it would be unlikely for a dignified god sovereign to personally receive a young man who had just emerged from a small world. Zhu Tian said solemnly, it seems that Lin Moyo has long been under the watchful eyes of invincible strong beings. The Night Wind God Sovereign shook his head. Those beings are at such a level that they wouldn't care about a young man. Although Lin Moyo is extremely talented, he probably hasn't caught their attention yet. But why are you suddenly asking about Lin Moyo? Zhu Tian said, Lin Moyo's talent may exceed your expectations. I plan to recommend him to the city lord. This shocked the Night Wind God Sovereign. You want Lin Moyo to become the city lord's disciple? Zhu Tian nodded. That's exactly what I intend. The Night Wind God Sovereign pondered for a moment. It's worth a try. The city lord's desire to take on a disciple was no secret among the high-ranking members of the human race. Many people were searching for talents to recommend to the city lord. Lin Moyo, coming from a small world with a clear background and outstanding talent, was indeed a good candidate, but whether he would succeed ultimately depended on his own fate. Chapter 929. Chapter 929, 929. Chapter 929, When you get rich, help your brother out. Zhu Tian obtained all the information about Lin Moyo from the Night Wind God Sovereign, Lin. He then went to the small world where Lin Moyo was born and took a distant look. Outside the small world, he saw powerful beings from various races. There were demons, blood clans, and shadow clans. This small world was already on the border of the human territory. It was a disputed area, not entirely belonging to the human race. Behind these races, there seemed to be invincible strong beings. This small world seemed to have become a plaything in the hands of invincible strong beings. Is it really for a treasure? Zhu Tian had doubts in his heart, but he knew that it was not something he could investigate. He didn't dare to stay long, just took a distant look and left. On the Night Wind God Sovereign's flying boat, after Zhu Tian left, the Night Wind God Sovereign said to Gu Qingxian, have some tea. Gu Qingxian was not displeased by what had just happened and sat down in front of the Night Wind God Sovereign. She knew very well that some things were beyond her reach, so she didn't ask a single question. Master, what kind of tea is this? Why did you only put one tea leaf, and you even used the nether spring jade water? Gu Qingxian had been curious about this for a while. This tea leaf must be extremely precious, otherwise, the Night Wind God Sovereign wouldn't have taken out the nether spring jade water that he had treasured for many years. The Night Wind God Sovereign said, this is Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea. Gu Qingxian exclaimed, is it the legendary Azure Sky Enlightenment Tea from the Azure Sky Divine Tree, which produces 1,000 leaves every 1,000 years? The Night Wind God Sovereign nodded. Yes, this time Zhu Tian really went all out. Drink it, you should break through to the true God level. The Enlightenment Tea can help people comprehend the Great Tao, which is immensely beneficial for Gu Qingxuan's cultivation. She was already at the peak of the super god level, just one step away from becoming a true god. After drinking this cup of tea, she would surely break through. After drinking it, Gu Qingxian almost instantly entered a state of enlightenment. Moments later, the laws surged around her, and she was already breaking through to the true god level. The Night Wind God Sovereign was very satisfied, his gaze falling on the distant starry sky. Lin Moyo was indeed an interesting little fellow. Lin Moyo's permissions had been upgraded to level 3. Level 3 permissions brought significant changes compared to level 2. First, the activity area became larger. The activity range for level 2 permissions is a spherical area with a diameter of 20 light-years. This range is calculated from the life star where Lin Moyo registered as the center point. With level 3 permissions, the activity range becomes a spherical area with a diameter of 200 light-years. The diameter expanded tenfold, and the activity range increased by hundreds of times. Within a diameter of 200 light-years, there are at least dozens of life star systems and thousands of non-life star systems. At the same time, level 3 permissions allow access to level 3 tasks. Level 3 tasks offer more points as rewards, but they also have higher requirements and greater difficulty. Generally speaking, level 3 permissions are usually achieved at the 6th tier of the super god level. Most cultivators have level 3 permissions between the 6th tier of the super god level and the 3rd tier of the true god level. Lin Moyo left the task room and saw Renshang waiting at the door. Renshang was clearly waiting specifically for Lin Moyo. As soon as he saw him, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "You finally came out." Lin Moyo was amused by his exaggerated expression and couldn't help but smile. "What's the matter?" Renshang looked around and then pulled Lin Moyo outside. After leaving the task center, Renshang found a secluded place. "Brother Lin, do you know what you have done?" Lin Moyo found it strange. "I didn't do anything, I just completed an arena task." Renshang lowered his voice. "Do you know that you won 7 consecutive matches? The 7th match should have been a draw." Renshang whispered, "Whether it was 7 matches or 6, you reached the 7th match and didn't lose, right?" Lin Moyo nodded. "That was indeed the case." Renshang said, "I didn't expect you to win consecutively, so I didn't tell you. The continuous challenge task has another purpose, which is to select geniuses who excel in combat. If you can win 4 consecutive matches, meaning you can defeat opponents 3 tiers higher than yourself, you belong to this category of geniuses." Later, many people came. "Did you see?" After Renshang's explanation, Lin Moyo finally understood why he had such a reaction. The people who came later all looked quite old, some even with white hair. It turned out that these people were all significant figures. They were basically the lords of certain star systems. Even if they weren't god sovereigns, they were at the peak of the god king level. Especially the last one to appear, who was actually the domain master of the Vermilion Bird Star region. Such a person came to watch his arena match. No wonder Zhuangbai spoke less later. It made sense being watched by so many big shots. He didn't dare to talk big. Renchang murmured, "Brother Lin, I guess you have already caught the attention of those big shots. When you get rich, don't forget about me." Lin Moya looked at Renchang strangely. "Isn't the great world all about strength?" Renchang patted his thigh. "That's true, but sometimes, you need connections. For example, if I want a certain material, and it requires level 4 permissions to obtain. Without connections, I can only wait slowly. With connections, I can get it by paying a price. So that's how it is." Lin Moya chuckled. He thought that in the vast starry sky, with such great distances, human relationships would become rare. Everything would be based on strength. The rules of the great world seemed to be like that. Unexpectedly, human relationships still existed. In this sense, it wasn't much different from the small world. After all, they were all humans, so it was normal. Seeing Renchang's eager look, Lin Moya naturally wouldn't refuse. "Of course, brother." When? Renchang's excitement hadn't passed when he suddenly froze, unable to move. His teeth chattered, making a crisp sound, his pupils dilated, and his eyes widened like copper plates. Following his gaze, Lin Moya saw Zhu Tian. The domain master of the Vermilion Bird Star region had personally come here. For a low-level life star system, someone of the domain master's level was like a place where birds don't lay eggs, a poor place with nothing. Usually very talkative, Renchang was now stuttering, domain master, you." Zhu Tian glanced at him indifferently. "You may leave." Yes, sir." Renchang didn't dare to say another word and disappeared instantly. Zhu Tian looked at Lin Moya, exuding a faint aura of authority, with what seemed like lightning flashing in his eyes. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lin Moya shook his head. "I haven't done anything wrong, so there's nothing to fear." Zhu Tian nodded. "Let's have a chat." Lin Moya responded, "I will follow your orders, domain master." With a wave of Zhu Tian's hand, the two disappeared from the life star. Chapter 930. Chapter 930, 930. Chapter 930, I want to find you a master. Lin Moya experienced what true teleportation was. In just 1 second, he left life star 98-1 and appeared directly in the starry sky. Under his feet was a giant bird, surrounded by blazing flames. It looked somewhat similar to the vermilion bird he had seen in the small world, but he knew it was definitely not the vermilion bird. Just in terms of size, the two were worlds apart. This vermilion bird had wings spanning over 10,000 meters, and its body was at least 5,000 meters long. Such a massive bird could never appear in the small world. Zhu Tian kept an eye on Lin Moya and saw a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Do you know what this is?" Lin Moya hesitantly said, "A vermilion bird." He was in the Vermilion Bird Star region, and in front of him was the domain master of the Vermilion Bird Star region. In the myths and legends of his previous life, the vermilion bird was a firebird. Zhu Tian glanced at Lin Moya. "How did you know?" Lin Moya thought for a moment. "I guessed." Zhu Tian laughed heartily, knowing that Lin Moya wasn't lying and had indeed guessed it, but being able to guess it wasn't surprising. It only showed that Lin Moya wasn't just a fighter, he was also quite clever. He took Lin Moya to land on the back of the vermilion bird, and the flames automatically parted, leaving a space. The back of the vermilion bird wasn't as hot as imagined, just slightly warm. Lin Moya couldn't tell if the vermilion bird under his feet was a living creature or a puppet. He only knew it was very strong, strong enough to kill him at any moment. Zhu Tian waved his hand, and the flames parted, revealing a tea table. The crimson tea table was like jade, with flames rolling inside. The laws of fire were very clear, almost manifesting. Lin Moya took one look and knew the tea table was extremely valuable. Zhu Tian sat down at the table and, with a wave of his hand, a tea set appeared. Lin Moya naturally went over to make tea for Zhu Tian. He often did this in the small world and was quite skilled at it. Although not as good as those specialized in it, he wasn't an amateur either. Zhu Tian asked, "Do you often drink tea?" Lin Moya honestly replied, "In the small world, my teacher loved tea, so I often made tea." Zhu Tian smiled slightly. "Can you tell me about your time in the small world?" Lin Moya nodded. "What would you like to know?" "Anything, start with how you began cultivating." At this moment, Zhu Tian seemed like a kind elder, wanting to hear stories from the younger generation. As Lin Moya poured tea for Zhu Tian, he recounted some of his experiences in the small world. He didn't tell everything, such as Antares or his 4 beautiful wives in the coffin of slumber. He mainly talked about his cultivation experiences. Zhu Tian's face showed surprise. "You mean, in your small world, everyone can change professions upon reaching adulthood and gain corresponding skills? And these skills can be converted into spells after reaching level 90. Lin Moya nodded. "That's roughly how it is, but not all skills can be converted into spells." Zhu Tian lightly tapped the tea table, making a slight sound. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if pondering something, and he murmured, "The rules have changed." Lin Moya's ears twitched slightly. He heard Zhu Tian's words but didn't understand what they meant. Zhu Tian didn't continue on this topic. "Do you know why I came to find you?" Lin Moya shook his head. "I don't know." Zhu Tian chuckled. "I want to find you a master." "Ha!" Lin Moya was taken aback. Find a master? He had just arrived in the Great World and didn't know anyone. Why would Zhu Tian, the domain master of the Vermilion Bird Star region and a peak god sovereign, think of finding him a master? And judging by his tone, the master he was looking for was at least someone of his level. In the Great World, although everything depends on one's own efforts, having a master is still much better than not having one. At least a master can answer questions and provide resources when needed. Lin Moya remained calm and didn't show much excitement. "May I ask why the domain master wants to find me a master?" "Because you are excellent." The human race is eager for talent, and various rules are in place to cultivate and select talent. As long as you are excellent enough, you won't be overlooked. But as far as Lin Moya knew, it was rare for someone of the domain master's level to personally seek out a disciple. Lin Moya asked, "May I ask who the domain master intends to recommend me to?" Zhu Tian smiled mysteriously, "I can't tell you yet. I can only say that many people want to become his disciple, and the competition is very fierce. Although you are excellent, you are not indispensable. Even though the competition is fierce, once you succeed, the benefits are unimaginable." Zhu Tian painted a big picture for Lin Moya, smiling as if he wasn't afraid Lin Moya wouldn't take the bait. Lin Moya indeed took the bait. "May I ask what I need to do, domain master?" "It's simple, just complete tasks and raise your permissions." "To what level?" "At least level 5. "At least level 5. Just from the permissions, it already said a lot. Level 3 permissions allow activities within a range of light years. Level 4 permissions allow free movement within the entire Vermilion Bird Star region. Once you reach level 5 permissions, you can move freely within the 4 major star regions, except for the central divine city. And Zhu Tian required him to reach at least level 5 permissions. Lin Moya immediately had a thought. The master Zhu Tian wanted to recommend must be from the divine city. Lin Moya bowed his head. "I understand. I will work hard to raise my permissions." Zhu Tian reminded him again. "Also, starting from level 3, there will be a series of tasks. If you have the chance, do them." Lin Moya hadn't checked the tasks after reaching level 3, so he didn't know what the series of tasks were, but he immediately agreed. "I understand." Zhu Tian nodded. "You may go now. If you need anything, you can contact me through the Human Emperor Network." "Understood. I take my leave." Just as Lin Moya was about to leave, Zhu Tian called him back. "By the way, how many years did you cultivate in the small world?" Lin Moya replied, "I started cultivating at 18 after changing professions. It's been 10 years now." Zhu Tian's eyelid twitched, and he waved his hand. "I see. You may go." Lin Moya left, flying from the starry sky back to Life Star 98-1. He passed through the thick atmosphere and disappeared from sight. Zhu Tian slapped the tea table, his voice filled with excitement. He started cultivating at 18 and has only been cultivating for 10 years. I underestimated him. He had seen Lin Moya's information and knew he was only 28 years old, but he didn't know when he started cultivating. Starting at 10 or 5 years old makes a big difference. He didn't expect Lin Moya to have started cultivating at 18 and reached the 3rd tier of Super God in just 10 years. Moreover, his combat power was so outstanding, far exceeding Zhu Tian's expectations. Zhu Tian's eyes were full of excitement. He was determined to recommend Lin Moya. Chapter 931. Chapter 931, 931. Chapter 931, curious like a cat, timid like a cat. Lin Moya passed through the thick atmosphere and returned to the star. Lin Moya stopped 1,000 meters in the air, enjoying the cold wind blowing against him. What had happened before felt like a dream. If he hadn't looked up and vaguely seen the giant vermilion bird, Lin Moya might not have believed it. The high and mighty domain master of the Vermilion Bird Star region had come to find him personally. It indeed surprised him. However, perhaps because he was used to dealing with Antares, he only felt that Zhu Tian was an impressive senior. Unlike Renchang, who was so nervous he couldn't even speak. Whatever happens, happens. Lin Moya remembered when he was 18, shortly after his exams, Bai Yaiwan came to find him. He didn't seem to be very nervous either. Maybe it was just his nature. Returning to the task center, before he even entered, Renchang had already rushed out and pulled Lin Moya aside. "What did the domain master say to you?" Renchang asked in a low voice. Lin Moya found it amusing this guy was really both timid and curious. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, "Have you ever heard the saying curiosity killed the cat?" Renchang shook his head, indicating he hadn't. Lin Moya chuckled. "Do you really want to know?" Renchang shook his head again. No, don't tell me. Just pretend I didn't ask." Watching Renchang run away as if escaping, Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. He really was like a cat, both curious and timid. Returning to the task center, he began to check the tasks. There were many more level 3 tasks compared to level 1 and 2, and they covered a wider range. Hundreds and thousands of tasks were displayed before him. In terms of difficulty and rewards, they were much better than level 1 and 2 tasks. Level 1 tasks are mainly for newcomers, with low difficulty and rewards ranging from 10 to 100 points. Generally, it only takes a dozen or so low difficulty tasks to upgrade permissions to level 2, usually taking about 30 days. Level 2 tasks are for super gods of the 3rd to 5th tier. This stage is for familiarizing oneself with the great world. The difficulty is not high, mainly for familiarization, with little danger. Rewards range from 50 to 200 points. Sometimes, there are emergency or special tasks, which offer higher rewards if completed. Most people take 6 months to a year to pass this stage. At first, Lin Moya thought that advancing from the 3rd to the 5th tier of Super God in 6 months was too fast. But now he understood that the great world had things that the small world didn't. Various pills, treasures, and places he hadn't visited yet, like the Enlightenment Room. The Enlightenment Room exists in the Human Emperor Network, but Lin Moya hadn't had time to visit it. Additionally, there are special places to comprehend laws. For example, the stellar essence fire he had seen before could help people quickly comprehend the laws of fire. These conveniences are not available in the small world. Lin Moya had originally prepared to spend a few months at the 2nd level. While doing tasks, he would also level up. As for pills, he hadn't considered them. Antares had once warned him to avoid relying on pills. No invincible strong being is built up by pills. Lin Moya kept this in mind. Now his permissions had been upgraded to level 3. Level 3 permissions correspond to the 6th to 3rd tier of True God. The task difficulty is about the same. Some people don't cultivate and only do tasks. They upgrade to level 3 permissions while still at the 3rd tier of Super God. But once they reach level 3 permissions, they are at a loss. Permissions are upgraded, but task difficulty also increases. Even the simplest level 3 tasks are difficult to complete without at least the 5th tier of Super God strength. Their development becomes extremely difficult, and they have to find ways to improve their strength, retracing the path others have taken. The human race's permission tasks are well designed, having been validated over many years, making them very suitable for human improvement. In the early stages, following the tasks has become the default rule, but Lin Moya broke this rule again. With just the strength of the 3rd tier of Super God, he upgraded his permissions to level 3. And he had only been in the Great World for 10 days. This speed of improvement is unprecedented in the Great World, breaking countless records. To upgrade to level 4 permissions, I need 100,000 points. Level 3 tasks offer rewards ranging from 200 to 5,000 points. If done quickly, 20 tasks can upgrade permissions to level 4. But these 5,000 point tasks are not easy. Lin Moya browsed the tasks. There were many 5,000 point tasks. Most of them were real-world tasks and had cultivation level requirements. After looking through a dozen tasks, the minimum requirement was the 1st tier of True God. They also specifically noted that the danger was high, and it was best to be at the 3rd tier of True God before attempting. Even if Lin Moya was confident, he knew his strength wasn't at the True God level, and he couldn't complete these tasks. Moreover, the Human Emperor Network evaluated Lin Moya's strength as the 9th tier of Super God. Tasks exceeding this requirement couldn't be accepted by Lin Moya. He had to settle for other tasks. Explore the Black Void Secret Realm, find Black Void Stones, minimum requirement, 9th tier of Super God, reward, 2,000 points, medium danger. Clear the Vermilion Bird 000077 non-life star system, minimum requirement, 8th tier of Super God, reward, 1,500 points, low danger. Enter the Shattered Star Belt of the Vermilion Bird 000081 non-life star system, eliminate the Meteor Beasts, obtain Meteor Cores, minimum requirement, 7th tier of Super God, reward, 1,500 points. Note, medium danger. Level 3 tasks indicate the corresponding danger levels. Danger levels are divided into low, medium, and high. For high danger, it's best to be 2 tiers above the minimum requirement. For medium danger, 1 tier above is best. Only low danger tasks are suitable for those at the same level. Lin Moya also saw a type of task he hadn't seen before, team tasks. These tasks require several or even dozens of people to complete, with rewards distributed based on contribution. But these tasks often take a long time, and forming a team also takes time and requires coordination. Lin Moya thought about it. Although the rewards were rich, he decided to pass. After some searching, Lin Moya chose a task. Clear the Vermilion Bird 000077 non-life star system, minimum requirement, 8th tier of Super God, reward, 1,500 points, low danger. The 8th tier of Super God can accept it, and the low danger level means it can be completed by an 8th tier Super God, which suits him perfectly. Chapter 932. Chapter 932, 932. Chapter 932, accepted but unable to complete, and failure 2. Lin Moya accepted the task. Level 3 task, clear the Vermilion Bird 000077 non-life star system. In the Vermilion Bird 000077 non-life star system, a batch of special lifeforms has been born and needs to be cleared out. Retrieve the crystal cores of these lifeforms as proof. Restriction, do not cause major damage to the star system. Completion condition, clear at least 100 special lifeforms within 10 days. Note, the special lifeforms range from Super God 6th tier to Super God 7th tier in strength. Their leader is at the Super God 8th tier. The special lifeforms have weak attack power but strong vitality. After accepting the task, the detailed task information was displayed. Before accepting, only a general description could be seen. The detailed information is only visible after accepting the task. By then, if you find the task too difficult to complete, it's too late to regret. Tasks cannot be cancelled, you can only wait for the time to pass and fail the task. It said that failing a task will result in punishment, but Lin Moya was not clear about the specifics of the punishment. This is to make people learn to be discerning and not act recklessly. After accepting the task, it appeared in Lin Moya's list of ongoing tasks. At the same time, a chain task also appeared in the task list. Chain tasks start from level 3 and automatically appear in the task list without needing to be accepted separately. Everyone receives this chain task. The chain task starts as soon as it is received. Chain task 1. Complete 10 level 3 tasks. A comprehensive score will be given based on the completion rate of each task. Completing 10 level 3 tasks doesn't seem too difficult. After all, he would have to complete many tasks anyway to upgrade his permissions. The key is what comes after. A comprehensive score will be given based on the completion rate of the 10 tasks. According to Domain Master Zhu Tian, the chain task is very important. Although he didn't explicitly say it, Lin Moya could sense the importance from his tone. Gu Qingxian had also mentioned something similar before, that the task of guiding him was part of a chain task, which seemed to be related to entering the Divine City. Entering the divine city is the dream of every cultivator of the human race, and Lin Moyo is no exception. Finding a teleportation array, Lin Moyo headed to the Vermilion Bird 000077 non-life star system. The distance was 53 light-years, costing 5 points. With Lin Moyo's current wealth of 18,069 points, he didn't even blink at the cost of 5 points. Recalling how Gu Qingxian had spent 100 points and looked so pained, Lin Moyo found it amusing. The main reason was that he had no expenses at all. He didn't buy materials or pills. That's why his points kept accumulating. If he had bought some materials, his points would have drained quickly. The amount of materials he had was far from enough. The teleportation speed was fixed at 1 light-year per second, without any deviation. 53 seconds later, Lin Moyo had arrived at his destination. A massive teleportation array stood in the starry sky, moving along with the star system while maintaining a fixed distance from it. Lively voices reached his ears. Many cultivators were chatting in the starry sky, exchanging experiences. This task covered a wide range, involving dozens of nearby life star systems. After accepting the task, many cultivators had come here, making the area around the teleportation array quite lively. Lin Moyo saw many Super God 8th tier cultivators and even some Super God 9th tier cultivators. Not a single true god was in sight. Most people were still willing to follow the task suggestions. Lin Moyo, a Super God 3rd tier, stood out here. His presence immediately drew the attention of many. Why is he only a Super God 3rd tier? A Super God 3rd tier who has already reached level 3 permissions, he must be one of those fools who only know how to do tasks. Does he think level 3 tasks are the same as level 2? It's been many years since someone like this appeared, right? What an idiot. Even if he reaches level 3 permissions, he should cultivate diligently first and improve his strength before doing tasks. With this task, he accepted it but can't complete it, and he'll end up failing. A kind-hearted person approached Lin Moyo. Brother Lin, did you accept the clearing task? The person's name was Zhao Yanggan, a Super God 9th tier with a kind appearance. Lin Moyo slightly bowed to him. Yes, I accepted the clearing task. Zhao Yanggan sighed. Brother Lin, do you know that if you fail the task, you'll be punished? Lin Moyo nodded. I've heard. Zhao Yanggan asked further, then why did you accept it? Lin Moyo smiled. Thank you for your concern, senior, but I should be able to complete this task. After speaking, Lin Moyo bowed to Zhao Yanggan again and then flew towards the star system. After flying for a distance, he took out the God-slaying fortress and transformed into a streak of lightning, speeding away. Zhao Yanggan sighed. What a pity. Old Zhao, why bother with someone like that? Let him go to his death if he wants to. Exactly, an ignorant little fellow who doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. He's only a Super God 3rd tier, yet he wants to accept a task for the Super God 8th tier. Even if he has extraordinary strength and can challenge higher levels, at most he can challenge the Super God 4th or 5th tier. I've heard that every year, there are ignorant people who come here to die. It's normal for a few to die when there are so many. Zhao Yanggan said, I just hope he's smart enough to know his limits and retreat. There were many people doing tasks inside the star system. If Lin Moyo was smart enough, he might be able to ask for help and save his life. The God-slaying fortress carried Lin Moyo into the star system. The Vermilion Bird 000077 non-life star system was much larger than any star system Lin Moyo had seen before. A total of 28 massive stars floated within the star system, orbiting 2 suns. The 2 suns also orbited each other. Additionally, there were countless fragments of shattered stars within the star system. Lin Moyo didn't know how they had shattered. The entire star system gave Lin Moyo a sense of oppression. He didn't know what the special lifeforms in the star system were like. The task didn't specify, and Lin Moyo didn't want to ask. Just like Zhao Yanggan earlier, he didn't want to waste time explaining to him. The task time was only 10 days. And based on Lin Moyo's understanding of tasks, the faster he completed it, the better. Although the final point reward would be the same, the evaluation might differ. Because there was a chain task after this, and the first step of the chain task was to complete 10 tasks and receive a comprehensive evaluation based on the completion of those 10 tasks. So Lin Moyo didn't want to explain anything to Zhao Yanggan, he wanted to complete the task first. His gaze focused slightly, and the undying law rolled in his palm. The special lifeforms were also lifeforms. Lin Moyo was highly sensitive to the aura of life, and through the undying law, he quickly locked onto the first target. Chapter 933. Chapter 933, 933. Chapter 933, since that's the case, I won't be polite. Under Lin Moyo's perception, the star system was filled with a rich life aura. Many of these were human life auras, while the rest were special lifeforms. With the undying law flickering in his eyes, he scanned the starry sky. Different life auras were clearly distinguishable in Lin Moyo's perception. They were like different colored light spots, easily identifiable in the starry sky. Excluding the human cultivators, he locked onto the nearest special life form. It was about 10,000 kilometers away, on a star fragment with a diameter of less than 100 meters. With a flap of his undead wings, his soul power surged as he flew over. 10,000 kilometers was not far in the scale of the great world's starry sky, it was very close. In just a moment, Lin Moyo arrived at the location. He saw the special life form. It looked like a transparent film, enveloping the star fragment. The star fragment was slowly shrinking as it was being devoured by the life form. It emitted the aura of a Super God 6th tier, which, according to the task information, was the weakest of the special lifeforms here. With a light touch of his finger, a detection spell fell on it. Starlight Mist Spirit. Level, Super God. Characteristics: a special lifeform created by the interweaving laws of starlight, possessing strong vitality but relatively weak attack power. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and a few skeleton god generals appeared in front of him. Several massive sword energies slashed through the starry sky, and the starlight mist spirit let out a squeak as it was torn to pieces by the sword energy. In the next second, the starlight shone down, and the shattered body quickly began to regenerate. The starlight acted like threads, weaving the starlight mist spirit's broken body back together. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the skeleton god generals were imbued with the undying law. Even with just 1% of the law, it significantly enhanced the skeleton god general's combat power. Several more sword energies were unleashed, this time with an additional layer of gray-white color. The sword energies once again tore the starlight mist spirit's body apart. This time, the sword energies carried the death power of the undying law, corroding its body. The starlight shining down lost its effect and could no longer heal its wounds. Moreover, the undying law caused the wounds to rapidly expand, and the corrosion deepened. The starlight mist spirit's body was dismembered by the sword energies, but it did not die. As the starlight lost its healing effect, the starlight mist spirit's body began to shine brilliantly, and intense starlight burst from its wounds, forcibly reconnecting the shattered parts. It looked like a large piece of cloth, clearly torn but still barely holding together. The shattered mist spirit, with a scream, lunged at Lin Moyu, its starlight turning into its weapon. Thin beams of starlight shot towards Lin Moyu and the skeleton god generals. The attack power was not strong. The super god 6th tier starlight mist spirit's attack power barely reached the standard of a super god 5th tier. The skeleton god generals ignored its attacks, and Lin Moyu ignored them even more. The skeleton god generals continuously slashed with their sword energies, shattering it into pieces. Finally, even the starlight dimmed, unable to maintain the connection, and it exploded under the dense sword energies. The starlight mist spirit died, turning into a cluster of starlight, shining brilliantly in the starry sky for a full 10 seconds. In the end, only a fist-sized crystal ball remained. This was the crystal core left by the mist spirit, the item required for the task. A detection spell fell on the crystal core. Starlight Crystal Core contains the laws of starlight, can be used to comprehend the laws or to craft items. Lin Moyu held the Starlight Crystal Core, his eyes flickering. He understood why the task specified not to cause major damage to the star system. This non-life star system was essentially a production factory for Starlight Crystal Cores. The star system would continuously produce starlight mist spirits, and cultivators would take on tasks to eliminate them and obtain the crystal cores. Task completion would earn them points, which could be used to purchase various items. The submitted crystal cores could be used to comprehend the laws of starlight or to craft items. A win-win situation. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, put away the Starlight Crystal Core, and quickly flew towards the next target. The Starlight Mist Spirits indeed had strong vitality. Ordinary attacks, even if they shattered them, could hardly kill them. Their bodies were mostly composed of the laws of starlight, giving them strong regenerative abilities. Even if shattered, they could recover given some time. One must use laws to completely erase the starlight laws within them, but doing so would require more effort. However, for Lin Moyu, it seemed very simple. Dozens or even hundreds of skeleton god generals swarmed, each taking a turn, quickly tearing the starlight mist spirits apart. Lin Moyu moved from one to the next, killing 5 or 6 in just half an hour. At this rate, he could complete the task in just half a day. But Lin Moyu was not satisfied with this speed. For him, killing the starlight mist spirits was quick. The most time-consuming part was finding them. The star system had many star fragments, some of which housed starlight mist spirits. The ones he had killed were all found on star fragments, and all were super god 6th tier. They were very easy to kill. If only I could find a group of starlight mist spirits. Lin Moyu pondered, the undying law rising in his eyes as he began searching. Soon, he saw a large number of starlight mist spirits. Stars. In the star system, several large planets had many starlight mist spirits. However, there were also many cultivators on the planets. Besides the star fragments and planets, the stars had the most starlight mist spirits, but no cultivators were present. Lin Moyu instinctively felt something was wrong. Although stars could harm cultivators, super god 8th and 9th tier cultivators could still move freely on them. As long as they didn't stay too long, they would be fine. Lin Moyu also believed that these people knew there were many starlight mist spirits on the stars. So why didn't they go there? There must be something strange. After some thought, he guessed a few possibilities. The most likely was that they would be swarmed. The starlight mist spirits on the stars were very close to each other, and attacking one could attract a group. Even if the starlight mist spirits' attack power was weak, the quantity could lead to a qualitative change. Moreover, the starlight mist spirits had strong vitality and were hard to kill. Once surrounded, it would be a troublesome situation. Lin Moyu could imagine such a scenario. Unless the cultivators on the planets joined forces, they might be able to clear the stars. But each was focused on their own tasks, so cooperation was unlikely. With a slight smile, he said, since that's the case, I won't be polite. Taking out the god-slaying fortress, he transformed into a streak of lightning and flew towards the nearest star. Chapter 934. Chapter 934, 934. Chapter 934, Stirring Up the Mist Spirit Nest, Riot. The lightning transformed from the god-slaying fortress was quite eye-catching in the pitch-black cosmic starry sky. It traversed the entire star system at an astonishing speed, approaching the star. The star was blazing, radiating intense sunlight. For billions of years, it had emitted scorching light. On the surface of the star, countless starlight mist spirits crawled. From time to time, mist spirits would fly out and enter the starry sky world. The star seemed to have become the birthplace of the starlight mist spirits. A human life star system refers to a star system suitable for human habitation. This non-life star system, however, is the home of the starlight mist spirits and the source of starlight crystal cores for humans. When he was still 20,000 kilometers away from the star, Lin Moyo put away the god-slaying fortress and flew out from it. The size of the star exceeded Lin Moya's imagination. The star erupted with flames, with the height of the flames exceeding 1,000 kilometers, like pillars of fire piercing the sky, extremely intense. In front of the star, Lin Moya was not even a speck. But this insignificant speck was about to stir up a huge commotion. In the area 10,000 kilometers from the star, countless starlight mist spirits floated. The starlight mist spirits enjoyed the star's light but did not get too close to the star. The flames on the star were not to their liking, but the star's light was their favorite. So the starlight mist spirits lived in the area 10,000 kilometers from the star's surface. This way, they could get the starlight they needed while staying away from the flames. Sensing the life aura of the mist spirits, Lin Moya noticed that many of the starlight mist spirits here had reached the super god 7th tier. The starlight could help them grow. There were also a few super god 8th tier starlight mist spirits. These were the leader level starlight mist spirits, which Lin Moya needed to be cautious of. As he got closer, Lin Moya saw their appearance clearly. As their level increased, the size of the starlight mist spirits grew significantly. When fully expanded, a super god 7th tier starlight mist spirit was over 1,000 meters long. A super god 8th tier one was over 5,000 meters long, incredibly huge. Lin Moya's arrival caught the attention of the mist spirits. When they were still 1,000 kilometers apart, the mist spirits issued sharp warnings, telling Lin Moya to retreat. The mist spirits' voices drilled into his soul, echoing continuously in his soul world, very unpleasant. Lin Moya ignored them and continued to approach. More and more mist spirits noticed Lin Moya and issued sharp warnings. The warnings became increasingly piercing, and Lin Moya blocked the sound, diving straight in. A boulder fell into a calm water surface, breaking the tranquility that had remained unchanged for countless years. Waves surged, and the starlight mist spirits went into a complete riot. They crazily pounced on Lin Moya, with countless starlight beams bombarding him, trying to tear him to pieces. White light flickered on Lin Moya's body, and bone armor appeared. The spell linkage activated, and the white light enveloped the world of the mist spirits. Bone fangs and spears were incredibly sharp, piercing into the bodies of the mist spirits. In the next second, skeleton god generals and death dragon knights appeared, and the battle officially began. There were many mist spirits, but the undead army was also numerous. Moreover, the defense of the skeleton god generals was far superior to that of the mist spirits. The sword energy, carrying the undying law, tore the bodies of the mist spirits apart. The death dragon knights spewed scorching dragon breath, corroding the bodies of the mist spirits. They charged back and forth among the mist spirits, tearing them to pieces. In almost the blink of an eye, nearly 100 mist spirits were killed, and the starry sky exploded with clusters of brilliant starlight. The task was completed in less than a minute. With a wave of his hand, Lin Moya used an invisible force to collect the starlight crystal cores. He took 100 starlight crystal cores to submit for the task, and the rest could be sold for money. No one would complain about having too many points. The undead army displayed a crushing force, and the mist spirits were no match at all. The mist spirits issued even sharper cries, echoing throughout most of the star system. The cultivators in the star system heard the cries of the mist spirits and then saw the battle on the star's surface. One by one, they widened their eyes in disbelief. In an instant, the entire star system became lively, with soul voices rising one after another. Is he crazy? He actually dared to go to the star. The mist spirit group on the star is not easy to kill. Is this person out of his mind? When the mist spirits react, he will die a horrible death. Not good, the mist spirits are rioting. That idiot, how could he provoke the mist spirits on the star? The mist spirits are rioting, retreat quickly. Retreat quickly, people are going to die. Amidst the sharp cries, a large number of mist spirits suddenly emerged from various places in the star system. These mist spirits had drifted out from the star over countless years and hidden in the star system, in the star fragments, meteorite belts, and on the surfaces and interiors of planets. Mist spirits appeared everywhere. They went mad and began attacking nearby humans. Lin Moya's actions had completely enraged the mist spirits, causing them to riot. All the cultivators frantically retreated, trying to leave the star system. Fortunately, the mist spirits' attack power was not strong. Although there were many of them, the damage was limited. The cultivators reacted quickly, starting to retreat as soon as the riot began. Most of them successfully escaped, with only a few trapped inside. Lin Moya also noticed the mist spirit riot. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. He had stirred up the mist spirit nest, causing a riot throughout the star system. In front of him, more mist spirits surged forward. He wasn't worried. Although there were many mist spirits, their damage was limited and couldn't harm his undead army. Even the super god 8th tier mist spirit leaders were ignored by him. This was why the task was classified as low danger. If not for the riot, the task would indeed pose no danger. Lin Moya looked into the distance, his eyes filled with laws, seeing that most people in the star system had already escaped. Only a few were trapped and couldn't get out. These people were trapped because of him. With a slight movement of his will, tens of thousands of death dragon knights charged in all directions. He had caused the trouble, so he had to solve it. He didn't want anyone to die because of his mistake. The Death Dragon Knights continuously charged, rushing to rescue people at an astonishing speed. The mist spirits along the way were pierced through, unable to stop the Death Dragon Knights. Zhuoling was originally fighting as Super God 7th tier Mist Spirit. His strength was only at the Super God 7th tier, just meeting the task's requirements. After accepting the task, he found that the Mist Spirits were not strong. Although they were hard to kill, they posed no danger. So he confidently started the task, killing his way into the star system. The sudden Mist Spirit riot caught him off guard. 3 Super God 7th tier Mist Spirits suddenly appeared around him, surrounding him. He couldn't retreat, and more Mist Spirits kept coming from all directions. Zhuoling fell into despair, knowing that he wouldn't survive today. As for the culprit who caused the Mist Spirit riot, Zhuoling didn't even have time to hate him, he just felt very wronged and unlucky. He fought desperately, as a human cultivator would never surrender. Seeing his hope fading and his injuries worsening, suddenly, a voice sounded in his soul. Hold on a little longer. Then the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Chapter 935. Chapter 935, 935. Chapter 935, this is no fun. Hold on a little longer. Zhuoling clearly heard this voice. It was like a beam of light suddenly appearing in the darkness of despair, bringing a glimmer of hope. Amidst the dragon's roar, he saw many white bone dragons covered in silver-white fire flying from the starry sky. They shattered the starlight mist spirits into pieces. The starry sky was filled with countless clusters of brilliant starlight, which were the corpses left behind by the dead starlight mist spirits. The Death Dragon Knights cleared a path leading out of the star system. Saved! Zhuoling let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Lin Moyo outside the star. Although Lin Moyo had caused the mist spirit riot, he had also saved him. Zhuoling did not hate or blame Lin Moyo. No matter what, it was Lin Moyo who saved him. Zhuoling even bowed to Lin Moyo to express his gratitude. Leave first. Lin Moyo's voice slowly sounded. Yes. Zhuoling did not hesitate at all and immediately left along the path Lin Moyo had cleared for him. The same scene kept playing out in the starry sky. Although Lin Moyo had caused the mist spirit riot, putting some people in danger, he also made amends, ensuring no one died because of him. Those who initially blamed Lin Moyo changed their views upon seeing his actions. A group of people gathered outside the star system, watching the situation unfold. It seems he didn't do it on purpose. He must be a newcomer, not familiar with the situation here. Of course he's a newcomer. Look, he's only at the 3rd tier of Super God. A 3rd tier Super God with level 3 permissions, yet he has the strength comparable to the 8th tier of Super God. This person is extraordinary. More than just the 8th tier of Super God. Look at how he handles so many mist spirits with ease. Even if we all join forces, we might not manage. And he still has the strength to save people. What kind of spell is this? How can he summon so many creatures, each so powerful? At least a stellar level spell, and possibly a multi-star spell. People discussed fervently, finding Lin Moyo incredibly mysterious. There had been people who, at the 3rd tier of Super God, upgraded their permissions to level 3. The results were not good, they were left dumbfounded, unable to complete level 3 tasks. They had to honestly recomprehend the laws and cultivate their levels. The tasks they took on ended in failure, with no rewards and even punishments, making it not worth the effort. Initially, they thought Lin Moyo would be the same, but he completely exceeded their expectations. Lin Moyo, at the 3rd tier of Super God, slaughtered countless mist spirits while surrounded by them. The starry sky continuously lit up with brilliant starlight, all from the explosions of the dead mist spirits. Smart people realized that a powerful genius had emerged among the human race. Outside the star, Lin Moyo continued his slaughter. The mist spirits' attack power was too weak to pose any threat to the undead army. The only issue was the sheer number of mist spirits, far exceeding the undead army. His 360,000 skeleton god generals and 50,000 death dragon knights were fighting with all their might. Yet, the more mist spirits they killed, the more appeared. 8th tier super god, leader level mist spirits began to appear in large numbers. These mist spirits had strong vitality and were hard to kill. Lin Moyo also knew that the upper limit of his undead army was just enough to grind down 8th tier super gods, but they were helpless against 9th tier super gods. He was helpless about this. It could only be said that his level was not high enough. If his strength could increase by 1 or 2 more tiers, it would be a different story. Another issue was that the mist spirits left no corpses after death. He couldn't use the corpse explosion spell otherwise, no matter how many starlight mist spirits there were, they would just be fodder. As more 8th tier super god mist spirits appeared, Lin Moyo's killing speed slowed down. Suddenly, the star in front of him shook violently. A brilliant beam of starlight shot out from the star, illuminating the entire star system. In the starlight, a gigantic starlight mist spirit flew out. This starlight mist spirit was completely different from the others. 8th tier super god mist spirits were only 5,000 to 10,000 meters long, but this starlight mist spirit was over 1,000 kilometers long, comparable to a small asteroid. Its body was covered in flowing light, colorful and dazzling. When it fully spread its body, it covered the sky, enveloping the starry sky. Countless fine lines shot out like starlight, landing on the undead. The starlight laws intertwined, unleashing astonishing destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. Skeleton god generals and death dragon knights exploded. Lin Moyo's heart skipped a beat. This attack power, it's a true god. A detection spell flew out. Starlight Mist Spirit King. Level, True God. Characteristics, a special lifeform created by the intertwining starlight laws, a true god level Mist Spirit King with even stronger vitality and no longer weak attack power. Weak attack power was a flaw of the mist spirits, but once it ascended to a true god, this flaw was erased. Unexpectedly, a true god-level mist spirit king was hidden within the star. A true god, he was no match for it. Even if it couldn't harm him, he couldn't harm it either. Its attacks had already exceeded the limits the undead could withstand, enough to instantly kill them. However, the undead were numerous and could be revived 6 times. Lin Moyo only needed to control them slightly, cycling the undead to withstand the attacks, making it hard for them to be killed. Lin Moyo foresaw that if he fought it, the battle could last a year or more without a result. The skeleton god general's attacks on it only caused negligible wounds, which healed almost instantly. Since that was the case, there was no point in fighting. Lin Moyo turned to leave, but the Mist Spirit King clearly didn't want him to go. Its massive body quickly coiled into a ball, trapping Lin Moyo and the undead army inside. This is no fun, Lin Moyo thought, pondering how to solve this problem. He just needed to open a gap to escape. The task time was only 10 days, and he had to return within 10 days, otherwise, the task would be deemed a failure. He already had over 10,000 starlight crystal cores. If the task still failed, it would be too unjust. What should I do? Lin Moyo pondered, unable to think of a solution for the moment. If I had known, I should have bought a true god-level corpse to keep. The trading center had everything, and he had seen corpses of super god-level beings, so there must be true god-level corpses as well. Others used them for refining tools, pills, or puppets. He could use them for corpse explosions. Still, my time in the great world is too short, and I lack experience. Lin Moyo sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a sword light flew from afar, slicing through the Mist Spirit King's body. Lin Moyo heard a scream from its soul. The Mist Spirit King's massive body was split in two by the sword light. Then Lin Moyo heard a loud voice, "I've been waiting for you for years, and you finally came out." Chapter 936. Chapter 936, 936. Chapter 936, what do you want that thing for? As soon as the voice came, sword lights intertwined into a large net, covering the starry sky. The net enveloped both the Mist Spirit King and Lin Moyo. The sword lights were extremely sharp, exuding sharp laws. The laws were very similar to the starlight laws of the Mist Spirit King, only much stronger. I don't know if it's a true god or a god king. Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself. The Mist Spirit King kept screaming, realizing its fear. Lin Moyo saw a majestic figure, his whole body shining brightly, like a star shooting from afar. "I've been waiting for you for years, and you finally came out. With your crystal core, I will surely ascend to God King." From his words, Lin Moyo could tell that this person was a true god, and a peak true god, just one step away from becoming a god king. The information revealed by the other party also confirmed Lin Moyo's guess. Name, Fang Xingzong. Level, True God 9th tier. Fang Xingzong was a true god 9th tier, mastering at least 26% of the laws, possibly even 30%. However, Lin Moyo himself currently only mastered 3% of the laws. Each 1% increase in law mastery significantly boosts strength. Plus, the difference in soul levels. The gap in strength between the two was immeasurable. Lin Moyo knew that no matter how strong his defense was, if Fang Xingzong wanted to kill him, it would only take one sword under soul tracking. The Mist Spirit King screamed, and Lin Moyo could hear the fear in its voice. It seemed to be afraid of Fang Xingzong. Fang Xingzong's eyes carried a smile. "You've been hiding for so many years, but this time you can't escape." As he spoke, he gently clenched his hand. The sword net formed by the starlight laws suddenly tightened, tearing the Mist Spirit King to pieces. The Mist Spirit King screamed, its whole body bursting with dazzling starlight, trying to heal its wounds. But under Fang Xingzong's starlight laws, it was futile. The Mist Spirit King never imagined it would die under the starlight laws it was best at. If it had known this would happen, it probably would never have come out. Wouldn't it have been better to stay hidden in the star? Why come out? A massive light cluster appeared in the starry sky, completely illuminating the entire starry sky, with the light spreading at the speed of light beyond the starry sky. After all, it was a true god-level life form. The light emitted after the Mist Spirit King's death was brighter than a star. Perhaps in 53 years, the light from this explosion could be seen from star 98 to 1. The speed of light is constant and unchanging. After the Mist Spirit King died, the extreme brightness made Lin Moyo unable to open his eyes. But through soul sensing, Lin Moyo witnessed the entire process. A colorful starlight crystal core appeared in the starry sky, the essence of the Mist Spirit King, a true god-level starlight crystal core. It proved the Mist Spirit King once existed. Lin Moyo could feel the strong starlight laws contained within the starlight crystal core. Fang Xingzong reached out and grabbed the starlight crystal core, laughing heartily, "Not bad, not bad." Lin Moyo didn't know who Fang Xingzong was praising, but it was clear that he was very happy and in a good mood. Lin Moyo slightly bowed to Fang Xingzong. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Fang Xingzong waved his hand. "Little guy, it should be me thanking you. If it weren't for you drawing out the Mist Spirit King, who knows how much longer I would have had to wait." Lin Moyo quickly shook his head. "It was unintentional on my part." Fang Xingzong's voice was loud and direct. "Whether it was intentional or not, what you did benefited me, so I should thank you. This true god-level starlight crystal core is useful to me, so I can't give it to you. Is there anything you need? Just say it." Seeing his demeanor, Lin Moyo realized that Fang Xingzong's personality was straightforward. Such people speak and act directly, without beating around the bush. They also have a characteristic: once they decide on something, they will do it. Seeing Lin Moya remain silent, Fang Xingzong became a bit impatient. Little guy, I don't like owing favors. Just tell me what you need. If I have it, I'll give it to you. If I don't, I'll find a way to get it for you. As long as it's not too excessive, I can generally agree. Since that was the case, Lin Moya didn't hold back. Senior, could you give me the corpse of a true god-level life form? Hearing Lin Moya's request, Fang Xingzong was slightly taken aback. What do you want that thing for? He thought Lin Moya would ask for something like pills or weapons, or even directly ask for points. He didn't expect him to ask for the corpse of a true god-level life form. Fang Xingzong frowned, not because he was unwilling to give it, but because he didn't have one on hand. Fang Xingzong asked, which tier of true god? Lin Moya said, any tier will do. Fang Xingzong nodded, I don't have one right now, but no problem. I'll find one for you later. Let's exchange contact information, and I'll have someone deliver it to you once I find it. Lin Moya didn't hesitate and directly gave his contact information to Fang Xingzong. Star 98 to 1, Lin Moya, Super God 3rd tier. Only then did Fang Xingzong notice Lin Moya's level, his eyes filled with surprise, and he couldn't help but take another look at Lin Moya. He had been watching Lin Moya's performance, causing the Mist Spirit riot, then saving people during the riot, and finally drawing out the Mist Spirit King. Even when trapped by the Mist Spirit King, he remained calm and unflustered. Fang Xingzong was impressed by Lin Moya's performance, finding it impeccable. Fang Xingzong couldn't help but sigh, to have such strength at the 3rd tier of Super God, you are truly talented. Lin Moya humbly replied, Senior, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go. Fang Xingzong waved his hand, no need to be modest. I never speak falsely. If I say you are talented, then you are talented. Although you recklessly caused the riot, you did well in saving people. If I had acted, the Mist Spirit King would have known of my presence and wouldn't have come out. So, in the end, it was your unintentional actions that helped me. I've been waiting for it for decades, and now I can finally break through to God King. Lin Moya said, then let me congratulate you in advance, Senior. Fang Xingzong nodded, alright, I'll send you the true god-level corpse once I get it. Lin Moya thanked him again, thank you, Senior. It doesn't have to be a complete corpse, even a partial one will do. The timing isn't important either. I'll remember that. Fang Xingzong nodded, stepped on his longsword, and turned into starlight, shooting away. His speed was so fast that he disappeared from sight in an instant. Looking at the empty starry sky where the Mist Spirit King had been, the remaining Mist Spirits had long hidden away. Lin Moya didn't search for them further. He took out the God-slaying fortress and quickly left. Chapter 937. Chapter 937, 937. Chapter 937, Permissions in the Great World are really important. Lin Moya returned to Star 98 to 1 through the teleportation array with a sense of lingering fear in his eyes. When he returned to the teleportation array, a group of people surrounded him. It was as if they were looking at a rare animal in a zoo, especially some female cultivators. Even though Lin Moya was experienced, he found it hard to handle. Their bold gazes even made him feel like they were about to make a move. He barely managed to break through the encirclement and activated the teleportation array to escape. It was really a bit scary. Lin Moya didn't expect that the female cultivators in the Great World could be so bold. Since coming to the Great World, he hadn't interacted with many female cultivators. The one he interacted with the most was Gu Qingxian. Gu Qingxian was gentle, elegant, straightforward, and made him feel very easy to get along with. He thought all female cultivators in the Great World would be like her. He didn't expect it to be completely different. Lin Moya didn't understand that in the Great World, there is a rule: the strong are respected. Lin Moya's performance was too outstanding, and he already had all the qualities to become a strong person. How could such a person not be popular? Returning to the task center, he went to the counter to submit his task. He still chose Lin Xiao. The two sisters indeed looked very similar, but the younger sister Lin Xiao was shyer and not as mature as her older sister Lin Xiao. The task, which was supposed to take 10 days, was completed in about half a day. Needless to say, the evaluation was definitely good. The chain task required 10 tasks, and he had completed the first one. If it weren't for the subsequent events, Lin Moya would have taken less than 2 hours in total. But even half a day was fast enough. In the list of completed tasks, there was one more. The task, clear the Vermilion Bird 000077 non-life star system, was marked as completed and disappeared from the overall task list, making it impossible to accept again. Lin Moya didn't accept any other tasks but went to the trading center instead. This time, he had obtained over 10,000 starlight crystal cores. Besides the 100 needed for the task, he planned to sell the rest. These things were useless to him, so he might as well exchange them for points. The trading center was as lively as ever. After a few days, Lin Moya saw some familiar faces again. They still hadn't sold all their goods. It was such a waste of time. Lin Moya shook his head secretly. He respected other people's choices, but he would never do that himself. The trading center in a low-level life star system had too few good things. Most of the items were below the true god level, which were useless to him. He went straight into the trading center. Scanning the trading center, he found Xiao Yan. Arrange a trading room for me, Lin Moya said directly. As a regular customer, there was no need for pleasantries. Although he didn't know the value of the starlight crystal cores, he was sure it wouldn't be lower than starfire gold. This transaction would definitely exceed 10,000 points. Xiao Yan smiled and saluted Lin Moya. Alright, Senior Lin, please wait a moment. I will arrange it for you right away. Xiaoyan didn't ask what items Lin Moyo wanted to trade. Each staff member at the trading center had their own duties. He was only responsible for reception, not for handling the trade items. No one could overstep their authority. The rules of the human race were very strict. The reason for such strict rules can be traced back to the history of the human race, which is very distant. The human race suffered from being too loose in the past. Later, they had to implement strict management and distinguish levels. This was both a restriction and a protection. However, all these rules were only implemented after the emergence of the Human Emperor Network. The Great World is too vast. Without the Human Emperor Network, strict management would be impossible. Lin Moyo had read some information on this topic and knew that what he had encountered so far was just the surface of the human race in the Great World. Only by continuously upgrading his permissions could he access more things. Xiaoyan moved quickly and arranged a trading room in just 2 minutes. Senior, it's the same trading room, Xiaoyan smiled as he led Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo asked, it's the same trading room 3 times in a row. Isn't that a bit of a coincidence? Xiaoyan explained, our trading center has a rule. If you were satisfied with the previous transaction, the next time you will be arranged in the same trading room with the same trading master. Of course, if you have other requests, we will try to meet them. Lin Moyo smiled and shook his head, no need, familiarity is good. In the trading room, Lin Xiao had already boiled water and made tea. Seeing Lin Moyo, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents, Senior Lin, we meet again. Lin Moyo didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the table, yes, we meet again. He took a sip of tea, not bad, this tea is better than last time. The person making the tea was the same, and the technique was the same. It could only mean the tea leaves had improved. The previous tea was good, but it was just ordinary tea. This time, the tea had a faint trace of laws flowing through it, making the body feel naturally relaxed. The mind also seemed to become clearer. Do you have different grades of customers, using different tea leaves for different customers? Lin Xiao's smile grew wider, with a hint of playfulness. Senior Lin guessed it right. We do have this rule, and it's based on the customer's permission level. I see. It seems that permissions in the Great World are really important. Lin Moyo lightly tapped the table, beginning to understand. Lin Xiao refilled his cup with hot tea, the aroma becoming even richer. The second brew of this tea is even better. Please try it, Senior. She didn't seem in a hurry to conduct the transaction but chatted with Lin Moyo instead. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity about Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo tasted the tea, finding it indeed better than before, with the laws more distinct. The tea had a stronger effect of clearing the mind and brightening the eyes. Lin Xiao softly asked, Senior, are you from a small world? Lin Moyo nodded, yes. Senior is really impressive, being able to cultivate to the super god level from a small world. It's truly rare. Lin Xiao's praise was sincere and genuine. Lin Moyo smiled, I was just lucky. Our small world has produced many super gods, and they even brought everyone from the small world out. Senior means the entire clan left the small world. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Moyo nodded, yes, the entire clan entered the great world. But that was thousands of years ago, and I don't know how they are doing now. Lin Xiao tilted her head, thousands of years ago, the entire clan entered the great world. I think I've heard of this somewhere. Oh. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised, showing curiosity. The small world he came from belonged to this starry sky. Perhaps she had really heard of it. Lin Xiao thought for a while but couldn't remember. Sorry, Senior, I can't recall. I'll look for some information when I get home, maybe I can find something. Lin Moyo smiled, it seems your family is quite extraordinary. Lin Xiao blushed, it's nothing special, just a bit old, with records of some historical events. Actually, when you reach level 5 permissions, you can access a lot of ancient information. The Human Emperor Network has records of every historical event. Chapter 938. Chapter 938, 938. Chapter 938, Trading Starlight Crystal Cores, heading to the training ground. The Human Emperor Network has existed for a very long time. Lin. Since its existence, all major and minor events within the human race have been recorded. As long as you have sufficient permissions, you can access even the oldest records. Lin Xiao's words reminded Lin Moyo. In the end, it all comes down to permissions. Permission levels and strength are somewhat correlated. Thank you. Hearing Lin Moyo's words, Lin Xiao's eyes turned into crescent moons, looking very happy. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Even if I didn't tell you, you would have found out soon enough. Lin Xiao did not take credit, appearing very humble. Their names differed by just one character, making their conversation quite congenial. After chatting for a while, Lin Moyo took out the items for this transaction. The starlight crystal cores glowed with a mesmerizing light. Inside, the starlight laws intertwined like fine threads. Holding the fist-sized starlight crystal core in his palm was like holding a miniature star. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with fascination, seemingly enchanted. What a beautiful starlight crystal core, Senior Lin. May I take a closer look? She clearly recognized the starlight crystal core, yet her reaction was as if she was seeing it for the first time, which puzzled Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo placed the starlight crystal core on the table. Haven't you seen a starlight crystal core before? Lin Xiao smiled shyly. I've only seen them in the trading center, but never up close. Other seniors who completed tasks also brought extra starlight crystal cores for trading, but the quantity was never large. As she spoke, Lin Xiao picked up the starlight crystal core, examining it closely. It really looks like a perfect piece of art, so beautiful. Seeing her handle it so carefully, Lin Moya found it amusing. The starlight crystal core is produced after the death of a starlight mist spirit, essentially the essence of the mist spirit, containing the starlight laws. Its hardness far surpasses steel. No matter how you drop it, it won't break, so there's no need to be so cautious. Lin Moya sipped his tea, waiting for Lin Xiao to finish admiring it before asking, "How much are the starlight crystal cores worth?" Lin Xiao replied, "The starlight crystal core contains starlight laws and is very beautiful. Unfortunately, it's only at the super god level, so its value isn't very high. Each super god level starlight crystal core is worth 2 points." Lin Moya had anticipated this price. Since super gods aren't even considered cannon fodder, super god level items naturally aren't very valuable. Lin Moya nodded, "Alright, activate the trading disc, and I'll throw in all the starlight crystal cores." "Okay." Lin Xiao activated the trading disc beside her. Lin Moya waved his hand, throwing all the starlight crystal cores he had obtained into the trading disc. The trading disc glowed brightly, shining brilliantly. Lin Xiao could sense the situation inside the trading disc in real time. As she saw more and more starlight crystal cores being thrown in, her beautiful eyes widened. How can there be so many? She covered her mouth in disbelief. She had initially thought that if Lin Moya had a few hundred or 1,000 starlight crystal cores, it would already be a lot. After all, Lin Moya was only at the 3rd tier of super god. Being able to complete this task was already very impressive. Having extra starlight crystal cores would be considered exceptional. She never expected there would be so many. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think that Senior Lin must have stirred up the nest of the starlight mist spirits. She wasn't wrong, Lin Moya had indeed stirred up the nest of the starlight mist spirits. Finally, after throwing in all the starlight crystal cores, Lin Moya clapped his hands lightly. "Calculate the total." "Alright." The trading disc had an automatic calculation function and quickly provided the total. "The total is points. The points have been credited to your account, Senior Lin. You can check them yourself." Lin Xiao's voice trembled slightly. Since becoming a trading master, this was the first time she had handled a transaction worth over 10,000 points. In this low-level star system, most people had permissions below level 3, and their strength rarely exceeded the true god level. Not to mention 10,000 points, even transactions worth over 1,000 points were rare. Someone like Lin Moya was extremely rare, almost unheard of. Lin Moya checked his points. His total points had reached 40,000, with task points at 12,350. Lin Moya was very satisfied with this amount. Not bad. Lin Moya smiled slightly and took out another starlight crystal core, placing it on the table. "This is for you." Seeing that Lin Xiao liked it, he had set one aside. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with joy, her smile radiant, and she didn't refuse. "Thank you, Senior Lin. You're welcome. I might need your help again next time." Lin Moya activated the teleportation array and left the trading center. After Lin Moya left, Lin Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. This senior, whose name differed from hers by just one character, seemed quite mysterious to her. A super god 3rd tier with level 3 permissions. He wasn't one of those fools who upgraded their permissions without having the strength to back it up. She believed that Lin Moya had the strength, otherwise, these transactions wouldn't have happened. Lin Moya not only had the ability to challenge higher levels but was also very strong. Senior Lin is really amazing. I wish I could be that strong in the future. Holding the starlight crystal core, Lin Xiao was once again captivated by its beauty. After leaving, Lin Moya didn't return to the task center but found a task room nearby. In the area where cultivators operate, there are many such task rooms. For a small amount of points, you can stay in a task room for a long time and connect to the Human Emperor network. Of course, you could also go to the living area and find a hotel or buy a house. But that would be much more expensive than a task room. You could also go to the wilderness or dig a cave in the mountains, but the safety would be much lower, and you might be disturbed. Overall, task rooms are the best choice. 1 point can rent a task room for 100 days, and you won't find anything cheaper. You can even share a task room with someone else for the same 1 point. Many couples share a task room. After paying the points and closing the door, Lin Moya entered the Human Emperor network. Through this task, Lin Moya realized that his level was still too low and needed to be improved. If he could level up 2 more tiers, even without Feng Xingzong's help, the true god-level Starlight Mist Spirit wouldn't have been able to trap him. In the Human Emperor network, there is a place called the Human Emperor Training Ground. Here, people can train and comprehend laws. It's said that the Human Emperor Training Ground is very effective and highly efficient. However, it's also very expensive. So many people prefer to find suitable places to train in the real world rather than go to the Human Emperor Training Ground. The main reason is that points are limited. Entering the Human Emperor network, Lin Moya teleported to the Human Emperor Training Ground. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Human Emperor Training Ground, a terrifying pressure swept over him. Lin Moya's body swayed slightly, almost losing his balance. Chapter 939. Chapter 939, 939. Chapter 939, Sea of Laws, let's give it a try. The Human Emperor Training Ground was crowded with people, with powerful auras spreading in all directions, forming a massive pressure. Lin Moya could barely stand in the starry sky, his body swaying for a few seconds before he managed to stabilize himself. The Human Emperor Training Ground is special because there are only 5 of them in total. The 4 major star regions each have 1 Human Emperor Training Ground. The other one belongs to the Central Divine City. Because of this, many cultivators from the Vermilion Bird Star region come here to train. Many people do not hide their basic information, and you can see their names and levels. Looking around, there are God Kings everywhere. True gods are at the bottom here, and they are at the 7th or 8th tier of true god. Those below the 5th tier of true god are very rare. As for super gods, they are even rarer. As for someone at the 3rd tier of super god coming here, it seemed like he was the only one. Lin Moya realized that he might become the center of attention again. Fortunately, what he feared did not happen. Here, most people were focused on training. They either stood or sat, each one still in the starry sky. Their eyes were slightly closed, and they were enveloped in a faint glow. Lin Moya knew they must have entered a training state. This is the Human Emperor Network, not the real world. Everything is not as complicated as in the real world, and all the rules can be freely decided by the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya moved away from the crowd and flew forward for a while, finally seeing the real Human Emperor Training Ground. The Human Emperor Training Ground formed an independent star system, with countless stars within it. Each star emitted a different law aura. This star system is very special, and its existence completely defies reality. In the star system, most of the stars are stationary, with only a few stars in motion. There are dozens of stars alone, each emitting different light. There are blue stars, deep red stars, and bright yellow stars. Different colored stars represent different laws. Different stars also represent different laws. Lin Moya seemed to understand the purpose of the Human Emperor Training Ground. After reaching the super god level, the most important aspects of training are the soul and the laws. Here, the laws are almost tangible, greatly accelerating the training process. It should be more than that. Lin Moya thought to himself. He communicated with the Human Emperor Network and applied to use the training ground. Your level is Super God 3rd tier, with level 3 permissions. You can choose a time flow rate of up to 10 times, with a daily fee of 100 points. Hearing the information from the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya was startled. A 10 times time flow rate. This means that training here for 1 day is equivalent to training for 10 days in the outside world. The time flow rate here is accelerated, so 10 days here is equivalent to only 1 day in the real world. The daily fee is 100 points, so training here for 10 days would cost 1000 points, equivalent to 1 day in the real world. Spending 1 day and 1000 points to gain 10 days of training results. It's hard to say whether this deal is profitable or not. If the training effect is very good, it might be worth it. If the training effect is average, 1000 points is not cheap. Especially for super gods, this is even more so. That's why there are very few super gods here. Those who come here as super gods either have exceptional abilities or have family support and enough points. This way, they can have more time than others. But these are not the things that shocked Lin Moya. What really shocked him was that the Human Emperor Training Ground actually possessed the law of time. In his understanding, only the law of time can change the flow of time. Lin Moya couldn't imagine the level of the Human Emperor Network. An existence that can freely manipulate the law of time is incredibly powerful. Imagining it is useless, he had to experience it himself. Lin Moya paid 1000 points. 1000 points allowed him to train in the Human Emperor Training Ground for 1 day. 1 day here is equivalent to 2.4 hours in the real world, 144 minutes. Whether it's worth it depends on the effect. A faint light appeared out of thin air, enveloping Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt all the sounds disappear, and the previously crowded crowd vanished without a trace. In front of him was only the starry sky and a special star system. It was as if a clear stream descended from the sky, passing through his soul. His soul shivered, and his attention became extremely focused, with all distracting thoughts disappearing. Welcome to the Human Emperor Training Ground. This training ground has the following functions and precautions. 1. Clear the soul and remove distractions. 2. Change the flow of time. The higher the permission, the greater the range of time flow changes, and the more points it costs. 3. If you want to stop training, you can choose to stop in your consciousness. 4. You can choose continuous training. Once selected, points will be automatically deducted until they are exhausted. The Human Emperor Training Ground thoughtfully explained the functions of the training ground and some precautions. Basically, it was a user manual, and there was no need to ask others, just reading it once made everything clear. Lin Moya spent a few minutes reading the instructions and fully understood the situation of the training ground. Next, he officially began training. The star system of the training ground is called the Sea of Laws. Each star representing different laws is like a drop of water in the sea. According to the instructions, one only needs to focus their consciousness on the Sea of Laws, and it will automatically display the laws suitable for their training. If one wants to comprehend other laws, they can also choose independently. Some people, after reaching a certain level of training, find it difficult to make further progress and often gain insights from related fields. Laws cannot be taught through words, they can only be comprehended by oneself. Even the same law can be understood differently by different people. Especially after mastering a law, one's will is added to it, further increasing the differences. The Sea of Laws contains most of the laws in the great world. However, most of them are third-tier laws, with some second-tier laws. As for first-tier laws, there are none. Lin Moya looked at the Sea of Laws, and it immediately expanded before his eyes. Countless stars shone brightly and then disappeared. The stars that disappeared represented laws that were not suitable for him. In the end, only 4 stars remained: the Grey Death Law, the Pure White Life Law, the Blazing Fire Law, and the Flickering Lightning Law. These were the 4 laws that the Sea of Laws selected for Lin Moya. Lin Moya glanced at them and found that none of them were the laws he needed. The Death Law and Life Law were indeed similar to the life and death aspects of his Undying Law, but their essence was different. The Lightning Law was understandable, as he had often dealt with it for a period of time. As for why the Fire Law appeared, Lin Moya was unsure. Let's give it a try. Chapter 940. Chapter 940, 940. Chapter 940, Misunderstood. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The four laws were not what Lin Moya wanted. Lin Moya wanted the undying law, the time law, and the space law, but none of them were here. As for the chaos law, that was something only found in legends. It could only be said that Lin Moya's requirements were too high, even he felt a bit extravagant. Since he couldn't rely on the undying law, it was better to return to the soul world and observe the manifestation of the laws in the multi-star spell to comprehend them. Lin Moya ultimately chose the lightning law. At least this law would be very beneficial for driving the god-slaying fortress. After Lin Moya made his choice, the other three law stars disappeared, leaving only the lightning law star. On the lightning law star, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the aura of the law was extremely dense. In Lin Moya's perception, the degree of this law surpassed the stellar essence fire he had seen before, second only to the manifestation of the laws. Moreover, the human emperor training ground had the effect of clearing the soul and focusing attention, making comprehension here very effective. As Lin Moya concentrated, various insights about the lightning law came flooding in. Lin Moya felt he had a new understanding of the lightning law, and his mastery was continuously improving. Previously, he only had a superficial understanding of the lightning law, barely able to use it, let alone master it. But now, he felt increasingly familiar with the lightning law. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to master the lightning law and draw a tributary from the river of the lightning law. He had once been fortunate enough to see the river of laws, where each law had its own river. When he could master a law, even if only 1%, a tributary would branch out from the river of laws. Only after mastering all the tributaries could one truly enter the river of laws. Now, his mastery of the lightning law was rapidly improving, and Lin Moya was completely immersed in the beauty of the law. Ding! Suddenly, he woke up, and the law star in front of him receded and disappeared. His consciousness returned to his body, and he was pulled out of the comprehension of the law. Although his consciousness had returned, Lin Moya was still immersed in the comprehension of the law, feeling unsatisfied. Time's up. Lin Moya sighed lightly in his heart. A day had passed quickly. When he comprehended the undying law, it was measured in years, often taking several years. Now, a mere day was nothing. However, in this one day, Lin Moya had a preliminary understanding of the wonders of the human emperor training ground. Although it wasn't the manifestation of the laws, its effect was no less than that. In some respects, it even surpassed the manifestation of the laws. Lin Moya had a lot to say about this. The undying law and the time law had both manifested in his soul world. Although they had manifested and were very clear, he still had to comprehend the laws himself. So, back then, he spent a lot of time comprehending the undying law. But the human emperor training ground was different. When he comprehended the lightning law, it was as if a very good teacher was personally teaching him the mysteries of the lightning law. Laws cannot be passed on by word of mouth, nor can they be recorded in materials. Lin Moya didn't understand how the human emperor network managed to convey the mysteries of the laws as if a teacher were teaching him. Although he still had to understand it himself, the entry stage was much faster, making it very easy to comprehend the laws. If I continue at this pace, I can master the lightning law within 10 days and establish a tributary of the lightning law. 1% of the lightning law can greatly enhance the power of the god-slaying fortress. But how does the human emperor network do it? It seems to violate the rule that laws cannot be passed on by word of mouth. Lin Moya was very puzzled. He finally decided to continue comprehending the laws. With a thought, he spent 10,000 points to get 10 days of training time. A faint light enveloped Lin Moya, and he entered the training state again. The lightning law star enlarged in his vision, and various mysteries and insights about the lightning law flooded in again. To Lin Moya, it felt like a very dedicated teacher was whispering all the secrets of the lightning law in his ear. This clearly violated the rules of the great world, where laws cannot be passed on by word of mouth, a fact known to everyone. But in the human emperor training ground, this rule was broken. With the teacher's guidance, the speed of comprehension was much faster than doing it alone. Moreover, the lightning law belongs to the third tier of laws, making it much easier to comprehend than the first and second tiers. Lin Moya's comprehension of the lightning law improved at an astonishing speed. Boom! Lin Moya's soul opened its eyes. He saw the river of laws spanning the starry sky again. The river of the lightning law was much smaller than the river of the undying law and far less imposing. A small tributary extended from the river of the lightning law, connecting to his soul. Lightning flickered on his soul, and Lin Moya knew he had mastered 1% of the lightning law. Only 8 days had passed, and including the first day, it had taken just 9 days. In such a short time, he had comprehended 1% of the lightning law. This was enough to complete the transformation from a half-step super-god to a true super-god. The wonders of the great world were once again displayed before Lin Moya. No wonder they say that small worlds are resource-poor. Just the human emperor training ground alone can surpass all small worlds. If small worlds had similar training grounds, the likelihood of producing super-gods would be much higher. The river of laws appeared for only a few seconds before disappearing again, hiding back into the void. After reaching 1% mastery of the law, the whispering voice seemed to disappear. The very dedicated teacher was gone, and the various mysteries and insights about the law no longer flooded in as before. Lin Moya suddenly thought of a saying, "The master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to you." He hadn't mastered the lightning law, so a teacher guided him to the entry stage. After entering, further practice depended on himself. How naive of me to think there could be such a good thing in the world. It turns out it was just to guide me to the entry stage. The rest still depends on my own comprehension. So, the human emperor training ground hasn't completely violated the rules of the great world, perhaps it just found a clever way around them. Lin Moya laughed at himself, realizing he had misunderstood. Comprehending laws is extremely difficult. How could it be effortless? The rules of the great world cannot be easily broken. With 2 days left, Lin Moya didn't continue comprehending the laws. After entering, the speed of comprehension returned to normal, and 1 or 2 days wouldn't yield much progress. Taking this opportunity, Lin Moya began to explore the Sea of Laws, counting how many laws were in it. Chapter 941. Chapter 941, 941. Chapter 941, Humanity is fortunate, I am fortunate. Lin Moyo had a deeper understanding of the Sea of Laws after counting them. He was curious about how the Human Emperor Network constructed such a vast sea of laws. This was just one of the 5 seas of laws, and there must be even larger ones in the central divine city. According to the correspondence between reality and illusion, what exists in the Human Emperor Network might also exist in the real world. But where in the real world could there be so many law stars? Moreover, law stars almost never form naturally. Lin Moyo was very curious. Then he saw a special star in the Sea of Laws. This star not only emitted no light but also swallowed the incoming light. If it weren't for Lin Moya's sensitive soul, which detected the spatial vibrations on its surface, he wouldn't have seen it. Black hole. Lin Moya instinctively reacted. In the starry sky, there are various stars, and black holes are one of them. They swallow light and everything they touch, even stars. Some giant black holes can even swallow divine kings. Human records state that unless one reaches the divine sovereign realm, it's best to avoid black holes. The black hole in the Sea of Laws couldn't be a real black hole but a virtual one constructed by the Human Emperor Network. But why construct a completely useless virtual black hole in the Sea of Laws? Lin Moya didn't believe the Human Emperor Network would be so bored. His consciousness looked into the black hole, and an invisible suction pulled his consciousness in. Lin Moya felt his soul enter another space, but trusting the Human Emperor Network, he didn't panic. He knew it was absolutely safe in the Human Emperor Network, and any danger would be pre-warned. The feeling of his soul being split was just an illusion. A large amount of consciousness entered the black hole, which seemed like another starry sky. In the starry sky, a blazing flame burned, filled with astonishing laws. The laws were so powerful that they seemed to burn the entire starry sky. Lin Moyo had never seen such a vast and astonishing fire law. A river of laws burning with flames appeared in the starry sky, with laws roaring and fire waves surging. In the center of the flames stood a human strongman. He stood casually, but his aura permeated the universe. Divine Sovereign. Lin Moyo immediately recognized this as a divine sovereign, and a very powerful one. Divine sovereigns have complete control over the tributaries of laws, and their power is integrated into the river of laws. Every move is filled with the power of laws, immensely powerful. But now, this divine sovereign seemed to be in a bad situation. Flames flew out from the river of laws, burning his body and revealing fiery white bones. This divine sovereign had lived with the fire law all his life, and the law had long seeped into his bones. But now, he was about to die under his own law. The divine sovereign was neither happy nor sad. He looked at the river of laws above and spoke loudly. Glorious humanity, the fire will not extinguish. With the protection of the human emperor, our humanity will never perish. Now I, the red fire divine sovereign, willingly transform into the fire seed, eternally illuminating billions of humans, blessing the prosperity of humanity. Humanity is fortunate, I am fortunate too. The voice echoed through the starry sky, and all the flames gathered together, compressing and condensing. The flames became more intense, and in the final gathering, they sublimated brilliantly. A violent explosion unfolded before Lin Moya's eyes. The explosion opened the key to the inheritance, and a brilliant law star was born in the fire law. In Lin Moya's eyes, this newly born law star was far more brilliant than the fire law and far more magnificent than the river of laws. The law star condensed the supreme will of the red fire divine sovereign. He transformed into a law star, becoming the fire seed of humanity, blessing the prosperity of humanity. The unimaginable shock deeply moved Lin Moya's heart. It turned out that the sages of humanity not only existed in small worlds but also in the great world. The law stars were so brilliant, far surpassing all the stars in the starry sky. Then, the scene changed, and cold winds howled. The entire galaxy was frozen, and countless enemies were eternally sealed in ice. But outside the galaxy, countless alien races were still watching. The cold water divine sovereign, heavily injured, laughed fearlessly and wildly. With the protection of the human emperor, our humanity will prosper. Now I, the cold water divine sovereign, will annihilate the enemy races, transform into the fire seed, and bless the prosperity of humanity. Humanity is fortunate, I am fortunate too. The coldness swept across the starry sky at a speed faster than light. The brilliant silver-white river of stars sparkled, and within a radius of tens of light years, everything was frozen in an instant. The cold water divine sovereign transformed into a law star in the starlight, illuminating humanity for eternity. The scene changed again. In a prosperous alien galaxy, powerful aliens were on high alert. More than 10 divine sovereigns, along with countless divine kings, defended the galaxy. This was their home galaxy, now being attacked by a single person. A human, dressed in black and shrouded in grey aura, exuded a strange and terrifying law. Lin Moyo immediately recognized that this person controlled the law of death. The law of death was similar to his own law of immortality and was even recognized by the Human Emperor Network. The law of death was a second-tier law, much stronger than elemental laws. This human was covered in wounds but had a cold smile on his face, full of killing intent. With the protection of the Human Emperor, our humanity will prosper. Now I, the Death God Sovereign, will exterminate the enemy race, and from now on, there will be no more of your race in the great world. This God will transform into the fire seed, blessing the prosperity of humanity. Humanity is fortunate, I am fortunate too. The river of laws appeared, covering the entire galaxy. The grey aura swept down, engulfing the entire galaxy. The alien race perished under the law of death. The alien divine sovereigns fought desperately but ultimately couldn't resist the invasion of death. The entire race was annihilated. The Death God Sovereign also transformed into a law star under the Grey Law, illuminating humanity for eternity. Lin Moya's consciousness returned, and he shuddered, waking up. He saw the origin of these law stars. They were transformed by human divine sovereigns who fought and died for humanity. Even after death, they transformed into law stars, illuminating future generations of humanity for eternity. His eyes unknowingly became moist, filled with emotion and more with shock. Lin Moya couldn't describe it in words. Only such humanity can withstand the cruelty of the great world. Only such humanity is the true humanity. Chapter 942. Chapter 942, 942. Chapter 942, New Task, Ghostly Secret Realm. A strong belief was growing in Lin Moya's heart. The inheritance of the human race has been passed down from generation to generation. The fire of inheritance has never been extinguished. Over countless years, many races have risen and fallen, and the human race has also faced extinction. But in the end, they all persevered and became one of the most powerful races in the great world. Besides the relentless efforts of generations, there were also countless sages who selflessly contributed. They transformed into stars, illuminating for billions of years. With a strong sense of shock, Lin Moya left the Human Emperor Training Ground and the Human Emperor Network. The experience in the Human Emperor Training Ground made him understand even more that in this cruel great world, only by continuously becoming stronger can one truly survive. Without enough strength, nothing can be achieved. The belief in becoming stronger became more determined. Let's do the task first. Lin Moya headed to the task center. The path to becoming stronger must be taken step by step. Now he could only do tasks, just like when he was leveling up in the small world, he needed to repeatedly clear dungeons. Lin Moya was used to clearing dungeons before, and now he was also used to tasks. For him, there was not much difference between the two. Whether it was tasks or dungeons, they were both ways to train the younger generation. They grow and improve through tasks and dungeons. After Lin Moya left the Human Emperor Training Ground, Zhu Tian received a file on Lin Moya. The file was sent from the Human Emperor Network. As the lord of a domain and with the cultivation of a peak god, he had some privileges. He had the Human Emperor Network keep an eye on Lin Moya's actions. Looking at the file, Zhu Tian's eyes flashed with surprise again. The first time he went to the Human Emperor Training Ground, he saw a black hole and even went inside. At least a second-tier peak soul, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sense the existence of the black hole. He should have seen the records in the black hole, and judging by his reaction, it proves his character is fine. In 9 days, he entered the Thunder Law, with excellent comprehension. What a good kid. All of Lin Moya's performances after entering the Human Emperor Training Ground were recorded. After reading it, Zhu Tian was even more satisfied with Lin Moya. Especially Lin Moya's performance after seeing the black hole, which made Zhu Tian certain of Lin Moya's character. Zhu Tian thought for a moment and then sent the file to the Lord of the Divine City. A smile appeared on his face. The Lord must be very busy recently. I guess those old guys are all recommending candidates to you. Since the Lord of the Divine City expressed the idea of accepting a disciple, the entire high-level human race was in an uproar. A group of old guys who usually didn't show up all came out, wanting to push their people forward. Among them were their own descendants and people they favored. They knew very well what it meant to be the Lord's disciple. It was very likely to be the successor of the Lord, the next Lord of the Divine City. But the Lord's requirements were too high. This matter had been pending for hundreds of years without a decision. But the more it was like this, the more people saw an opportunity. Over the past 100 years, the new generation of young people also began to grow up, and more people were recommended to the Lord. Zhu Tian had also recommended someone earlier, but the Lord did not accept it. Later, he realized that ordinary people were not enough. They must have both excellent talent and character. This time he had his eyes on Lin Moya and thought Lin Moya might be suitable. Lin Moya selected another task at the task center. Level 3 task, go to the Ghostly Secret Realm and find the Greystone. Find the Ghostly Secret Realm near the Suzuka 50-star system and find the Greystone in the Secret Realm. Restriction, do not damage the Secret Realm. Completion condition, limited to 30 days, bring back at least 1 Greystone. Basic task reward, 1,500 points. If more than 1 Greystone is brought back, the reward will be increased accordingly. Note, the Ghostly Secret Realm is inhabited by the Ghostly Clan, which has strong soul attack power. The Ghostly Clan's level ranges from Super God level 5 to Super God level 7. This was a task with a medium danger level. Comprehensive strength reaching Super God level 7 could take it. Lin Moya was interested in the task's reward. Finding 1 Greystone would reward 1,500 points. If he could find more, the task reward would increase accordingly. This was different from Starfire Gold and Starlight Crystal cores. No matter how much Starfire Gold and Starlight Crystal cores were exchanged for points, they could only be used for consumption and did not count as task points, which could not improve the permission level. But this task, if he could bring back more Greystones, could be counted in the task reward and used to improve the permission level. He just didn't know how much reward points could be increased. At the same time, Lin Moya also thought that this task was definitely not simple. Finding the Greystone must not be easy. It would probably be difficult to find even one, otherwise, the task would not be limited to 30 days. As for the soul attack of the ghostly clan, with his third-tier peak soul quality, he could completely ignore it. The medium danger level meant the task difficulty was significantly increased. Generally, tasks with a danger level lower than the task requirement would be taken. That is, those at Super God level 7 would take tasks requiring Super God level 6 with medium danger. At least one level higher than the task requirement would ensure safety. Some with slightly weaker strength would even take tasks 2 levels higher. Lin Moyu, at Super God level 3, taking a task requiring Super God level 7 with medium danger, was completely unprecedented and broke countless people's rules. Lin Moyu arrived at the nearest teleportation array and headed to the Suzaka 50-star system. As the teleportation array just started, Ren Chang flew over from a distance. Seeing Lin Moyu, he was about to call out, but then he saw the teleportation array start, and Lin Moyu disappeared. He couldn't say the rest of his words, slapped his thigh, and sent a message to Lin Moyu through the Human Emperor network. The Suzaka 50-star system was a medium-level star system. Its location was quite special, just a light year away from the 98-star system where Lin Moyu was. It was also the only medium-level star system within Lin Moyu's activity range. Lin Moyu thought, taking this opportunity to see what a medium-level star system was like. According to the data, even the lowest-ranked medium-level star system was much more prosperous than low-level stars. After coming out of the teleportation array, Lin Moyu saw the 50-star system. This time, the teleportation did not directly enter the 50-star system but appeared on the outskirts of the star system. The ghostly secret realm was located in a hidden position outside the 50-star system. As the star system moved, it also moved along, often changing positions. The first difficulty of this task was to find the entrance to the ghostly secret realm in the vast starry sky. Many people performing this task would spend nearly half their time searching for the entrance to the secret realm, but this was not difficult for Lin Moyu. Just as he was about to act, he received a message from Ren Chang through the Human Emperor network. After reading it, Lin Moyu smiled slightly and then replied, "I'm doing a task, contact you when I get back." "Okay," Ren Chang quickly replied. Lin Moyu took out the God-slaying fortress and started working. Chapter 943. Chapter 943, 943. Chapter 943, The Best Fit is the Best. Based on the task's hints, Lin Moyu first locked onto the area where the ghostly secret realm was located. The God-slaying fortress swiftly navigated through this area, releasing a large number of undead legions along the way. What intrigued Lin Moyu was that no one had taken this task. In the previous tasks he had executed, there were always quite a few people. After all, the human population in the great world was vast, which Lin Moyu could fully understand. But this task was different. In the vast starry sky, there was not a single person. No one had taken this task. Upon reflection, it made some sense. The difficulty of this task lay in two aspects: finding the entrance and finding the Greystone. Generally, a level 3 task takes between 3 to 10 days, but this task was limited to 30 days. The time investment was too long, and the cost effectiveness was not high. There were many level 3 tasks, and people would usually choose the better ones, avoiding this one. As a result, in the vast starry sky, only Lin Moyu was left. There are no good or bad tasks, only suitable ones. The task that suits you is the best task. Lin Moyu chose the ghostly secret realm task among many tasks because it suited him. He had millions of undead legions that could find the secret realm entrance in the shortest time. Similarly, they could find the Greystone in the secret realm in the shortest time, possibly more than one. The undead legions spread out in the starry sky, conducting a carpet search. In less than half a day, Lin Moyu found the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance looked like a thin layer of gray mist, drifting casually in the starry sky. It was no more than 5 meters high and wide, almost without thickness. In the starry sky, changing the angle could make it invisible, making it very concealed. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had enough subordinates, and the undead had unique perspectives, eventually finding it. What took others several days or even more than 10 days, Lin Moyu accomplished in less than half a day. Standing in front of the entrance, Lin Moyu smiled. So, the best fit is the best. He passed through the thin gray mist and entered the secret realm. It was like entering a completely different world. The secret realm was an independent space, similar to but different from the great world. The ghostly secret realm presented a grayish color, with all starlight disappearing at that moment. Lin Moyu felt his body slightly heavy, as if an invisible force was pressing on him, suppressing him. This was a suppression from the soul level. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal emitted a loud dragon roar, and the suppression disappeared. He saw streams of light weaving and flying in the sky. They were not meteors or starlight but something similar to remnants of souls. They only looked like remnants of souls. Lin Moyu knew they were not real remnants. He could feel the breath of laws on them, likely objects intertwined by some special laws. They sometimes danced wildly, sometimes remained still, with no order. Their existence added a touch of horror to the entire secret realm. The secret realm had no roads or directions. Lin Moyu chose the simplest and most reliable method, circling. Just like when he searched for the primordial rune secret realm on the meteorite continent, he circled, expanding each circle a bit more than the previous one, ensuring nothing was missed. The secret realm was empty, looking gray and desolate, with nothing in sight. After flying for half a day, a sudden gust of wind howled. The wind carried a large amount of sand and stones, covering the sky and earth. The skeletal armor shone, blocking the wind and sand. Lin Moyu's ears twitched. He heard laughter in the wind and sand, a woman's charming laughter, very pleasant and melodious. With the laughter, an illusion appeared before his eyes. It seemed like a beautiful lake, with a beauty bathing, her thin veil half-transparent, extremely alluring. The beauty beckoned to Lin Moyu, every movement full of charm, captivating the soul. Lin Moya sneered, his soul let out a light hum, and the illusion shattered. The lake disappeared, and the beauty vanished. After the wind and sand passed, a forest suddenly appeared before him. Green mountains and clear waters, the forest exuded vibrant life. Lin Moya smiled disdainfully. Such tricks might fool others but not him. He felt no vitality from the forest, only a pervasive death aura. The entire forest was like a dead land, devoid of life. The law of undeath surged in his eyes, and the forest was quickly covered with a layer of grey death aura. This was the forest's true appearance, decayed and filled with ghostly aura. Standing before the forest, Lin Moya's consciousness moved. Countless undead responded, rushing into the forest with familiar clattering sounds. The forest was filled with eerie winds, and the temperature dropped sharply. The death aura in the forest was nothing to Lin Moyo. Compared to the undead legions, this death aura was insignificant. When the world of undeath descends, that is when the eerie winds blow, and the death aura thickens. Pointing to the sky, the eye of the undead opened in the air. Through the eye of the undead, Lin Moyo overlooked the entire forest like a god. He saw many living beings hidden in the forest. They had souls and were real living beings, but their forms were strange, indescribable as any specific animal. When the undead legions entered, they launched soul attacks on the legions. Soul attacks were silent and difficult to defend against. Combined with the special laws in the secret realm, the power of the soul attacks was greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, such soul attacks were too weak for the undead legions. Lin Moyo estimated the attack power to be around super god level 7, but because it was a soul attack, it felt more troublesome. In fact, with a first tier peak soul and soul armor protection, one could completely resist it. If the soul reached the second tier, combined with soul armor protection, it could almost be ignored. With his third tier peak soul and soul armor protection, such soul attacks were not even enough to scratch him. Seeing the situation in the forest, the undead legions began to counterattack. The special beings in the forest had soul attack abilities but were physically weak. Their defense and vitality were at most at super god level 5. They had no resistance against the undead legion's attacks. Ghostly Secret Realm refers to spirits and monsters in the mountains and forests. Now the forest has appeared, but the mountain has not been seen yet. The spirits and monsters should be them, otherwise, they are too weak to be considered medium danger. Lin Moya thought as he stepped into the forest. The special beings hidden in the forest had no bodies after death. They turned into grey gas, merging with the forest. Like the chaotic flying objects in the sky, these beings seemed to be formed by laws. Born from laws, they returned to laws after death. Soon, all the beings in the forest were swept away. The trees and plants in the forest withered at a visible speed. The green mountains and clear waters disappeared, and the entire forest became decayed and filled with death aura. Chapter 944. Chapter 944, 944. Chapter 944. No wonder no one takes this task. In Lin Moya's eyes, the aura of death was at least 10 times stronger than before. The smell of decay filled his nostrils, which was very unpleasant. All the death energy began to converge towards the center of the forest, and Lin Moya saw a grey stone in the center of the forest. The grey stone was about 5 meters high, looking like a small artificial hill. It absorbed all the death energy and suddenly transformed into a giant grey stone figure. With a light flick of his finger, the detection spell fell. Elementary ghostly spirit. Level, super god level. Characteristics, composed of the law of death, filled with death energy, skilled in soul attacks, weak in defense. As Lin Moyo had judged, these grey gases were actually condensed from the law of death. His own law of undeath, although different in essence from the law of death, had very similar manifestations. So Lin Moya recognized it at a glance. This elementary ghostly spirit was at super god level 6, and in Lin Moya's eyes, it was just a dish. Its characteristic of being skilled in soul attacks was completely useless. The skeletal god generals responded immediately, giving the ghostly spirit no chance. A dozen skeletal god generals raised their long swords simultaneously, and the sword energy roared, instantly shattering the ghostly spirit. The ghostly spirit didn't even have time to scream before it shattered on the spot. A grey stone about the size of a head fell to the ground, rolling to Lin Moya's feet. Grey stone, a stone containing the law of death, can be used for crafting or understanding the law of death. This was the item needed for the task. Lin Moyo picked up the grey stone, which was unexpectedly light, feeling less than half a kilogram in his hand. It seems this is also a resource secret realm. No wonder the task specifies not to damage the secret realm. A secret realm that can produce grey stones is indeed very useful. The function of the grey stone should not be underestimated. Just the fact that it can help people understand the law of death determines its value. The law of death belongs to the second tier of laws and is extremely powerful. Even if the law of death contained in the grey stone is thin, its existence is beneficial. Therefore, the task specifies not to cause significant damage to the secret realm. This is to avoid affecting the production of grey stones. Lin Moyo put away the grey stone, feeling a bit puzzled. Clearly, the Sea of Laws in the Human Emperor Training Ground already had stars representing the law of death. Practitioners can fully understand the law of death in the Human Emperor Training Ground, so the function of the grey stone should be greatly reduced. The two seemed somewhat contradictory, and Lin Moyo couldn't understand it. After thinking for a while without figuring it out, he could only say that his knowledge was still insufficient. Lin Moya stopped thinking about things he shouldn't be thinking about and continued circling the secret realm. Now that his task was completed, he could go back and report. The total time spent was less than a day, but he didn't want to do that. Getting more grey stones could increase the task reward. This would allow him to quickly improve his permission level. The secret realm was larger than Lin Moyo had imagined. At his speed, he had already flown hundreds of thousands of kilometers, circling countless times. After encountering a forest, there were no new discoveries. No wonder the task time limit is set to 30 days. If you're unlucky, 30 days might not be enough. If you can't complete the task, you'll be punished, which is not worth it. It's normal that no one takes this task. Lin Moyo was right. The reason no one took this task was that it was too time-consuming, required luck, and even if you found it, you had to spend a lot of effort to defeat the opponent, which was uncertain. Soul attacks are also so strange and intangible. Various reasons combined, leading to no one willing to take the ghostly secret realm task. Not everyone wants to quickly improve their permission level like Lin Moyo. Most people prefer to take it slow, improving their permission level and strength together. This time, Lin Moyo was not very lucky. He flew for a whole day without encountering anything. The endless secret realm space had an unchanging scenery. There was no way to distinguish directions here, and Lin Moyo even suspected if he was walking in place. Walking in place. Thinking of this, Lin Moyo was greatly shocked. Could it be that I'm really walking in place? With a thought, he released a skeleton, letting it stand still. Then, the wings of the undead vibrated, and he flew in one direction at the fastest speed. His soul power continuously urged, and Lin Moyo's speed reached the extreme, creating a slight space crack as he passed. Fully urging the wings of the undead would produce a bit of space law. The space law would make the flight speed of the wings of the undead faster, like teleportation. At this time, Lin Moyo's flight speed had reached 1,000 kilometers per second, which was his current limit speed. This speed was not enough in the great world, where distances were measured in billions of kilometers, in light years. But in the small world, this speed was already quite fast. It wouldn't take long to traverse the entire small world. The same was true in the secret realm. After flying 100,000 kilometers, Lin Moyo suddenly stopped. In front of Lin Moyo was a skeletal god warrior. It was the one he had just released. After flying 100,000 kilometers, he had returned to the starting point. Then Lin Moyo flew in another direction. The same thing happened. After flying 100,000 kilometers, he returned to the starting point again. Lin Moyo understood that he was always moving within a 100,000 kilometer range. Is this a formation, or is the secret realm just this big? Lin Moyo fell into deep thought. It didn't seem like a formation, as he didn't feel like he was trapped in one. If the secret realm was just this big, it didn't seem possible either. Otherwise, the task wouldn't say that getting more gray stones would increase the reward. This means there must be a way to get gray stones, but he hadn't found it yet. Looking around, Lin Moyo chose the simplest and most practical method. The undead army charged in all directions. A total of 1.49 million undead army members surged in all directions. In fact, these undead army members scattered in a 100,000 kilometer diameter secret realm were not much. But each skeleton had a pair of eyes and its own unique perspective, which was much better than Lin Moyo searching alone. After the undead army tirelessly searched for several hours, they finally found something. In the sky, among the strange remnants of souls, they found a layer of mist. It was somewhat similar to the mist at the entrance of the secret realm. Passing through the mist would lead to another space. Lin Moyo finally understood that the spaces in the secret realm were independent of each other. The secret realm was like a building, and the spaces inside were like separate rooms in the building. Each room could only be connected through specific portals. No wonder others couldn't find it. I guess after completing the task, there will be a requirement not to disclose it. Interesting. Chapter 945. Chapter 945, 945. Chapter 945, the ninth space, a mountain appears. Lin Moyo passed through a thin layer of mist and entered another space. This time, Lin Moyo did not search alone but let the undead army do the work for him. Soon, another forest appeared in his sight. This forest was larger than the previous one, and it contained more special life forms. These special life forms, woven from the law of death, could not be considered true life forms. At least in Lin Moyo's perception, they had no vitality. They were purely filled with death energy, with no signs of life. Derived from the laws, they could even be regarded as manifestations of the law of death. Even the entire forest was constructed from the law of death. Lin Moyo personally felt the law of death, noting both similarities and differences with his own law of undeath. The law of undeath, in the deepest part of death, contains vitality. But the law of death is extremely singular, purely death. This forest launched soul attacks on all intruders. However, under the assault of the undead army, the laws disintegrated and were quickly eradicated. The same scene played out again. The law of death in the forest completely collapsed, the forest decayed, and finally, a giant called Mimi formed. The Mimi was quickly destroyed by the undead army, turning into a greystone. The core of the Mimi was the greystone containing the law of death. In fact, the core of the entire forest, and even this space, was the greystone. After collecting the greystone, the undead army began searching for the next space. Having found the method, Lin Moyo planned to clear the entire secret realm to see what lay at its end. The numerical advantage of the undead army was fully displayed at this moment. In less than 2 hours, they found the entrance to the next space. It still looked like a thin layer of gray mist, with nothing unusual about it. But when crossing the mist, Lin Moyo felt a difference. The previous crossing time was 0.5 seconds, this time it increased to 1 second. Although it's only a 0.5 second difference, it actually doubled. And while crossing the mist, I seemed to feel an extremely dense law of death. While crossing the mist, Lin Moyo felt like he was passing through a spacetime tunnel. In the tunnel, he sensed an extremely strong law of death. Compared to the gray stone, the law of death in the tunnel was much stronger and clearer. This made Lin Moya curious, instinctively feeling that if he could stay in the tunnel, the effect of comprehending the law of death would not be worse than in the human emperor training ground, and it would be free. But the problem was how to stay in the tunnel. He tried several times to shuttle back and forth in the tunnel but couldn't succeed and had to give up in the end. The third space was still a forest, just slightly larger in scale, with stronger internal laws. If someone at Super God level 7 came in, it would be quite troublesome to clear. The undead army quickly cleared all the special life forms constructed by the laws in the forest, and also destroyed the Mimi. Lin Moya watched the whole process without lifting a finger. After obtaining the third gray stone, the undead army dispersed again to find the next tunnel. In the following days, Lin Moya found one tunnel after another, and the undead army flattened and conquered one space after another. 3 days later, Lin Moya had 8 gray stones in his hand. Lin Moya had already noticed that each space was stronger than the previous one. By the 8th space, the Mimi giant was already quite powerful. Even someone at Super God level 8 would find it troublesome. If someone at Super God level 7 came, they might even be killed if their soul was not strong enough. The medium danger level was not just for show. Lin Moya had to use the Death Knight to destroy it. Moreover, the transmission time between each tunnel was also increasing, now up to 4 seconds. During these 4 seconds, Lin Moya could clearly sense the vast law of death in the tunnel. This made Lin Moya even more curious as to why the law of death in the tunnel was stronger than in the normal secret realm spaces. This puzzling question troubled Lin Moya until he entered the 9th space. Gray gas clusters formed clouds floating in the air. There were still remnants of souls flying in the air, but this time, the remnants had changed. The previous remnants were just images, visible but untouchable. Now, the remnants seemed to have substance. Law of death. Lin Moya whispered. The dense law of death enveloped the remnants, causing them to undergo strange changes. As soon as Lin Moya arrived, these remnants rushed towards him. They moved as fast as lightning, entering Lin Moya's body the moment he entered the space. In Lin Moya's soul world, a large number of remnants appeared. They transformed into various illusions, beautiful women, fierce warriors, terrifying creatures covered in spikes, and even various weapons. Without exception, the remnants were filled with death energy, trying to corrode Lin Moya's soul world. However, Lin Moya's soul quality was too high, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break in. A nearly crystalline glazed shield, representing a third-tier peak soul quality, firmly protected Lin Moya. Previously they were illusions, but this time they seemed to be real remnants. Absorbing remnants can enhance soul quality. I wonder about the quality of these remnants. Lin Moya's soul smiled slightly, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal emitted a dragon roar, appearing excited. The talent tree shook, and thousands of branches simultaneously pierced out, appearing outside the soul world in the next second. The branches pierced through the remnants, instantly absorbing them completely. Outside, remnants continued to attack, and the talent tree kept absorbing their power. One by one, the remnants were killed, leaving none behind. The talent tree purified the remnants' power and sent it to the soul body, which was then refined a second time by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, leaving only the purest soul essence. This soul energy was essence, capable of enhancing soul quality. Unfortunately, Lin Moya's soul quality was too high, and the remnants' quality was relatively insufficient. After absorbing thousands of remnants, his soul still couldn't cross the threshold between the 3rd and 4th tiers. The remnants near the space tunnel were completely cleared, none of them escaping from Lin Moya's soul world. Lin Moya observed this space. It was different from the previous ones. The density of the law of death had increased several times. He also saw a mountain, with a lake in front of it. Previously there were only forests, now there's finally a mountain. It seems there's a very powerful soul here. Lin Moya's eye showed a thoughtful look, with a hint of joy. Chapter 946. Chapter 946, 946. Chapter 946, The Origin of the Secret Realm. Humanity cannot be bullied. The term refers to spirits and monsters in the mountains and forests. The name given by humans is not without meaning. Since it is called the Secret Realm, it must have both mountains and forests. Forests had appeared several times before, and now, finally, a mountain had appeared. Lin Moya felt a powerful soul within the mountain. This soul was wantonly spreading, filling the entire space. The soul transformed into various shapes, intertwining with the laws, forming some strange life forms. No wonder similar lifelike things are born in the secret realm. It's you causing trouble. Laws are just laws and generally do not give birth to life. Unless it is a law like the law of life, which also requires some special conditions to achieve. The law of death only brings death. How could it give birth to life forms? But the soul hidden in the mountain provided Lin Moya with the answer. The fragments of this soul scattered outside, intertwining with the law of death, eventually forming special life forms that seemed to possess life. These special life forms also had the ability to launch soul attacks. In Lin Moya's eyes, gray and white energies flickered and intertwined, constantly jumping. He tried to see the essence of this mountain. Peeling away layers of mist, he finally saw something deeper. Beneath the surface of the mountain was a massive gray stone. The gray stone contained a vast amount of the law of death, which was the source of all the gray stones. The soul resided within the gray stone, intertwining with the law of death. For so many years, it had been continuously emitting soul fragments without disintegrating, indicating its strength. Considering the task's restriction of not causing significant damage to the secret realm, it likely referred to the soul in the mountain. The mystery was now fully solved. The massive gray stone within the mountain and the soul within the gray stone were the core of the secret realm and must not be touched. If they were destroyed, the secret realm would cease to exist. For humanity, losing a source of gray stones would be a significant loss. Since these two could not be touched, Lin Moya turned his attention elsewhere. This forest should be movable. The forest on the mountain was also shrouded in the law of death. Eliminating the special life forms within should also produce. After dealing with the gray stones could be obtained. Since he had already reached this point, there was no reason to let it go. With a thought, the undead army swarmed out, rushing towards the forest. The forest erupted in chaos, winds howled in the sky, and the law of death fell like lightning, striking the undead. The law of death was accompanied by intense soul attacks. Unfortunately, soul attacks had no effect on the undead, who were inherently undead beings. The attack power of the law of death was only at super god level 7, which also couldn't harm the undead. The undead army swept through the forest unimpeded, quickly eliminating the special life forms within. Once they were all cleared, the entire forest rapidly decayed. All the law of death converged, transforming into a giant over 500 meters tall. Advanced level, super god level. Characteristics, composed of the law of death, filled with death energy, skilled in soul attacks, weak in defense. The previous 8 spaces had all contained elementary. The one before him now had become an advanced. Its level had reached super god level 8, and because it was skilled in soul attacks, it was even more troublesome than an ordinary super god level 8. Its only weakness was its relatively weak defense. If a super god level 8 with strong soul defense came, they could kill it. But if the soul defense was lacking, even a super god level 9 might be in danger. According to Lin Moya's understanding, ordinary people taking this task would not be able to reach this point. Time would not allow it. If they could truly reach this point, their strength would be more than sufficient. This task could indeed only be defined as medium danger, far from high danger. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he lightly pointed his finger. The skeletal god generals charged forward, surrounding the advanced and starting the slaughter. Sword energy crisscrossed, falling on the like raindrops. It was beaten to a pulp. Even with its weak defense, it was still at super god level 8. The skeletal god generals could harm it, but killing it would take some time. Lin Moya was not in a hurry and didn't even pay attention to the battlefield. His gaze penetrated the mountain, looking at the gray stone within. The vast law of death emanating from the gray stone was comparable to the stars in the sea of laws. Lin Moya was not very interested in the gray stone itself but was very interested in the soul within it. Why would a soul reside within, filled with the law of death, which would destroy any living being? A living soul residing within seemed like seeking death to him. The soul within the gray stone seemed to notice Lin Moya and emitted intense fluctuations. The entire secret realm began to shake violently. Lin Moya saw a star rampaging through the starry sky, shattering countless stars. The fragments of the shattered stars fell onto its body and were absorbed by it. Billions of living beings on the stars died, and all their souls were absorbed by it. It continued to rampage through the starry sky, shattering more and more stars, with countless beings dying. Its size grew larger and stronger. The aura of laws appeared on its body, the law of death. Lin Moya realized that this star had consciousness and a soul. It deliberately collided with other stars, using them and their beings to enhance itself. Its laws grew stronger, its realm higher, breaking through to true God. It shattered many galaxies, one star after another, moving faster than light. Eventually, it broke through to God King. The law of death roared in the starry sky. Its main body was powerful, mastering a second-tier law, making it a strong presence among all God Kings, until it entered the territory of humanity, shattering 2 of humanity's life stars. A majestic figure appeared before it, stopping it with one hand. A human god sovereign intervened. Beast. 2 words like a judgment decided its fate. It resisted madly, but against the god sovereign, its resistance was futile. Finally, it was shattered, broken into pieces. The human god sovereign did not truly kill it but erased its consciousness. It was refined into a gray stone, with its soul sealed inside. Then it was placed in a secret realm, becoming the source of gray stones, continuously providing gray stones and the law of death for humanity. Lin Moya knew that its consciousness was erased back then, but its memory remained. Anyone who came here and could sense its soul would see this scene. This was to tell everyone that humanity cannot be bullied, and those who harm humanity will be punished severely, possibly for countless years. Lin Moya felt the faith of humanity from this and resonated with it. Chapter 947. Chapter 947, 947. Chapter 947, The Old Man and You, both masters of the world. By the time Lin Moya came back to his senses, the high level had already been slain by the skeletal god generals. Only a large gray stone was left behind. This gray stone was slightly larger than the previous 8 and contained more of the law of death. It could be considered a premium gray stone. The forest decayed, leaving only the bare mountain body. The mountain's outer shell was a seal, with a large formation operating. This formation, set by a god sovereign, was meant to draw out the gray stone. The passages connecting the various spaces were filled with dense law of death because those passages were made from gray stones refined by the god sovereign. After watching that scene, Lin Moya understood the cause and effect. He bowed slightly towards the mountain, paying respect to the god sovereign. After obtaining the 9th gray stone, an exit appeared in the secret realm. There was no need to return the way he came. He could leave the secret realm through the exit. Lin Moya had truly cleared the secret realm. He didn't know how many people in history had actually cleared the secret realm, but he guessed it wasn't many. Leaving the secret realm, he returned to the starry sky. Seeing the brilliant starlight again and feeling the breath of the great world, he felt as if a lifetime had passed in just a few days in the secret realm. His gaze fell on the Suzak of 50 star system. He took out the Godslaying Fortress and shot towards the 50-star system. Although the speed of the Godslaying Fortress was not as fast as the speed of light, it was much faster than Lin Moya's own speed. Especially after Lin Moya mastered 1% of the Law of Thunder, the speed of the Godslaying Fortress became even faster. According to Lin Moya's estimation, it had reached at least 100,000 kilometers per second, about one-third the speed of light. Lightning flashed in the starry sky as Lin Moya rushed into the Suzak of 50 star system. Upon entering the star system, Lin Moya felt a difference. The most obvious difference between a medium-level star system and a low-level star system was the laws. Here, the laws were clearer and more apparent. With a slight movement of his soul, he could sense various laws permeating the starry sky. In such an environment, comprehending the laws would become much easier. The probability of birthing super gods was also much higher. Of course, this natural manifestation of laws was not as effective as specialized law training areas. For example, training in the law of fire near a stellar core would naturally be more effective than here. This manifestation of laws mainly increased the probability of birthing super gods. The second difference was that the rules of a medium-level star system were stricter than those of a low-level star system. The Suzak of 50 star system had a total of 8 life stars, each very large and inhabited by a large number of humans. Additionally, there were 12 resource stars providing the resources needed for cultivation. Resource stars could not be harvested at will. One needed to apply and pay the corresponding points. In the human world, everything was governed by points. Lin Moya's target was the Suzak of 50 to 1 life star. Only here was the task center located. This was the same for all star systems. The task center was only set up on the number 1 star of the system. Since entering the 50-star system, Lin Moya increasingly felt its extraordinariness. As a master of a world, he was very familiar with the power of the world. The power of the world emanating from this star far exceeded that of his small world. If his small world was like a small stream, then the current world's power was like a great river, completely incomparable. The stronger the power of the world, the higher the probability of birthing geniuses. Compared to his small world, the current star system, with its abundant world power, would inevitably produce many geniuses. Moreover, he sensed that the world power was not scattered but united, indicating that the world had a master, and this star system had its own master. Lin Moya was awed to become the master of a medium-level star system. The master must be extraordinary. Most likely, the master was a god sovereign, at least a peak god king. As he approached the 50 to 1 star, Lin Moya saw many cultivators. Most of these cultivators were true gods, with few super gods. Cultivators shuttled back and forth in the starry sky, and there was even a war god hall in the sky. It looked very prosperous. Compared to the 98-star system, it was much more lively and powerful. Lin Moya, a super god level 3, stood out. But what stood out even more was Lin Moya's 3rd level permission. Super god level 3, 3rd level permission, another greenhorn. Probably lacks experience. Judging by his attire, he seems to be from a low-level star system. No wonder, in low-level star systems, there are more oddities. It's not a big deal, just a waste of time. For now, he should focus on training and improving his level. People were talking. Some voices were louder, reaching Lin Moya's ears. Lin Moya didn't argue. He didn't need to care about some meaningless voices. True strength doesn't need the understanding of the weak. These people, even though they were true gods, only had 3rd level permission. Lin Moya felt they were far inferior to him. It wasn't arrogance or pride, but confidence. Lin Moya's experiences and knowledge far surpassed those of ordinary super gods in the great world. Even some true gods were not his equal. He plunged into the 50 to 1 star, quickly locating the task center and flying straight down. The task center of a medium-level star system was much larger than that of a low-level star system. The task center was circular, with a diameter of over 10,000 meters, resembling a huge manor. In the center of the manor, a large, ancient house stood, exuding a heavy sense of history. Lin Moya felt a sense of reverence just by looking at it. Outside the ancient house, tens of thousands of task rooms were neatly arranged in a circle. Lin Moya sensed the aura of a spatial formation. The entire manor used a spatial formation, making the internal space much larger than it appeared. Compared to a low-level star system, this is indeed much better. Lin Moya thought as he was about to fly over but suddenly stopped. An old man in green appeared in front of Lin Moya. The old man looked at Lin Moya with a smile, sizing him up. The old man showed no aura, no laws, appearing like an ordinary person. He also hid his personal information, so Lin Moya didn't know his name or cultivation level. The more this was the case, the more cautious Lin Moya became. He respectfully saluted the old man. "Senior, what can I do for you?" The old man chuckled. "A distinguished guest has arrived, so I came to greet you." It was clear that the distinguished guest the old man referred to was Lin Moya. Lin Moya was puzzled. "Senior, you must be mistaken. I am not a distinguished guest." The old man smiled kindly. "No mistake. A master of a world is certainly a distinguished guest." Lin Moya was shocked. How did this old man know he was a master of a world? Even the Night Wind God Sovereign hadn't noticed. Or perhaps the Night Wind God Sovereign had noticed but didn't mention it. It was possible. To a God Sovereign, a small world master was insignificant. In the great world, strength was what mattered, and being a world master was of little use. The old man saw Lin Moya's silence and smiled again. "Don't be surprised. Ordinary God Sovereigns can't see that you are a world master, but I can. Because I, like you, am also a world master." Chapter 948. Chapter 948, 948. Chapter 948, Star Lord God Sovereign, there must be something strange when things go wrong. The old man revealed his information, allowing Lin Moya to see clearly. Lin Moya saw Lin Tang, God Sovereign 4th tier, 6th level permission. Besides his name and level, Lin Tang also displayed another piece of information. Star Lord of Suzaka 50. A Star Lord is the master of a star system, not just the owner of a single life star but the entire star system. The position of Star Lord is a title within the human race, representing the management of an entire star system. In addition to this, Lin Tang had another identity, that of a world master. With these dual identities, he held supreme authority within the 50th star system. Lin Tang smiled and said, "So, do you still doubt my identity now?" Lin Moyo had never doubted it from the beginning. Under the Human Emperor Network's coverage, it was impossible for someone to impersonate. Lin Moyo bowed to Lin Tang and said, "What does the Star Lord want from me?" Lin Tang's smile remained kind. "Nothing much, I was just curious to see such a young world master. Lin, my young friend, why don't we find a quieter place to chat?" They were above the task center, where people were coming and going, not a suitable place for a conversation. Lin Moya didn't hesitate. "I am at your disposal." Lin Tang laughed heartily, waved his hand, and the two of them instantly moved over 1,000 kilometers, arriving in front of a mansion. As a world master, Lin Tang could manipulate the power of the world, holding supreme authority in this world. Lin Moya was not surprised by this, as he could do the same in his small world. Seeing Lin Moya's calm expression, Lin Tang's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. His gaze seemed to be looking at a promising young junior. "This is my residence. How about coming in for a cup of tea?" Lin Tang said with a light smile. Lin Moya felt a bit flattered. "I would be honored." The other party was a Star Lord, a World Master, and a 4th-tier God Sovereign. Lin Moya was just a small fry at Super God Level 3, and his identity as a small World Master was insignificant in front of Lin Tang. Now, being invited for tea by such a person, Lin Moya naturally wouldn't refuse. Although confident, Lin Moya was never arrogant. He knew the gap between himself and Lin Tang. Moreover, Lin Tang was kind and unpretentious, leaving a good impression on Lin Moya. The mansion was not small, with many people similar to servants busy inside. In the human race, there were no slaves or servants. There were, however, employees who worked for Lin Tang in exchange for payment, a fair arrangement for both parties. The two walked through a long corridor and arrived at the backyard. The backyard was simply and elegantly arranged, with a green lawn and a large, lush tree in the center. The tree was extremely lush, with branches and leaves intertwining to form a set of tables and chairs, perfect for tea. Lin Moya was a bit surprised. The tree in the yard was not an ordinary tree but a tree of laws. It exuded a vast amount of the power of laws, far surpassing the little bit of laws Lin Moya controlled. Manifestation of laws. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. At the super god level, one could form and comprehend laws, the strongest means of super gods. However, most super gods couldn't achieve this. At the true god level, there was another, more powerful means, the manifestation of the soul. The soul and laws fused, with laws as the exterior and the soul as the core, manifesting in the world. This allowed for dual attacks of laws and the soul, unleashing incredible power. If used against super gods, it was almost invincible. However, the manifestation of the soul was also very dangerous. With the soul exposed, encountering a strong enemy posed great risks. God kings further fused and sublimated the two, transforming into the domain of soul laws. Finally, there were God sovereigns. God sovereigns had completely mastered a certain law, entering the river of laws. Every move could utilize the power of the river of laws. They could manifest laws at will, creating various strange scenes in the real world according to their preferences. The tree before them was manifested by Lin Tang using his laws. However, this manifestation carried a strong personal will, not the original form of the laws, and couldn't be used to comprehend laws. It was different from the manifestation of laws in Lin Moya's soul. Lin Tang could tell from Lin Moya's eyes that he recognized the manifestation of laws and smiled. "Can you tell what law I used?" Lin Moya closed his eyes and sensed, from the tree, there seems to be a breath of the law of life, but it's not entirely that. My limited knowledge makes it hard to discern. Lin Tang laughed heartily. "It's normal not to see it. What I used is actually the law of wood, but I elevated it with a layer of the law of life. The law of life is a second-tier law in the great world. Although I have some understanding, I haven't fully mastered it." Lin Tang spoke frankly, without any reservations. Lin Moya felt that Lin Tang was a straightforward person, not one to beat around the bush. Just like how he directly approached Lin Moya this time. Lin Tang said, "You might be wondering why someone of my status would come to you so directly." Lin Moya nodded. "You must have your reasons, senior." Lin Tang laughed twice but didn't immediately answer. At this moment, a servant brought over a tea set, with steam rising and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The tea was ready, but from the aroma, it seemed to need a bit more time to reach perfection. The yard became extremely quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. Lin Tang plucked a leaf from the tree and threw it into the pot. Lin Moya watched as the originally light green tea instantly turned emerald green, as beautiful as jade. Lin Tang personally poured tea for Lin Moya, making him feel even more flattered. A god sovereign personally pouring tea was beyond Lin Moya's imagination. "I've infused a bit of the law of wood into the tea, transforming ordinary tea leaves into law tea. Please, have a taste." Lin Moya took the cup but didn't drink immediately. Instead, he asked, "Senior, can you tell me why you sought me out?" Although he knew the other party had no ill intentions, Lin Moya was still puzzled. As a god sovereign and star lord, why was Lin Tang being so courteous to him? There must be something unusual. Lin Tang laughed heartily. "It's nothing much. You might not know, but this isn't the first time I've seen you. Lin Moya thought for a moment and confirmed he hadn't met Lin Tang before, but since the other party said so, there was only one possibility. You must have seen me at the Human Emperor Arena. Lin Tang smiled. Your performance back then left a deep impression on me. To be honest, I investigated you afterward and learned some things about you. I want to recommend a master for you. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. Recommend a master? Could it be the same person that Domain Lord Zhu Tian recommended? Lin Moya thought to himself and asked, Senior, the person you recommend, is he from the Divine City? Chapter 949. Chapter 949, 949. Chapter 949, should you consider marrying a few more? Lin Tang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Why do you say that? Lin Moya did not hide anything. Not long ago, another senior also wanted to recommend a master for me. A gust of wind blew, rustling the leaves. Lin Tang slapped the table. Which old guy is so shameless? As soon as he said it, he realized something was off. Wasn't he scolding himself too? He immediately changed his tone. Who is that senior, if you don't mind sharing? Faced with Lin Tang's question, Lin Moya couldn't avoid answering. It was the Domain Lord. So, it's that old guy. Lin Tang's initial reaction was still a bit angry, but his tone softened in the latter half. Lin Tang blew his beard. What did he say to you? Lin Moya roughly recounted the situation at that time. After listening, Lin Tang asked, did he tell you who the recommended master was? Lin Moya shook his head. He did not. From his words, Lin Moya could basically confirm that the masters recommended by both were the same person. Who could have such a high status to be recommended by both the Domain Lord and the Star Lord, both God Sovereigns? It was likely that the person held a significant position in the Divine City. Since Lin Moya was not familiar with the situation in the Divine City, he couldn't make further guesses. Lin Tang said, you are very honest. Since that's the case, I can't tell you either. Lin Tang's eyes had a sly look, with a hint of mischief. Lin Moya felt helpless. This senior seemed a bit playful. However, he hadn't intended to dig too deeply. He didn't have strong feelings about becoming that person's disciple. If it happened, it happened. If not, it didn't matter. Lin Moya believed that he was his own greatest reliance. Relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. Lin Tang stared at Lin Moya, and Lin Moya stared back at Lin Tang. The two of them locked eyes. There was a glint in Lin Tang's eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Lin Moya felt that Lin Tang's gaze was becoming increasingly strange, making him a bit uneasy. The tea is getting cold. Lin Tang suddenly said. Lin Moya responded with an O and realized that he had been holding the teacup for quite a while. He took a sip and felt a strong vitality rush to his mind. The law of wood, with a mastery of 100%, had entered the river of laws, undergoing a strange transformation. Although it was just a trace of the law of wood, for Lin Moya, a small fry at Super God level 3, it was already astonishing. Lin Moya felt as if he was bathed in the spring breeze. The law of wood stirred up a breeze, blowing into Lin Moya's soul world, making a whistling sound. The talent tree absorbed this trace of the law of wood and shook violently. The nearly crystalline soul blaze broke through the final barrier, truly transforming into crystal. The soul also completed its transformation, with the last trace of gold disappearing, turning into a semi-transparent jade color. A jade-like soul, a crystal world. The soul completed its transformation from the peak of the 3rd grade to the 4th grade. A divine aura emanated from Lin Moya, and a towering tree appeared in the void. The talent tree manifested in the real world, with countless branches hanging down, appearing even more divine than the law tree in the courtyard. Lin Moya's soul also manifested with the talent tree, appearing in the world. He looked like a deity, eyes slightly closed, sitting cross-legged under the giant tree. The originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. Gusts of cold wind howled in the air, and day and night alternated in an instant. The undead world appeared in the sky. Countless undead roared in the undead world, silver-white flames rolling, and the eye of the undead hung high like a blazing sun. The talent tree, the soul body, and the undead world all manifested in the real world at this moment. Lin Moya was unaware of this, as he was immersed in the transformation of his soul. Lin Tang was stunned, holding his teacup, his hand trembling slightly, muttering, 4th grade soul. Super God level 3, 4th grade soul. Am I hallucinating from cultivation? How can a Super God level 3 have a 4th grade soul? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense, it's impossible. Lin Tang felt like he was going crazy. Lin Moya was clearly only at Super God level 3, yet he had a 4th grade soul. 1st grade for Super Gods, 2nd grade for True Gods, 3rd grade for God Kings. 4th grade represented God Sovereigns. In other words, Lin Moya was destined to become a God Sovereign. After coming back to his senses, Lin Tang's gaze towards Lin Moya completely changed. Even if Lin Moya didn't become that person's disciple, he was destined to be a God Sovereign. This little guy, who was only at Super God level 3, was at least going to be a God Sovereign in the future. Moreover, he was also a world master. When he became a God Sovereign, his small world would enter the Great World, transforming into a star system. At least a medium-level star system, putting Lin Moya on equal footing with him. Even Lin Tang realized he was thinking too far ahead. Lin Moya was still young. He couldn't be judged by his current level. It could be said that Lin Moya's future was limitless. I was wrong. With his talent, who could compete with him? The position of the City Lord's disciple is undoubtedly his. But the Domain Lord has already chosen him, so I can't compete with the Domain Lord. Lin Tang's mind raced, and he quickly came up with an idea. In just a few seconds, the undead world and the talent tree disappeared. Lin Moya woke up from his soul transformation, fully aware of what had happened. He hadn't expected that advancing to a 4th grade soul would cause such a scene. Fortunately, from the outside, the specific details couldn't be seen. Moreover, Lin Tang was a senior of the human race and should be trustworthy. Lin Tang's gaze was calm. Are you surprised? Lin Moya nodded. What had just happened was indeed unexpected. Lin Tang said, when the soul reaches the 4th grade, it will manifest once. This is to receive the recognition of the great world's laws. Everyone goes through this, so don't be surprised. I'm curious, you're only at Super God level 3, how did your soul reach the 4th grade? But you don't need to answer. This is your secret, and I won't pry. Since the Domain Lord has already taken the lead, I will naturally step back. Lin Tang spoke sincerely, and Lin Moya responded, thank you, senior. Lin Tang waved his hand, but I have a question for you, young friend. That unsettling gaze reappeared, and Lin Moya could only brace himself. Senior, please ask. How old are you, young friend? I know people from small worlds usually marry early. Have you married and had children? Lin Moya did not hide. I am 28 years old and already married. Oh, 28 years old. What, you're only 28? Lin Tang couldn't hold back and jumped up. He looked at Lin Moya in disbelief. You're only 28. Lin Moya nodded, almost 29. Lin Tang said repeatedly, 28 is 28, being married is fine, but have you considered marrying a few more? Chapter 950. Chapter 950, 950. Chapter 950, having only 4 wives is too few, at least 10. Lin Tang's words left Lin Moya both amused and exasperated. Before Lin Moya could respond, Lin Tang continued, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have 2 great-granddaughters who are very beautiful and quite talented. As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and an image appeared before Lin Moya's eyes. The image, woven from the power of laws, depicted the appearance of 2 young women. Lin Tang said, these are my 2 great-granddaughters. Not bad, right? If you agree, I will arrange for both sisters to marry you. Looking at the 2 sisters in the image, Lin Moya felt even more amused and exasperated. The 2 women were Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao, the sisters. Lin Moya could only say, thank you for your kindness, senior, but I already have 4 wives and haven't thought about marrying more. Lin Tang casually replied, only 4? With your talent, having only 4 wives is a waste. You should marry more to help our human race flourish. You must know, during the most difficult times for our human race, the population was less than 1/1000th of what it is now. Lin Tang went on to talk about the history of the human race. Basically, he explained that during those times, many humans died, and to maintain the population, some exceptionally talented individuals married many women and had many children. The talent of one generation affects the next. As a result, through the relentless efforts of these strong individuals, the human race produced batch after batch of strong individuals. These strong individuals became heroes in their own right. Lin Tang patted the table, you've only married 4, that's not enough. You should marry at least 10. Lin Moya never expected that this god sovereign would try to push women onto him. Senior, it's really not possible. Lin Moya refused outright, very decisively. Lin Tang did not give up and waved his hand, don't be in a hurry to refuse, think it over. Senior, how about we change the topic? We haven't finished this topic yet, what is there to change? Really, we can talk about something else. Lin Moya didn't even know how he left Lin Tang's residence. In the end, he did not agree. Although Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao were indeed beautiful and each had their own charm, but he was not a lustful person. His 4 wives were still in the coffin of eternal sleep, how could he marry others? Lin Moya found it hard to deal with Lin Tang. He realized that when such an old senior became shameless, his face was thicker than the dragon scales of Antares. I wonder how Antares is doing. Since coming to the great world, he had completely lost contact with Antares. Thinking about it now, it was really hard to get used to. In the past, whenever he had a problem or something to discuss, he could always consult Antares. Now he had to figure everything out on his own. The medium-level star system was much more prosperous than the low-level star system. Above, many true god-level cultivators were coming and going. Occasionally, he could even see god-king-level strong individuals. But the most numerous were still the super god-level cultivators. As the level just above ordinary people, super god-level cultivators were always the most numerous, almost constantly being produced. From a distance, Lin Moya saw a queue. Hundreds of super god-level cultivators, at the first and second stages, were lining up, and the end of the queue was the registration center. Each of them had a guide accompanying them. Lin Moya thought about how he had also lined up to register when he first arrived. I wonder how senior sister Gu is doing. Lin Moya thought of Gu Qingxian. When he first entered the great world, Gu Qingxian had taught him many things. As he was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Junior brother Lin. A smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. Just as he thought of Gu Qingxian, she appeared. Looking up, he saw Gu Qingxian descending from the sky. Lin Moya smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, senior sister Gu, on advancing to True God. Gu Qingxian had reached the first stage of True God, but her aura was still a bit unstable, indicating she had just advanced. Clearly, Gu Qingxian was in a good mood. It's just a small advancement. What brings you here, junior brother Lin? Lin Moya replied, I took a task that brought me here, and I wanted to see what a medium-level star system is like. Gu Qingxian then noticed that Lin Moya had already reached the 3rd stage of Super God and had also advanced to 3rd level permission. She covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes widening. How did you advance so quickly? Lin Moya's speed was too fast. In less than 2 months since arriving in the great world, he had advanced from the first stage of super god to the third stage, and his permission level had directly increased to the third level. From the second to the third level, although it only required 10,000 points, each task only rewarded 50 to 100 points. It was impossible for Lin Moya to complete multiple tasks every day. What kind of advancement speed was this? It was beyond Gu Qingxuan's imagination. Gu Qingxian stared at Lin Moya, waiting for his answer. Lin Moya smiled, I just got lucky. Gu Qingxian quickly asked, how did you get lucky? Tell me. Her eyes shone with a desire for knowledge. Lin Moya said, I took on the human emperor arena tasks and continuously challenged them. Gu Qingxian exclaimed, you mean you won consecutively? She had also taken on this task and knew the rules. The first match was against an opponent of the same level, and with each victory, the rewards increased exponentially, but the opponent's strength also increased each time. Lin Moya nodded, yes, I won a few matches. A few matches. 6 matches. I didn't win the 7th. Did you lose? I didn't lose, but I didn't win either. It was a draw. Gu Qingxian counted on her fingers, 1 match. Multiplied, that's 6,300 points. No wonder you advanced so quickly. How did you manage that? Your ability to challenge higher levels is terrifying. People from your small world aren't usually this terrifying. Lin Moya said softly, I was just lucky. Alright, let's drop this topic. Anyway, since you entered the War God Hall, everything about you has been unusual. Gu Qingxian didn't want to ask any more questions. The more she asked, the more she felt defeated. Her years of hard work seemed so easy and casual to Lin Moya. Gu Qingxian changed the topic, you've reached third level permission, so the chain tasks have started, right? Lin Moya nodded, yes, they have. I need to complete 10 tasks first. I've already completed the first one and am about to submit the second. Let's go together. I also need to submit a task. Gu Qingxian said generously. The two walked towards the task center together, their steps seemingly slow but actually fast. Gu Qingxian matched Lin Moya's pace, maintaining a speed equal to his. Returning to the ancient and solemn task center, Lin Moya felt the weight of history as he stepped inside. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.